I'll hear you, and I swear I know you're thinking I just cut you off, when in reality, I didn't hear you until after I started talking. So
See,
I think
that's the
the
thing.
delay sometimes gets it screwed up depending on where you.
That is absolutely true. And that's another thing I think by pausing for a long time helps with. If I pause and wait to hear somebody else before I say something again, because
My
mine
problem is I
goes,
have so much to say.
mine goes like the ping rate. Like if you look over the little green bars, mine's at like 60, but it was as low as 22 milliseconds a week or so ago. Then it went up to like 150. I was like, what the heck happened?
Is that under stats for nerds? Like if I activate that part that says stats for nerds in there, is that what it'll show me?
No, all you have to do is put your cursor over the where it says voice connected over the bars. It'll tell you how many milliseconds the ping rate is.
My mobile right now. I was just curious. Like I'm
Log
wondering if you can do it on mobile too.
on level 2. What? I don't understand. Are you talking about some other kind of settings? Let's see.
Yeah, when you go into settings in Discord on the mobile version, there's a setting in there that says something about that, and I was just wondering if that was relating to what you were talking
Isn't
about.
it?
But sometimes you know how they word it, and then you're like, "What? What does that mean?" And you have to
Is
go.
it? Is it in like advanced? No,
Yeah,
that's
it's in advanced somewhere like that.
hardware.
It
Mine
just
just
says
says
something about
hardware.
stats.
So,
It says activate stats for nerds. I don't know where I seen it.
oh,
Maybe I
really?
did see it on the computer.
Stats
Yeah,
for nerds.
because I have my phone on. I have my phone where I unlock.
I wonder if I can do that.
You know what I mean? I don't know if you know anything about that.
Stats
I
for
don't want to
nerds. Why
expose myself.
activity status? That's that. What's new? No. Well, of course, I got Linux, so they have different settings. What's this? Accessibility. No. Enable reduce motion. Uh, duh, 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 duh. No stats for nerds. Where? Space between message groups, chat point scaling, zoom level, streamer mode, hide personal. I should have had that the whole time. So it only apply. Gotta get ready to go. On the 4-mile bike ride to the dentist. App settings. Yeah, if anybody wanted to sift through some of these Discord, programs from Helios side, and you could pick out. We've done the 3 points hundreds and hundreds of times in the last year. That would be a good thing for somebody to pull out all the times the 3 points were done with people. That could be a whole series. It takes a lot of time, though. If I had to do that, I couldn't do anything else, man. Couldn't sit and practice my guitar for 3 hours. I'd be doing sifting through that. It takes hours. But if anybody finds some, maybe I'll do, and maybe I'll try to find a couple sometime and do it piecemeal.
Oh, am I supposed to take over? I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm answering a text, and it's hard for me
No,
to talk
no,
and keep a
don't worry.
conversation. And
Don't worry.
you know what I
Don't
mean?
worry. Don't worry. I'm going to play another tune real quick.
Sounds good. That'll give me a minute to get finished.
Dedicated to and lyrics by Dave Hinkle. Thank you, bro.
Forgot. I guess I already did this.
Why does the water lay so flat? You ever really thought about that? Why does the sun traverse the plain, then comes back over again? Do you think about, is the logic sound? Spread the globe, the story, just don't jack out. Do you think about, things are in doubt? Spread the globe, the story, just don't jack out. Why do we see so far from here? So much further than they say we can. Don't just ignore what you perceive. Learn to trust your senses again. Just don't jack out. Do you think about things are in doubt? Where the go, the story, just don't jack out. Do you think about, is the logic sound? Where the go, the story, just don't jack out. Do you think about things are in doubt? Where the go, the story, just don't jack out. Birth the story they taught you and me. Not any facts, only wizardry. Low birth religion is all just belief. No valid proofs in reality. Low birth the story they taught you and me. Not any facts, only wizardry. Low birth religion is all just belief. No valid proofs in reality. Do you think about, is the logic sound? Where the globe, the story, just don't jack out. Do you think about, things are in doubt? Where the globe,
Well done, Bud Rice.
Great job, Dave, on those writing those lyrics. I may try to do a solo version of that song myself with the guitar part, but we'll see. May still try to get to that.
Cool.
All right, boys and girls, I'll talk to y'all later. I got to go on a little ride. Yeah, I'll check in with you in a few hours.
Good one, Sonny.
But
Any new people on here?
I'm new. Hi there.
Hello, Mr. Joshua. Do you think you live on a spinning ball?
No.
You don't. Why not? Everybody else thinks so.
Define everybody.
90% of the general population that
Do
have
you think
not.
it's 90%?
That's what they say. Who knows? What do you think it is?
Uh, I don't know. If I had to take a wild guess, I'd say maybe 70, 65, somewhere in there. I'd say there's a lot of people that are on the flat earth thing now.
That's very optimistic, man. I hope you're correct. Just judging by I live in the Midwest in Kentucky here in the U.S.
Okay, I'm in Illinois.
Okay, so just judging by the general apathy of most of the people I talk to, I still think it's closer to 90, but I hope I'm. So there's the vast majority, obviously, these people, they don't even know what they believe. If they actually investigated the claims of the globe, they probably wouldn't believe it anymore. But that's neither here nor there, right? Dealing with people's apathetic attitudes is the main problem.
Right. Yeah, yeah. Like kind of we was talking about in here a little bit ago, it's also I think a big part of it is people just don't they don't understand, the science angle of things, like me too, I was confused on it all that, you got to have these certain experiments for science to be valid.
Well, yeah, that applies when they talk about their magic gravity and stuff. It has nothing to do with science. The actual
Right.
shape of the Earth is not even a science question. It's a what is question. What is the
Right.
shape? So you do geometry and you say, wait a minute, it's not that shape. So I don't know what it is, but like my icon says, it's not a globe. I've had that icon for 7 years. Changing it.
Yeah, I gotcha. I've been I've been, introduced to this probably, like I was telling them, probably 8 or 10 years ago from a good buddy of mine. And when he brought it up to me, like, I was like, no, I mean, like, that's stupid. Like, no, it ain't no flat Earth
You,
like that. That's a
you have to
psyop.
go into detail for me. I
Well,
apologize for barging
okay.
into the conversation. I had just spoken to another guy I'm getting acquainted with by the name of Vinny. He's been a flat earther for 10 years also. He's just explaining to me like the climate back then. It wasn't like, you can refer to a video or all I want to know from you is what was your experience back then starting to like hear some of this stuff, but there wasn't like YouTube or anything else behind it. Like tell me what that was like.
Okay, so I've been into, conspiracy, theories on different things for I don't even know how long, a long time, like moon landing being fake. I was already, with that, space probably being fake. I was already pretty much with that. But my buddy, okay, so he's like a weightlifter, kind of a muscle bound, meathead in a way, but actually a pretty smart dude, like when I really, started to sit down and talk with him about, some of these certain things. Anyways, though, so it was, me and some of my buddies all used to hang out, and he brought it to us or whatever. And me and my other buddy was like, no, that's stupid. Like I said, like I was already into all kinds of other conspiracy, ideas. So I'm like, I was kind of already, I was on the path of thinking that it was a psyop, like something to, divide people, shake people up, make people, not know what to think about things, But so anyways, he kept coming over and we was talking about other things. And I'm like, nah, he's on the same, line of thinking, as me on this other stuff. So like, I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to give this flat earth thing a, a fair shake and, look at it objectively. And so anyways, I did, uh there wasn't a whole lot of real information out about it back then. Like, it was mostly conspiracy, like people talking about the earth is shaped like this or like that, or, this weird thing happens or that, like they weren't really talking about the things that disprove the globe. They were trying to like build a whole new, fantasy model basically. So, in a way that kind of a little bit turned me off of it, so like I didn't really mess with nothing else with the flat earth for until a couple of years ago. I started to kind of I've always been interested in conspiracy theory stuff. So anyways, I got back into it a little bit here and there, like, something would come across, like a YouTube channel or, some BitChute stuff or something. Well, uh, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago, I watched, it's like, Eworanon. He's got a thing about like, Tartaria, mud flood, and basically it ties in flat Earth. And like there's a lot of pretty interesting, like I can't say any of it's, definite or whatever, but there's a lot of good correlative stuff that there's at the very minimum there's something there, like something more, is there to the story or whatever that for whatever reason we're not being, told about or whatever. Anyways, that stuff and some other stuff led me to the Nathan Oakley's channel. So uh, from there, like basically, I've probably in the past, I don't know, month or so binge watched, I don't know, 100 hours or more of flat Earth debate stuff and quantum eraser stuff. And like, I wish I would have came across this stuff like 8 or 10 years ago. Like it wasn't really out like that yet, but I wish it would have been because like it's really compelling. Uh, it's it's a good what they've designed, with their different platforms. It's a really good teaching tool on teaching people, how to actually think about reality, rather than trying to like do fantastical science experiments that aren't really science experiments.
Nice, nice, man. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I didn't mean to make it long and drawn out, but yeah, yeah. Anyways, though, I was probably like most people, when it was first brought to me, I'm like, no, this is dumb. But anyways, also though, like I was saying, like I was able to sit and, after a few times, more of talking with my buddy some, I was able to sit there and look at it, in an objective light, without just automatically dismissing it or thinking it's stupid or crazy. But my other buddy, though, like to this day, he will get mad and almost ready to fight with you if you try to bring up anything about flat Earth. So that's really weird to me because he's kind of an open-minded person, anyways. And like, like I thought, that like he was into conspiracy and stuff like that, but something about the flat Earth is too much for him, to where it like makes him physically violent. Have you seen anyone, that acts like that? That actually, like basically, they'll tell you, no, we're not gonna talk about flat Earth stuff, and basically, if you keep trying to, like, basically, they're gonna eventually fight you physically.
Did you said someone will fight you mentally, physically, or something?
Yeah, he would want to fight you physically for talking about flat Earth. I'm curious if anyone else has ran into that, someone that's like a really good friend of theirs even. And like I said, like I like to, talk with him about conspiracy stuff. And like, yeah, if you go to flat Earth with this guy, like he'll be ready to for real physically fight you.
Mm. Are you new to the server, Mr. Joshua?
I am, yep.
Wait, is this the
Like
first time you have other Flutter channels?
I have been on the Discord like maybe like 3 or 4 days ago. I first logged into it. I basically I couldn't figure out quite how to use it. I'm a little bit technology illiterate with some of this stuff. But uh Cowboy Cowboy something, he was talking with me last night and helped me figure out how to get it working and everything. But like I said, I've probably binge watched I don't know, between 100 to 150 hours of like Nathan Oakley, the flat Earth debate stuff over the past month or so, and then a whole bunch of quantum eraser stuff. And anyways, the other day when I think it was on Nathan Oakley's channel was playing something, and they had everyone on Discord also. So I'd logged in there then, trying to figure out how to use it, and I just couldn't quite figure out how to like talk or anything like that. So, anyways, last night, like I said, that the guy in uh the server for the Nathan Oakley uh channel show thing, um I think that it is the one that had the link to over here because it had links to some other like flat Earth Discord channels.
Yeah.
Anyways, I've kind of like lurked around a little bit, and I've watched a bunch of basically like the state of where the whole debate and discussion or whatever is at right now. And yeah, anyways, it was interesting. There were certain things I was trying to kind of like figure out, but people that I was trying to like talk to about it, in like the live chat texting and stuff, like some of it, I don't know if I just wasn't wording it right, but no one had any real answer. Yeah, I don't know. It was maybe they thought I was trying to troll them or something, but yeah, I was trying to figure out like something with the sexting.
Mic check. Is Mike in here?
Hi, Mike.
Mr. Joshua, to answer your question, I don't know if you got it answered, but Yeah, I have actually had people angry enough to get fisticuffs with me about the flat Earth topic. Uh, I don't know why, but people sure get really upset about it. Um, Something about the programming that makes people almost rage at the thought of it. So I don't know. Yeah, it has happened.
Yeah, it's weird, and especially like I was saying, like this guy was a really, really good friend of mine. So, for him to want to, physically, attack me for any reason is kind of weird. But yeah, the flat Earth thing was the only thing, that I'd ever seen that made him mad like that.
The thing I can think of is either they immediately realize the implications of the reality, right? That they've believed for decades is not true, and therefore the shame of it makes them upset at themselves. Or, um, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to figure out why someone would get that upset, other than
Yeah, I
they're
think you're onto
embarrassed.
something there.
Yeah, I think they're embarrassed. Which is it's fine. Like I suppose you could be embarrassed about it, but we should all be embarrassed. I mean, that's the thing. There's no shame in it, right? Globers out there, if you're listening on live stream, there's no shame. Okay, we all got duped, so don't worry about it.
Right.
Just find your humility and just open your eyes to the reality that surrounds you. You live on a flat, stationary plane. Period. End of story. Move on with your life.
Yeah, a good way to.
Embrace the truth.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over.
No, you're good.
But yeah, a good way to think of it, is the same way, that kids get tricked about Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny. Just a little more elaborate with math and stuff involved.
Yeah, um, they went all out on this particular fantasy. They really got serious about it. In fact, they brought in the heavy hitters like Disney and the Nazis, and they made a real show of it. I don't think they went to that length for anything else. They didn't go through to these lengths for Santa Claus, but for the space fantasy, they brought every occultist and every you know Jack Parsons Project person they could to deceive the masses, and it worked. What do you do?
Yeah, and they're fully committed on dying on the hill for it.
Yeah, there's a lot of time and money invested. I mean, if this if this one gets uncovered, well, I don't know. If this one gets uncovered, there's way too many people that got to give answers. Um,
You know what I
so
said? Er,
go
I
ahead.
said earlier that the people most appropriate, honest, it I can't make people make connections like short sentences, but um, hopefully most people understand what I'm saying because it would have came to pass and it would have been the thing that helped bring more awareness. And I think honestly, based on all the information I've been finding out, I think that believers are the ones that are most fit to take down the liars, seeing that the specific lie that's being built on today, which is, we all know, the movement around, oh, the most sanctimonious son, oh my God, it's the Helios. And so, that being the case, could you imagine if a believer asked, how, why is that? How come we decided that the earth moves? Because, mind you, the most dangerous people to them back then were the Protestants. That's what that whole thing was about. Let's just take all of that, move that aside and say the people that are speaking the most truth by asking the right questions are the ones that are the most dangerous. So you're not going to have people who are not really into, different theas, different ideas about who the creator, this, that, and the third is, right? But the ones that are in power are claiming to be believers of the word from the Bible. Those are the ones in power. Look at your Supreme Court justices. I don't see no streets getting shut down for any other holidays. But I know when the Pope comes in town, shit gets shut down. And so I'm saying I can't even imagine being able to ask a Pope or a bishop, hey, can you tell me why the church hasn't railed against heliocentrism? Well, they can't answer that question because they're the ones that promoted it from the beginning. So what does that do? It delegitimizes them. All of these people in Hollywood, all of these people, these entertainers that thank God and this, that, and the third, are they going to keep sending their kids? Are we going to keep sending our kids to these schools? If these people get questioned and it's exposed that this isn't knowledge that we move around the sun, this isn't knowledge that there are other galaxies, this isn't knowledge that the Big Bang happened. It was just ideas from the same theists that have been running the information all this time. Well, if we're not going to the schools and we're not funding their programs, don't they die? Which I think is why they did the whole murder scene back in the day. Because you can't have people disengaging. No, just a thought.
No, you're 100% right. If the scales fall off the eyes of the people enough, and it doesn't even need to take a majority necessarily, right? Um, but they have to keep pumping out the propaganda. They have to keep the lie going. If they let off just a little bit, then people were they're going to kind of come out of their zombified stupor, and they're going to look around and they're going to go, wait a minute, there's a really big control structure all the way around us, and who's behind it, right? And it's centuries old, so it's dangerous for them to let off the gas. But never mind all that; it's going to crumble anyways. It just like we're running up against an eventual crash. You can't have this kind of
Yeah.
chaos and immorality and licentiousness in the world and not have it just totally turn upside down. Like eventually it's going to collapse. And I think who knows what'll come first, the collapse or the people just wake up? Hard to say.
Yep, and I agree with
Yeah.
what both of you guys are saying, but also I think that I I really think the people that are running this and that Hollywood and the political scenes and stuff in different countries, like this last big thing like that happened or whatever, that I don't think we're supposed to say the words of it or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But where everyone was getting sick and etc. But
Right.
yeah, they I think that they was kind of playing out their hand and showing everyone how much power and control that they really have. Like I kind of don't think that they're scared of being found out at this point.
See, but to me, it exposes because it was an unseen hand. It was an unseen face. But it was really right in front of my face, though. You know. Um. So everywhere I look, yes, it's reminding me, oh wow, it really is these people, this specific nation, with these specific tenets and beliefs that they continuously uphold, with no justification for why they're going against truth and humanity. But I mean, when you ask yourself why, it's like I do think that ultimately this will be answered for. You know, just because I woke up and I'm like, oh wow, the more I know, the more I see the deception because it's everywhere. Like the more you wake up, the more the more of it you see. It could go from, oh, this block is corrupt to, oh, this city is corrupt to, oh, everywhere I turn, there's remnants of this specific ideology. And I know that's a lie. Therefore, all of this is the true extent of this lie. But at the same time, I see it and it gives me joy because it's, well, for me, this is already history. It's already written, you know, for me. I don't know about anybody else, for me. And it's like I don't see how collectively humans can, over centuries of time, over longer than that, however long it's been, continuously do the same thing to fool and trick people. I don't see how people would have the imagination to do it exactly this way. I don't see how they would be capable. I don't know. Have you ever imagined something that you've never experienced? Now, okay. When I say experience, I'm also including like you've actually seen it, maybe on TV, whether that was real or not. Like everything outside of everything you've ever seen. Can you imagine something that doesn't exist yet?
No, and that's what I thought you were saying at first. Yeah.
So where does it come from? Right? It's an interesting question. If I can't
Yeah.
imagine what I can't imagine because I've tried, but like all I can do is put shapes together that I've already seen. I can create a robot of shapes and things that I've seen before. If I had never seen dirt, I wouldn't be able to imagine dirt. You know what I mean? So how do you come up with this grand and this intricate of a, well, I guess it's not that intricate, but still people are fooled. How do you do that? How do you think about that? Where does that come from? I'm curious. Is it, we're not going to go for the it happened by chance thing. That's the metaphysical version of the Big Bang. There's no way all of this thought brought us here. You
Right,
know what I
right.
mean?
Yeah, there's too much like information and stuff.
So I don't want to get. I feel like I'm getting like super too preachy these days, but it is what it is. Hey, you guys got to make these. Yeah, I'll share as much as I possibly can without being as overbearing as I can. But truth is truth, man.
We tend to romanticize or build things up. The fact that you asked that question, do you ever create a narrative in your own mind about things that you haven't experienced? Well, I think we all do that to a certain degree. Like let's take for instance, if you're into cars, right? You see a car like a Ferrari that you've never driven, that you can't afford, that you can't even afford to test drive, and yet you think to yourself, wouldn't it be cool, and what would it be like if I had that car and I drove it? Like we will fantasize, or we will imagine in our vain imaginations about how things will be, even though we've never experienced them, and we will create a narrative around the things that we haven't done or things that we want to do, but have never done. So we actually have that capability, but It has no basis in reality. We just create our own
Well,
idolatrous fantasy about whatever it is that we want. And so
well,
when it comes
think about it
to
for a
cosmo,
second.
yeah,
Because you're saying create in the sense that we create things like cars. I'm talking about create in the way that the creator creates out of nothing. Can
oh,
you create
yeah,
a thought out of nothing? Can if
no,
you've never, that's what I'm asking.
right. Well, since there's nothing new under the sun, in fact, somebody mentioned that on Nathan's show today. It's a quote out of the Bible. Like there's everything that we kind of imagine is, like you said earlier, just something that we associate with something we've already experienced, or seen. So we erect fantasies or we create imaginations based on all the information we already have. Space is interesting though. Like space is just you look at the sky, you see things, and then you create a story around it. We're actually pretty good at creating fiction, and we're actually really good at creating stories, things that are not based in reality, but we can erect this idea around it. So I don't know. It's an interesting thought, but I guess I'm trying to talk about the same thing that you're talking about. When people look at cosmology, it gives them a good excuse to ignore the creator. Does that make sense? Like if the Big Bang occurred and gravity's real and, evolution and heliocentrism, like these are excuses to ignore the creator. People need something to give them plausible deniability to take authority for their own lives and live the way they want to live it without any fear of repercussion. I think essentially that's why people one gets so bothered by the idea that, man, if this place that we live in is actually an enclosed fixed structure that someone created for us to inhabit, then that means I may have to answer for the way that I live, because my life is not my own. It was actually given to me, and therefore I have to answer to how I lived it, right? So all these vain imaginations, the Big Bang, heliocentrism, evolution, these are good excuses to deny or kind of conveniently ignore the creator, celebrate or worship the creation itself. That's what a lot of the Bible is about anyway.
I agree. And I am kind of curious on a part of it, like Elijah was saying, like why did they, come up with the idea to make everything, balls? Like not just, Earth, but all the other planets, they made them all into balls when we don't know for sure what they are. And then also, even like atoms and stuff. They made all that into little balls and stuff too, spinning around and orbiting and stuff. There's something to all of it, that they made all of it balls like that.
Oh, funny enough, that also comes right somewhere in the 1800s. So just before all the other theories about uh, relativity and balls and and this and that. So the whole point is all of this seems to have been pieced together in around 100 or so years. Even atomic theory.
Yeah, that's what someone else was telling me about earlier. Yeah, yeah. I knew that, like the general theory of relativity was like, like I don't know, sketchy like 1915, but then they did some kind of experiment to prove it in 1919 or something. But you know what I'm saying is like basically affirming the consequent kind of thing or something. Anyways, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead with what you were saying.
No, I was pretty much done. Oh.
Yeah, well, um, like I'm curious. Maybe something I have to go and do some digging and reading on. But I'm curious. When they started the whole space balls part of, because there ain't anything like in the Bible or anything that I know of that's anything about spinning space balls or any of the other like old religion texts.
See, look, yeah, man, this line of question is so interesting, and everybody knows that I get kind of possessed when there's certain topics that are new to me, or I just you know find them interesting. And it's been the moon, it's been the sun, it's been rainbows, it's been a little bit of the sextant, and now it's this. And I just find it interesting how people respond, because I'm in this flat Earth group on YouTube that's actually an anti-flat Earth group with a whole bunch of people who are there to ridicule flat Earthers. And this one particular guy, uh, well, his name looks familiar, but I don't want to say it's the guy that I've been back and forth with many times. And, um, but the bottom line is, I wouldn't expect this kind of answer from somebody who's a globe earther who staunchly believes in what they believe in. So this post, and why can't I click on it? Because that sucks. Let's see here. Huh. No, they're gonna make it hard. Nah, I gotta find this. Let me go to the group. All right, so they say, okay, so you think the Earth is flat. To each his own. But my question is, if you think the Earth is flat, was it a natural occurrence or is it constructed? Hmm. So I said, who didn't think it was constructed?
Is that actually a serious question? Like, like,
Uh, that's
like,
what he came up. That's
wow.
what he came. But he's basically asking the ontological primitives, right? Like, it did nature create itself or create everything, or was there a creator?
No,
Well,
that's
is
not
that an
how I'm
ontological? Oh,
interpreting
no,
it.
no, that's
I'm
not it, is it?
interpreting it as is it a concept in your head that you constructed mentally, or is it what we say, something you experience it? That's why I asked, is it a serious question? Because that's a no-brainer.
So, like, if it's flat, then was it constructed or natural, right? Obviously, that's
No,
why
like
we're
the
like,
concept, like uh, you think it's flat. Did you construct it? That's like, is it a intellectual construction of your mind, right, or is it natural? as in a natural experience. That's how I'm interpreting it. But
Oh nah, this guy is not that deep. Nah, or not that deep. He's saying if the Earth is flat, did it naturally become that way, or was it constructed to be that way?
oh,
Because
as
they're
in created.
constantly trying to because they're constantly trying to get flat earthers to admit that they're creationists, like it's some kind of dig. So I asked, I said, because I'm constantly trying to find ways to shoehorn this new argument. So I said, who didn't think it was constructed? And then someone else comments, not the original commenter, but someone else says, constructed by natural laws of physics. Because obviously you're going to believe that. I'm not even here to argue about that. I said, no, I'm asking who wasn't a theist with the belief that it was constructed by God. And he says, if one is not a theist, then it would not be possible to believe it was constructed by God. So the answer to your odd question of who isn't a theist with the belief that it was constructed by God is no one. Yeah. Uh-huh. So I'm like, who didn't, past tense, aka the originators of what everyone calls heliocentrism, and the knowledge derivative of that, hell, who 100 years ago wasn't a theist, who also pushed along the idea of space as we know it today. Because people today, or atheists for some reason, ask these kinds of questions, and it's ironic given the history. So I
Yeah,
thought
that's what I'm
he was
thinking.
gonna
Like
blow his
you're
top.
barking up the wrong tree with that. Like you're totally barking up
I
the wrong
thought he
tree.
was gonna blow his top
Newton
because I didn't. This is what he said though. He said, "Thanks for
Newton would be
elaborating on a
considered
somewhat
nowadays
cryptic
like
initial."
a Bible thumper. Like Newton was a
Mhm.
crazy theist. Like he was an insane devout Christian,
Yeah.
like to the point of insanity.
So that's the whole thing. He says, "Thanks for elaborating on a somewhat cryptic initial comment." I agree. So you can't. There's what I'm waiting for just a dumb response. Like when we say, "Well, can something that's level also be curved?" Or is water level, or is it conforming to the shape of a sphere? And they always like respond with something dumb. Well, I'm expecting them to respond with something dumb, and he's like, "Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I agree." Like, that's wild. In a good, I'm glad. I'm very glad that because yeah, now I can point out. Right. So why does it matter what people think today? The bottom line is it was constructed by theists, and the real question is what was their justification? Because everybody's calling it science. They didn't have, you know, a lot of it down pat until the last 100 years when they started constructing people's idea of the cosmos. The last 100 years, that's where the Big Bang came in. That's where relativity came in. That's where all of the things that people think today came in. So, off of the back of the presupposition that we're moving, forget about the whole sphere part. Not really, not forget it, but the bottom line is there's no justification even for that. I don't think anybody even tried to answer for that because when the initial people that were around at the time asked, they started getting killed. So I, I just want to know why y'all go around telling people that they live on a ball that's moving. That's all I want to know. Where's the evidence?
Well, but the belief in the the belief in God or a creation story and thinking Earth is flat, they're not connected unless that's your evidence that the Earth is flat, right? That oh yeah, I have like the globe model is yeah, the Earth's a sphere because we have a physics model called gravity, and that dictates that it would become a sphere, even though that's wrong. But let's just say it's right for now. That yes, if gravity's true, then matter forms into spheres. Our basis isn't that though. Our basis is an inference from something else, right? So you're not saying, well, the Earth is flat because I have a creation story that says God made it flat. So it's kind of irrelevant. It doesn't matter, like if everybody thinks something else as well, right? It's not connected,
Right.
right? It's like
Right.
that's the all or nothing fallacy. Clover's full of shit all the time. I watched one pull it the other day, right? So there's a thing like how from sea level, how far should you be able to see, considering how much the air absorbs light, and at sea level, it's 197 kilometers, right? So someone says, "Well, do they also think the Earth is flat?" As if that's irrelevant. That's an all or nothing fallacy. Like if they say once, like if you agree with one thing they say, you have to agree with every single thing they say. Right. So if someone thinks the Earth is flat and they also believe in God, you also have to take all of that together. Like you can't separate the arguments, which is fallacious
Mhm.
reasoning.
Right.
To me, that's just dishonesty. It's so frustrating dealing with anti-flat earthers because they're just so dishonest at such a fundamental level that it's
Yeah.
almost impossible
They
to even
can't
have a
even
constructive conversation.
they can't even confirm like if you're bringing up like that's the whole thing. Like all of this is history. When we're talking about the geometry of the Earth, it's because somebody somewhere said that it was this size. So we're like, okay, well, do you believe that? And they're like, well, I don't know who said that. I don't know who said the sphere had a radius of 3,959 miles. I don't know who gave y'all that formula 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height feet. I'm not sure I trust that. Well, then, again, it's really ironic that you're in here.
Yeah, they
I
try
have a
to.
guy yesterday saying, he's like, oh, what was his proof? He's like, the horizon, all of the math that you can use to calculate. And obviously, we were super ready to jump on that. And the moment we show him, you know what happened at the end of that conversation? He is like, flat earthers are wrong, globe earthers are wrong. I win. I'm shooting everybody in the foot. That's where they're at.
He went to We Can't Know Anything. He ran
Yes,
to
he
there.
did. Yes, he did. We don't know anything. Y'all don't know. They don't know. You don't know the shape of the earth. They don't know the shape of the earth. Ah. And I'm just sitting like, is this guy serious? Probably was serious. That's what's sad about it.
Earth is a ball, or reality is a mental construct. It's so funny, and it's funny in a way, but it's sad in another. That's how firmly they have to believe something. How well I shouldn't say that. How much they have to protect their worldview. They're ready to jettison all of reality to protect that idea. It's like reality. Oh, can't prove the globe Earth. I'll just throw reality overboard. I don't care.
Yeah, and I like you was saying with the logical fallacy thing, like I think if people learned, what those logical fallacies were, because that was one of the things, I'd heard people talking about the logical fallacy stuff, this and that, and I'm like, what is that? So I went and I researched what that is, and like, it's kind of, just, being able to logically think, critically think, but not be biased too at the same time. But I think if more people learned what those were and understood them, good, it yeah, would help, people be able to, think a little clearer and a little more scientifically and logically about things.
Look, logical fallacies don't prove an argument wrong. All they show is that form of argumentation can't prove whatever proposition you're making.
Right. And I think if people learned them and used them on themselves, like not necessarily like used them, it's good to point them out to people when they're making them, not saying to use them as an attack form or whatever. But if you understand them and use them on your own, way that you're thinking about things, then I think you'll come to better conclusions quicker, without making it into a fantasy or a religion. You'll at least know what's probably not real.
Well, like I said, the logical fallacy is basically you use this form of argumentation and you can't get to the truth that way. So, such as Earth's a ball because more people think it's a ball than not. Well, that's not actually evidence it's a ball. So, that's just evidence that more people think the Earth's a ball than not, which actually doesn't determine whether it's a ball or not. It's just a count of like who believes something. It proves something else. It doesn't prove that the Earth's a ball. It doesn't even prove something else. It makes a claim about something else, quite honestly. So I have a
Right. I agree
PhD,
with you.
therefore the Earth's a ball. Uh, someone's credentials don't determine the truth of whatever they say. The evidence does, right? So it's not a point that they're wrong. They could be right. The proposition could be correct, but the proof they offered is insufficient to prove. So it's almost like, what's the point of even having that conversation if we're talking about things that can't prove it? It's like trying to prove 1+1 = 2 by showing somebody the colors of the rainbow, right? They're not logically connected. The colors of the rainbow can't prove what the sum of 1 and 1 is.
Yeah, yeah, no, and I agree with you. But yeah, like I'm kind of trying to say that like I think that there's a lot of people that don't understand that way of thinking, and they think, like you was saying, since the majority of people think this, then that must be true, basically. And so, like they don't understand these fallacies, in themselves, if what I'm saying makes sense.
Well, what we're actually fighting is that people have been uh, socially conditioned to
To mention your point, I think everybody knows that just because a lot of people believe it, then it's true, is a fallacy. I don't think that. I mean, anybody, if you actually ask them that straight out, I don't think anybody would say, "Oh yeah, because everybody believes it, then it's true." But they'll often use it to support their own beliefs, even though they know it's a clear fallacy. Not even close.
How y'all doing? Mic check.
You're coming through.
Yeah.
You're gay.
Mic check.
Cool. Got one guy in the VC check-in. Someone wants to hop up there and check him out. not VC verified.
You know what I was just thinking? Trying to remember the last time I heard a logical fallacy to support their claim, and I literally can't even think of one time in 5 years.
The Earth is flat because pancakes are flat. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Well, why wouldn't it be flat if pancakes are flat? Makes logical sense, right? It's the same logical principle as the stars and planets are round. Why isn't the Earth round? When's the last time anyone's heard a flat earther lie about evidence?
The Earth is flat.
Why are you whispering that? You should say it out loud so everyone can hear it.
Cat in the GIF I just posted is addicted to coke. Get it? There's a kitty cat fighting somebody off from trying to steal Coca-Colas from the kitty cat, apparently. But it sounds funny if you say the cat's addicted to coke. I mean, unless y'all got some curvature measurements, man, that's what we're going to be talking about. Hey, Elijah said earlier he goes to a Glober, an anti-flat earther YouTube. Where is that? I would love to start going there.
What happened? You do.
Anybody got a link? I'll wait until Elijah comes back. I want to go see what this is all about.
What's what all about?
Is winter rain here? Oh, just in chat.
Yeah, I think she's just in the chat.
I'd like to talk to her. She's so fun.
Yeah.
I'll let
I'll
her.
have
She
to
can hear
bug
you.
her. Pardon?
I'm sure she can probably hear you.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, YouTube. Hi, Winter Rain.
Maybe.
Well, technically, we have another Lady for Ladies Night if she is so inclined.
Yeah, that would be fun.
I posted a note for her in the chat, so in case she's not listening.
Oh, thank you.
Is anyone aware of a university called Lock Haven?
A what?
Lock Haven University.
Oh, no.
What about it?
No, I'll just send a link about flat Earth stuff, and it's linked to a Lock Haven education. University, yes.
Crazy.
Not sure how that goes hand in hand, but okay. I can send you the link if you want to watch.
Yeah, just send it to us out there in the old voice text.
Have a look at it, I guess. See what you think of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I posted it.
Thanks, dude.
Maybe you've seen this article before. I don't know, but they do mention. I don't know. Just have a read it about it, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, president of the International Flat Earth Research Society? That sounds a little suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
You can't get a flat Earth, says Mr. Johnson. The space shuttle is a joke, and a very ludicrous joke. Yeah, this seems like a puff. This seems like a... Might as well be by the Flat Earth Society. Nobody knows anything about the true shape of the world. The known inhabited world is flat. Just as a guess, I'd say that the dome of heaven is about 4,000 miles away, and the stars are about as far as San Francisco is from Boston. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he doesn't know any of that shit. This is one of those, like, making people look stupid that believe in the flat earth.
I remember reading like an article like over a year ago about how flat earthers are going to get together and go sail to the ice wall.
When was that?
That was like maybe a year and a half ago. Like they tried to make it official with Nathan Thompson and all that, and his name in there and stuff.
I got it, yeah. Well, because he was at the time, for like 6 months, he was the most popular flat earther out there.
Right.
Yeah, that's a risky trip, I would say.
Oh, no one's doing it. Like, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Especially a guy like, I mean, I don't know anything about Nathan Thompson, but I just don't think him and his crew are going to go to fucking Antarctica.
So I have a question, if you guys can hear me.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So I just watched this video. And I put it in the chat. It's called Stereographic Flat Earth. And I just came across it. I think it came out like maybe last week or something. But it's an interesting video. I was just wondering if anybody had heard about it or heard about this channel. It's called Awakened Souls, I think.
Yeah, I've heard of them.
So I don't know much about the technical stuff. The video was extremely complicated to me, but I was wondering if anybody had seen it and had comments on it.
No, I mean, I haven't. Stereographic virtual reality?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to speak for them. I watched the video, and yeah, the title I think is misleading about what they're actually talking about.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm really don't know much on this subject, although I truly believe that I live on a flat motionless plane. Like beyond that, I don't know much technical stuff.
Well, at the very least, that means you can use your senses. That's good.
Oh yeah. Once I think it was maybe 6 months ago or maybe 9 months ago, I watched a couple of videos and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, makes total sense.
Yeah.
And I spend a lot of time out on the water, like kayaking too, on the bay. So, at any rate,
what's the title of the video? I can't find it.
It's called Stereographic. Here, I'll put it back in. Oh, that's not
can you just post the link?
Oh, can I? Because I tried to post a link in another channel and let me.
It'll show up. It just won't be like the full thing.
Oh yeah, you can post.
Okay.
Yeah.
It let me. So basically, and I don't know anything about this. They were saying, okay, well, in the AE flat Earth model, the southern hemisphere, you see there's a different star that things rotate around, and I don't know.
Sasha.
They were saying, oh, our model solves that issue, and their model is like this. I don't know. I can't explain it.
I mean, the problem is
I found it really interesting. It's one of these. It's something where like you go to the end of one side and you end up on the side of the other side, like in that game Asteroids. Like you go off one side and you come back on the other side.
Yeah, they call it the Pac-Man theory, but there's no evidence for it.
Okay.
Pac-Man theory.
It sounds super cool. Just like wow.
Yeah. So here's a funny. Want to hear something funny? There's actually a mainstream cosmology theory that's how the universe is. So they actually believe in the Pac-Man model. If you look around, like on YouTube or anywhere, for what's at the edge of the universe, what's space expanding into, any of those things, right? You're going to find the most ridiculous nonsense from regular PhD scientists. And the Pac-Man model is one of them. That the universe has no end, and that if you wait in a straight line, you're just going to end up back in the same place. Called the closed universe, closed form universe. So it's ironic that things they so-called make fun of flat Earth for, they have the same stuff themselves. And I'll give you another example: is that the Earth is a disk accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared. Einstein is the one that came up with that, not a flat earther.
Yeah, I think the video that I watched.
Well, I'm just saying that it's funny that the things that they try to foist on us, right? That things that we believe in, they say, you guys believe in this nonsense. That nonsense actually comes from their beliefs.
Right. So the video that I watched, they're totally on board that we're on a flat plane. They're like, it can't be explained any other way. They're saying there's like, instead of one pole, there's two
celestial poles.
Yeah.
Did they say that the word celestial, two celestial poles? Did they say those words?
I don't know. No, they seem more like rotation points. I mean,
Got it.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. So I actually they have a Telegram channel, and the guy responded to me. So I was like, oh, okay. Well, at least they're nice.
Yeah.
But maybe I'll try to go through it and just post the picture that kind of shows their layout, and then see if I can post it in here. But anyway, I just watched this video like this to turn the conversation elsewhere.
No, that's fine. That conversation's way better than silence.
Then what? I didn't hear you.
This conversation is way better than silence.
Oh, okay.
And I've never talked to you, so you're a newcomer here. Have you been coming to the Discord, Flat Earth Discord as well?
So I joined the channel like back in January, I think, and somebody named Vlad, I talked to him and he was super nice. And I spent a little bit of time on it, and then I stopped coming here. And then recently I just decided, I want to go back and see what's going on in that channel. I'm on another Discord channel called The Unexpected Cosmology, and they're like biblical flat earthists, which is interesting to me also. So yeah, they're more into like the biblical interpretation of it, and their theories that we've already gone through the tribulation and that we're post-millennial kingdom and mud flood and all that, that whole side of stuff.
Yeah.
Which I find fascinating. I find all of this stuff fascinating, so I try to be open-minded.
Yeah, it's funny because like all the mud flood stuff, Terria, all that stuff is just wild, very entertaining speculation. My favorite thing about the topic, I could sit all day and that and the other hoax, right? Not really get anywhere, not really anything real. I can just go out to the Earth and measure it once and flat. And there's my, it's proof, it's evidence, it's tangible, empirical, it's right there, and I can repeat the test over and over and over to prove that. You know what I mean? I can't prove whether or not there were planes in New York that day, you know what I'm saying? But I can go every day.
Yeah. I agree.
I'm going to make some food. I'll be right back. Love you guys.
Interesting. What is that?
Joseph.
A shark fin.
It's about a strange planet that's like Saturn, but its rings are 31 million miles across.
Million?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. So if it orbited our sun, we'd be able to see the rings. They would go like past where we are. It'd be between us and the sun. But, they can say whatever they want.
Wait, doesn't that contradict their own oddball model? I thought in their story that, once a planet gets much bigger than Jupiter, it turns into a brown dwarf star. Doesn't this contradict their own model?
They have no problems. The law of contradiction doesn't apply to modern cosmology and astronomy. That's just logic. That's for little people. You have to use your imagination.
So I'm unable to paste a picture into the chat. I think I remember this. I think you have to be a certain level to be able to do that. I'm not, but I have a picture to go.
I mean, you can DM it to somebody, they'll post it. You can even DM it to me, I'll post it.
Yeah, just send to one of us,
Okay.
whoever's active talking.
Goes out on YouTube, and we just can't let random people post images because they'll post porn. So
Yeah, I totally understand. If I can paste it in here.
No, you can just send it to me. I'll see what it is.
it would be cool if they posted good porn, but they do things like post scat porn and things like that. So nah, I'm good.
Messages.
Uber porn.
Exactly.
Let's see if I can.
Did I say scat porn? I meant coffee porn. I'm sorry.
They post naked balls.
Huh. I have a message that says Ether 9000. You have been punished for swearing. What does that mean?
Means you type something foul in the yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, the link
you got.
might have something bad in it.
I didn't.
What's going on?
I think somebody else did, and my speaker picked it up.
Yeah, the bot filters out some sort of a profanity or.
Hold on, I'll look and see what it was.
Link
something
image.
video linked title, something that it picked up. I guess you posted it.
So I'm trying to send, Quetzalcoatl an image, but I can't. I clicked on your name and it brings it up and it says message to @Quetzalcoatl, and all I can do is send text. Here, I'll send a test.
5G is in the URL, so I'll just get rid of that right now because people were spamming that 5G and COVID stuff.
Oh, here.
So the bot, if you type 5G, the bot censors it. You hear what I said?
Yes, I did. Why 5G?
Yeah, 5G was in the URL.
Okay.
It was in the URL that you posted.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. It has. But that's
so yeah. Did you see the?
If it appears anywhere in it, it does it.
Yeah. All right.
I'm actually going to get rid of that though right now because it, what do you call it? Antiquated at this point.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Obsolete.
Posted Patrick's. It's in the live stream now.
So
picture.
From what I remember, they were saying that like Antarctica is split. Not they're split in half, but if you go off one side of the Antarctic continent, you end up on the other side at this barrier. And that's how you wrap around. And that's the only landmass that you can do it on. The rest is all ocean.
Is this the Mercator map?
I think it's the. You have to watch the video to see what they did, but see the lines of longitude and latitude along there, how they're all curved?
Yeah, I see that. Kind of fits the globe model.
Yeah, I think they actually in their video take this and wrap it around a globe and say it would work on the globe too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not advocating for them. I just found it interesting.
Yeah. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, I see globe.
Oh yeah, with two points. Yeah. Maybe I'll watch it again and see if I can get any more information from it. Oh, so this is what I remember them saying. And this is not what I believe. This is what they said in the video. Is that the globe model is a psyop by the God, what do they call them? I don't remember. And that the AE flat Earth is another psyop. That the level down from them is the reality. Their version is really true. So anyway, interesting. Of course, everyone's own version is always the only one that's right.
All this stuff can be evaluated pretty simply. Who has the evidence and who doesn't? Pretty simple. I asked this earlier. The last time anybody has heard a flat earther lie about evidence. So I'll give you an example of a lie. This isn't like a difference of opinion or an interpretation of something. Yesterday, someone says to me, how does the flat earth explain that it's nighttime in China right now? That's a big hole in the flat earth model. Okay, Google, what time is it in China? 8:25 a.m. It's not nighttime in China. So that's a lie. When someone says it's night somewhere and it's objectively not night, that's a lie. When do flat earthers ever do that? Say things exist that don't exist. We don't ever do any of that. Well, birthers, it's a regular occurrence. Yesterday, we literally had a guy come in the lobby. He says, so he's here for like 45 minutes, this, that, and the other thing. But one of the things he asked, like, why would they lie? And then 5 seconds later, he's saying his dad works for SpaceX. Okay, which he was lying.
So funny.
And the reason I know he's lying because people that actually have people that work for like SpaceX, NASA, or whatever, they lead with that stuff. They don't like argue with you for 45 minutes and then bring it up. They start there always. Yeah, my dad works for NASA. They start there right when they come in. Everybody always starts with what they think is their best evidence. They don't start with their weak evidence and then work up to their best evidence. They start at their best evidence.
Yeah, for sure.
Which I've said this to people in here. It tells you a lot when somebody comes in here. The first question they ask or the first like statement they make about the globe tells you a lot about that person because they're, I would say, 99.9999% of the time, they're trying to give you their best evidence, what they think is their best evidence, and that tells you about the person, about why does this person think, say, Coriolis effect is the best evidence? Why do they think that? Tells you about them, as opposed to, say, gravity or something else.
Yeah, it's pretty hard.
Comes in and they start with gravity. It tells me what it tells me. This person just wants to argue. right? They want to show their big brains, get in a crazy technical argument about gravity, whether it is, what it's not, you know. When is the last time someone heard a Glober come in and their bet? They started off with measurements of the Earth, right? Never. They never had a Glober come in here and said, "Yeah, we measured curvature here or there, or surveyors or something else." They never start with that ever, because that evidence doesn't exist. They don't have any measurements of curvature.
So, sorry, so one of the things they point out in this video that I just remembered, they show like images of the sun with clouds in front of it and clouds behind it. You know anything about that? Like it's setting and there's like clouds behind it and clouds in front of it.
And that's hard to tell if they're behind or in front because of the brightness of the sun.
That's what I thought. I thought
that's a very subjective interpretation.
Yeah, if you can't measure it.
I mean, they're nice, but like I wouldn't hitch your wagon to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was cool images, and it was just like fun to think that way too. Oh wow, maybe there's clouds behind. I don't know.
Yeah, there's also another observation of a plane flying above the clouds, and the sun or some kind of light source seems to be below the clouds.
Yeah, I think I've seen that image also. Yeah.
It's like glowing below the clouds, like some kind of light source, hotspot below it.
Yeah, and I'm sure you've seen that picture of the sun. It looks like the sun is setting into the clouds. Like there's clouds like behind it and in front of it. It looks like it's landing into the clouds like a ball floating in water.
Yeah, maybe that's what I saw. It looked cool.
Yeah, it's an interesting observation, nonetheless.
Yeah. I've grown such an appreciation of like life and just like being out and like understanding that I'm in closer relation with the elements of the world than I used to be. So, I mean, my personal feeling.
No,
so now when I fly in,
now you're actually observing stuff.
Yeah.
Right? As opposed to like you look at something and then you think of the story that goes along with it, but now you're actually observing it. Because that is really the first step of inquiring about nature, at least, is an accurate description of the observation.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, globe earthers, they don't make accurate descriptions of the observation. They paint it within the framework of, the heliocentric story, right? It's never just like, so I'll give you an example. Solar eclipse. You have a glober come in here all the time. Oh, the moon goes in front of the sun. I'm like, did you see the moon go in front of the sun? Yeah. Well, it's a new moon during the solar eclipse, so how did you see the moon? So they're not even accurately describing what they see. They don't see the moon go in front of the sun. They see, black go across the face of the sun, eventually darken it out, right, and leaves a ring. That's an accurate description of what you see without the story. Like I said, that's the first step. Observe and accurately describe it as what it is that you're seeing, without bias, without baggage, without anything else.
I flew at sunrise a couple weeks ago. It was completely dark. The plane took off, and then I saw the sun like come through the clouds, and it was like I'd seen it. I was seeing it for the first time. So beautiful. It's just like the way that it lit up everything, but it was I don't know. I'm so happy that I have found this, community, I guess, or this way of thinking about the world in my lifetime. This gives me an
just seeing the world as it is, without the, like I said, without the baggage.
Yeah. It's like
Baggage is
finally,
like almost like a filter. It's almost like looking at the world through like filtered glasses or something. You can't actually see what's there. You're too busy like thinking about, the little about it, as opposed to say just like your observation that it looked beautiful. You know what I mean? Just enjoying it for what it is, the entire sensory experience.
Yeah.
That's what it really is, right? That's what it truly is your entire sensory experience, not a bunch of words written down on paper about it.
Yeah, and seeing the flat plane of the ocean. So I was flying to LA from San Francisco, so I flew back. I was on the water side. The sun was going down. Well, whatever, it was going that way. And it's like knowing that like it's a flat plane. It's so cool. Like I can't imagine ever thinking, oh no, we're on a spinning ball, and like it just like it seems so dumb.
It's okay to say it's going down. Okay, that's what it appears to do. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It appears to go down.
Yeah.
It doesn't appear that you're spinning away from the sun.
Right.
Right. Because that's right. A sunset to them, and Helio Skeptic he has a better description than me. Is that you're looking at the sun and you're tilting backwards.
Yeah.
Away from the sun.
Well, and I'm in an airplane, and the airplane is also tilting at the same speed backwards as.
Yeah, you're all tilting away from the sun. Yeah, it's almost funny when you think about it.
Yeah, they would really have to do like some crazy calculations to keep the airplane going, and like it'd have to go sideways and forwards and sideways and forwards just to keep up with. Well, you guys know what I mean. It's so funny, like when you think about all of the like complicated theories that have to hold up the whole globe model.
Yeah,
a lot of these theories, they're stapled onto the end, right? They're these ad hoc hypotheses, right? So someone had a theory, there was something wrong with it, so someone took some other theory and stapled it onto that to fix it, and then they made another observation that falsified that. So then they make up some other theory and staple it on. So the globe model is like this, like a Frankenstein's monster, right? It's pieces and parts. There is no model. There's a bunch of individual models, and each individual model is a patch for a hole in the entire concept.
Yeah, and then they can always shut down everybody with one word: gravity. That explains away everything.
So you got Eratosthenes. Oh, the rays of the sun are parallel. Oh, why is the eclipse shadow so small? Oh, they'll show you a diagram of converging rays of the sun. Oh, why can I see too far? Oh, the rays from the sun, they curve. Right. So they got 3 different models for the description of light, for what light does. Right, its path. There's 3 individual models, and apparently light just does what it does depending on your observation. This is literally, I don't know, what is the name for this? It's not even cherry picking. It's probably worse than that.
Cognitive dissonance?
No, well, they do it to make the model unfalsifiable. So every time you make an observation of something that would falsify the model, they come up with another theory to plug that hole.
Yeah, gaslighting, or like false flagging their
Ultimately, it's gaslighting.
Yeah.
They'll say something like, "Oh, you're just too small. The Earth is too big." It's always something. It's always something.
It's hilarious.
Like, oh, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, the whole globe Earth thing is just like I think the thing that happens is like the really crucial thing about whether like when people like realize the heliocentric lie, right? They start to reevaluate the idea that there might be like a creator of the universe, because like the shape of the Earth and the whole universe theory is such a it's the replacement cosmology of like it's its own religion. So that's why it's like
Yeah.
if you start to realize that this is actually might not be the truth, like we're not just this Neil deGrasse Tyson esque dust on the sand of the universe. Actually, like life and this existence might be important. So yeah, really what it is like it's a nihilistic philosophy. Like that's the drip down effect of believing in the globe. I think that's that was always the ultimate goal, is like to make you feel meaningless, because it's a power move designed by those in power. There were very powerful people that put this philosophy in place, and this wanted to finance the theories and promote the scientists that were promoting these theories. So it makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. When you said religion, that really it is a religion. Like it has a belief system, and then it has like forbidden things that you're not supposed to say. But like I wanted to say that like the brainwashing is they do it so well because they get you like so
Oh
young.
yeah. Oh, they're
Like
super
you're in
skilled.
kindergarten and you're here on this ball, and you're like, okay, I'm 5 years old, I guess so.
Bro, even before kindergarten, like imagine in the crib, right? Like the kid playing in the crib, the first toy that parents, that's available at the baby stores is like it's the freaking,
This
solar
planet.
system type
Mhm.
thing that they hang over the baby's crib. So
Yeah.
yeah, go on.
Oh, I just wanted to say how easily like I can fall back into doubting myself about it. So the other day
Yeah.
I was like following. This is a guy I like on Telegram, and his name's Jordan Sather. Not that it's important, but he was talking about, oh, these people are like whatever on Telegram. They're not putting out or good information. I was like, oh, that's probably true. And then he goes, oh, they're talking about flat Earth, and I'm like, oh. And I started questioning my own beliefs, like just based on the fact that he doesn't believe it. I don't know.
Hey,
Keep in mind,
I just need to quickly point out to you the idea is to not believe. So if you observe something to be some way, and you have any doubt that it's not that way, and you measure it and it is that way, if you observe it as flat, you measure it as flat, and then you know it's flat. So what I'm saying is the belief is on the other side entirely. It's just the belief in the ball.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah. As someone who hasn't gone out and done a lot of observation, though, so I guess my belief, I don't know.
Yeah, so there's a belief, right, in the philosophy. So yeah, I think that every honest, quote unquote, flat earther, which I'm of the philosophy that you should never like accept the terminology of your oppressor. So I think the accurate thing to say is that while you're like heliocentric skeptic, essentially, like you're skeptical towards the current model, which that's really what it is, because that's what really brings us all together. But yeah, no, then there's the fact that there's a lot of like retarded flat earthers out there, and there's like false flags and these psyops that are intentionally giving flat earthers, quote unquote, like a bad name. So yeah, I think that's a healthy response. Like if some guy goes right out the bat saying like, yeah, I'm a flat earther, like, yeah, probably an interesting dude, but also, like Barack Obama was probably the guy who, brought the flat earth society to the mainstream, and that was like a complete operation. So yeah, it's totally healthy to have that response of like, and you shouldn't like be this guy where you said, well, if this guy think the earth is a globe, then I can't, talk to the guy. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I think wait, I just need to point out an actual specific example of one thing he described, which is this Mad Mike guy that got himself killed on accident, shooting himself up in a rocket. So this guy, to the best of my knowledge, he was an actual flat earther. By all means, he was. And he wasn't ever claiming that shooting himself in the rocket would prove that the earth is flat. The media did some
but that's not even
story
that's
like
not
that.
even like but this
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, but that's not even like half true, because the reality is that he was paid to put like a flat earth sticker on the rocket, and that was the reality of the situation.
Well, yeah, but that's a whole separate subject. I was talking about proving, not sponsorships. But the point I'm trying to make, but what I'm trying to make in regards to what you're saying, though, is that what I'm saying is the mainstream media will focus their attention on Mad Mike and say, hey, look at this guy. He's a flat earther. He put himself in a rocket and got himself killed. Aren't flat earthers stupid? And then when you bring up the topic of flat earther, people are like, oh, do you like Mad Mike or something like that? So you see how that bullshit works? And by the way, I just wanted to quickly say something about what I said earlier about knowing and believing. And the difference between the two. So if anyone came in here ever with an actual direct measurement of curvature, like a real one, like if we could actually measure it, then we would know that it's a ball. We wouldn't, believe it one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's why, as far as I know, it just measures flat, and so it is flat.
Right. It's like true quote unquote flat earther, like ironically, is the guy who will like convert if there's actual proof. It's just like now that's the issue, is like flat earther is like equivalent to like disputing unscientific evidence. So that's literally why like this link is being made. Like,
I want to add that at the end, Mad Mike was like Evel Knievel. He was getting money and drawing audiences, so it was like a big rush for him.
Yeah, he was used as an example, but at the same time brought attention to the idea of flat Earth. The whole thing is kind of being orchestrated. I'd say even Mad Mike's death. I don't believe with the guy, to be honest. I didn't see enough to know that was the case, but it was a story that was put out there, and I think a lot of these stories about flat Earth are put out there because they need to have people laugh at it before they can get used to it and accept that that's the case at some point, if they're planning on actually using it. But
That's
believing in
possible.
flat Earth is not flat Earth is not a belief. It's just it's the loss of a belief. And your guy
I completely disagree with that. I think they're discrediting it. The purpose of discrediting it. I don't know why you think that.
Discrediting it gives it attention. If Obama didn't say we don't have time for a flat Earth society, people wouldn't even think about it as a thing to even pay attention to. It has to start out with somebody laughing at it before they could actually look into it. And they know that the people that are wise enough to look into it are going to gives them the perfect platform to just play with it as a topic and give the people that have enough brains to look into it, figure it out, their little space to be who they are. We're not gonna ever convince anybody of it. It's not a belief. It's only the people that look into it to figure it out, and they know most people won't. So it's a perfect litmus test for information and how they can control information.
and eventually use it maybe. But as far as your safer guy that says he doesn't think that it's flat or whatever, you have to understand that if he realizes it's not a ball, he can't say that because a lot of people have careers that they've protected at this point, and that's just the case, So even though he may be telling you the truth about other things he thinks,
he was using the term in a
his career.
So he was using it in a condescending way, which is why it affected me. It was just like, oh, and those flat earthers, like if someone that say in here said to me, oh, you're a flat earther or whatever, I'd be like, oh, it's a compliment. People use it to put you in a category.
Yeah, it's like the ultimate butt of a joke at this point. Like that's what it is. So,
well, not really.
Like
it's
as
not
far
for the
as
people that realize it's not a spinning ball. It's the ultimate butt of a joke for mainstream still because they
of course, because it's a complete reversal of reality. But I'm saying that like in the current matrix, like that's what it is. Is like if you're a flat earther, you're literally like linking it back to like dumb Stone Age man who like booga booga style with a dinosaur bone in his hand beating his woman, like it's like, and that's how it's like so linked, and it's not even remotely like based in reality.
But it's really not that for anybody who's been paying attention. For anyone that's been paying attention or looks into it knows better. That's the beauty of it in a way.
Yeah. The funny thing is that caveman was a flat earther, technically.
Sorry, what's that?
The funny thing is that caveman you're talking about, that caveman was a flat earther, technically.
Well, I mean, he probably didn't even think about it. Like, what are you, even if you're like in the ancient times, you're not thinking about like the shape of the realm.
You are though. Maybe not in the way, like quite the way we would to the distances we would, but nonetheless you are. If you observe it as flat and it is your default reality, the Earth is flat to you. I mean, think about it. Like if you went to a bushman in Africa and started telling them that the Earth is a ball, what kind of response do you think?
Yeah, but
like,
what I'm saying is
man or woman there would give you? They'd look at you like you're nuts.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that like now they're linking. There's like an archaic, stupid idea to be like, if you think the Earth is flat, it also means that you're like a caveman, like you're stupid, you have low IQ, and you're like beating your woman with like a dinosaur bone. That's literally the cartoon version.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I'm just talking about. Never mind. Yeah, I'm just making a difference.
This is what they taught us in second grade. They taught us in second grade. Look, Columbus wasn't sure if the Earth was round or flat, so they sailed out. And then they have these pictures that showed us, like in the second grade, of the ocean tipping off a cliff, and then on the bottom of the cliff, there's like dragons down there and shit. And there's a boat tipping over the edge. Like, you must be stupid if you think the Earth is flat. This is the conditioning we had.
Yeah. Yeah, that's some evil shit. It's like brainwashing, human beings while they're young. It's like, yeah, that's some evil shit. That's literally.
Yeah, we know it doesn't go off the edge, so it must be a sphere. That's the logic. That's the teaching.
What was that?
And we know that picture's not true. It doesn't go off the edge. There's no dragons down there. The boats don't go off of a cliff, of a water cliff. So that proves that it's a sphere.
Right. Yeah, there's no dragons at the edge. We don't know that fire-breathing dragons exist, so therefore flat Earth is a stupid idea. Yeah, no, it's like complete psychopathic behavior.
So there are people that live in the Amazon rainforest that are mostly cut off, pretty much entirely cut off, almost entirely cut off from, regular civilization, like the rest of Brazil.
Well, allegedly. This is like an old classic 90s story, but yeah, let's go with it.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. Yeah, there's people out there that in various places of the world that are just, they're not so like they don't have cell phones and shit. Like they barely know what that is or barely seen one. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, the point is they kind of live the way they have lived for a long time, and the point I'm trying to make is it's a funny thing because most people around us think of them as being primitive and think of themselves as being advanced, but what's ironic about this is that those people, they don't think they live on a spinning ball. They don't believe that they live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. This NASA bullshit, they've never heard of that. Okay? And so the point I'm trying to make with this is the irony is, all these people have their advanced cell phones and cars and airplanes and such and computers, and they believe they live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space when they don't. They're wrong about that. And these people, they don't believe that bullshit, but they don't have this technological stuff. But what the irony is the people with this technological stuff looking at them and thinking to themselves, oh, aren't they primitive? Yeah.
So
yeah, but that doesn't mean that you kick out technology in the first place. Like technology has its place in history.
Oh no, I'm not dissing technology. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not dissing technology. Technology is great. Yes, I love technology. What I'm saying is it's hilariously ironic. A bunch of people with this advanced stuff.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Believing that
what's also hilarious.
They don't.
What's hilarious? What's also hilarious is that people via technology are like dissing non-technological nations and saying that they're more advanced. Like, it becomes like a circle of irony, which doesn't serve anyone. So, I get your point. It's like, it's ironic.
I don't understand what you meant by that.
No, but the reality is that the nation, the Amazon nation, also thinks they're at the peak of technology, right? So they're living in the same hubris because that's the human condition. So it's not like the tool that's the problem. If you give them a hammer or you give them an iPhone, they're probably going to make the same mistakes. So it's not that, you're kind of like highlighting this example as to illustrate like how, like what the moral of the story you're saying is like what technology is bad, but I don't agree with that. Like it's about how you use it.
Look, hold on, stop. You didn't understand what I said at all. I don't know how to explain it in a way where you can understand. So just don't think about it. Just don't think about what I just said. Just don't do it.
Yeah, no, I fully understand it. I think you don't fully understand what you said.
He wasn't saying that technology is bad. He was just saying that these people have no idea about the whole space concept, if they exist, whatever, if they don't. But they would just assume that their reality is as it seems, which anybody would without this whole heliocentric jargon.
Yeah, so they're less brainwashed with the technology, but there's also good things that comes with the technology.
Well, no, not brainwashed with technology. Brainwashed with the globe. It's not technology. It's just brainwashing.
Yeah, and how did the global philosophy become mainstream?
Well, yeah, I guess it plays a part, but it's not technology itself. Technology itself doesn't brainwash you to think you're in a globe. Technology is just a whole separate thing.
Yeah, it's like you're equating technology with the advancement of NASA or whatever. It's not the same thing necessarily.
Yeah, and I disagree with that. So yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah, they're just not really being ran by the heliocentric cult there.
Exactly. It's not about technology being bad or good as a sweeping statement.
So I was going to ask, why is it such a threat that this subject comes up and they have to do so much stuff to suppress it? And I think I answered my own question because it comes down to the basis of their control system. Like, if this is the lie at the core, then everything else is a lie too. But they really are threatened by this topic. They. I don't know who
I,
they is.
I would be careful with what you said there, especially when talking to other people about this. Don't ever say the words "everything else is a lie," because
Yeah.
you kind of lose people with that. Because I mean, like I say to people, it's great, what they taught us in school, reading and writing and art class and gym class, like and science class, at least to a certain extent, the more hands-on parts and the less propaganda parts. So what I'm saying is, a lot of what they teach you in school is great, but I'm just, I tell people all the time, yeah, just that part about the globe, part about us being on a spinning ball in the vacuum space, yeah, they just lied to you about that. They just made that shit up. Yeah, and maybe a few other things as well.
Yeah.
Like, who killed JFK? Probably not Lee Harvey Oswald.
I think when they say everything is a lie, um, they may be talking about their worldview because at that moment they can't simulate in their mind a world that doesn't look like the one they imagined in their mind. So they don't understand how things could work or if they do work because actually reality is in their minds held together by gravity, right? So without that, they kind of can't envision up being up, down being down, even though that's not what the rhetoric of their belief system would say on paper. So when they say everything is a lie, it's because in their mind, psychologically speaking, that's what it is. Literally, that was like kind of what Jim Panda tried to straw man Globus with, like, oh, so everything is a lie, all of physics, because that's what they believe. They think that gravity plays a role in all of that, right? So, yeah, it's sad, but for them, everything really is everything, which is that's very sad.
Yeah, which is funny is like because that's kind of goes along with the whole idea how these people they're all about debunking stuff, right? So it's like if you're literally like I tried this the other day, it's like if you search on YouTube like flat Earth, it's literally like 100 videos. Like I just stopped at some point because it was all just the same type of thing. It's like how science kills flat Earth in 3 steps or something like that. And it's like, no, I know there's like a lot of flat Earth videos, but there's like super biased. But yeah, it's ironic that um that's their move, right? They're like imitating reality in the sense that they're saying that no, we're exposing the truth by debunking flat Earth. So that's always the move, is like to debunk reality. That's essentially the modus operandi, right? Like if you want to get religious, it's like the modus of the devil is like he's trying to convince you like how God is actually the bad guy and you should follow him. Like that's I think it's the same spirit. But yeah, that's true. So, what do you think about the guy Elon Musk? Because he's like supposedly he is this like epic truther savior. But then he's like, meanwhile, he's doing all this SpaceX type shit. What do you think about him?
Do we really talk about personal opinions about certain people?
Was Elon Musk? I think is a franchise. It's not really so much a person.
Oh, he's not human anymore, you mean?
Well, he's trademarked.
Okay. You can talk about his work, whatever he's been doing with SpaceX. Sure, go for it.
Oh, I can. Like, what's the rules on that? So, can you explain are there like terms and conditions related to that, or?
No, I'm just saying, it's irrelevant of him as a person to talk about someone.
Was Elon Musk is a character? He's a character from Werner von Braun novel. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's a character, person. Is irrelevant?
No, but how is it irrelevant? He's the main space explorer of our generation. So how is that irrelevant?
So is he a person or a brand?
No, he's a character, a brand, and a person. He's all of the above.
And?
No, that's when you go and.
I don't have any.
So why is that problematic? Like what kind of?
I didn't say that. Why are you saying problematic? I didn't say that.
All right, so then maybe so let other people respond then.
Can I add something in real quick?
Just voicing my own opinion.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm just my only added thought to it would be to think about, this is a guy that supposedly sent a Tesla Roadster into a second law of thermodynamics violation. I think that's pretty much all you really got to come to the conclusion on it.
No, I mean I think a mouse can probably survive like a space flight, right? Like when you see the literal mouse running over the Tesla, supposedly flying around space.
What
with
space?
Outer space.
Are you talking about the Space Studio?
Yeah, well, no, I think that's reasonable, right? It's not like nothing weird about that.
Yeah, but what is that?
What do you mean?
This quote unquote outer space.
No, I mean it's just Elon Musk is the Iron Man of our age, and he's the most epic inventor of all time. So he's sending an electric car to space, and there just happens to be a mouse, running across the dashboard of the car, and in front of everyone, and we just have to accept that. No, this totally makes sense. That's what outer space is. That's what space is. It's human imagination.
Yeah, so he sent a roadster to everyone's imagination.
Well, are you gonna tell me that he didn't? Did he not put the Roadster or Tesla into people's imagination with that video? Did he not? There's this theory out there that like people are talking about where it's like Elon Musk is literally like a Disney type creation. He's literally like working for the Disney Corporation. He's an actor for Disney. What do you guys think about that?
Irrelevant.
Like, Antarctica's it's all about. People are saying it's just a place where there's like penguins and then there's on the frickin' South Pole is there? Like what do you think it is?
Huh? You said something about Antarctica.
Hey, Sky Geyser. So you believe in that space is real?
What even made you like remotely believe that?
Remotely. I mean, you are the one that is talking about Elon Musk and asking us questions if that happened or not. What side are you?
Okay, maybe you missed the part where I said that like Elon Musk is a very well written Disney character.
Yeah.
You understand that you understand that Disney is like fictional writing, yes?
Yes.
You know this?
I know
Yes.
that information.
But still you believe, I think, that space is real?
No, you are saying that. Why you are putting words in other people mouth?
No, you're putting words in my mouth. You're
No.
saying that I believe space is real. That's that's words you're putting in my mouth, my
No,
friend.
I
What are you doing?
just ask a question.
No, you put words into my mouth, and you
No,
said
no,
yourself you don't like that.
no.
So.
You like to switch, you know.
Yeah, because I was
But
confused what he was saying with the Tesla Roadster in space. He was making it sound like he believed in space and that there was a mouse running around up there.
yeah, and I'm good to.
Yeah, no, I was explaining it as a fictional Disney story. Like that's what it is. That's what happened. I'm
Yeah.
trying to highlight that what we actually saw was like, yeah, we had this epic story, literal like human Iron Man came to our universe and invented like 8 of the most high quality invention technologies of our time, like PayPal and fucking Tesla and what have you.
What are you talking about right now?
And he sent a rocket into space, but there was a mouse
know-
on it. But I'm saying, no, we just have to accept it.
Who cares about the mouse, mice, or ice? What the fuck, dude? Earth measures flat. Let's
Yeah,
go.
who
Let's do that.
cares?
Let's talk about that.
Yeah, who cares? Yeah, who cares about the mouse on the ice?
It's
Nobody
all
cares.
fucking show. It's all theater, dude. How do you not see that?
Bro, what about me? I don't. Maybe you're
Who
missing
cares?
like.
Dude, what do you. Okay, listen. Were you on that
No,
rocket ship?
I know. I think you're like pretend arguing right now because
Not
I'm
at all.
literally like ridiculing that whole story.
Oh, good. I should hope so. Because listen to this. The reason I'm so passionate about this is because anti-flat earthers will use this subject to make fun of us. Or try real hard and still fail. But anyway, so you see what I'm saying? So even if we bring it up and start saying, if we say mouse on whatever, rocket or ISS or whatever, it's like, boom, you can clip that out and go make fun of them. It's that bad.
What do you mean? No, that's dumb retard mode. That's literally if the most ancient boomer will see like, oh, here's a spacefaring vehicle. We sent a Tesla into space and there's a fucking mouse running across that shit. No, they're gonna circle back and go like, bro, what the fuck is this shit?
No, that's what I'm saying. Never mind.
You sound.
Yeah, never mind.
You sound like a blogger to me. Why?
Who?
You,
Skygazer.
I sound like a glober? Okay,
You seem to
that's
be
funny.
jumping around a lot, spiraling a little bit, then coming back again. Why
Well, that's funny.
Do you think
That's funny, bro.
seeing a mouse or rat or whatever the fuck it was on a rocket is proof of flat Earth? That's what I'm asking you.
No.
Well, then shut up.
Not. No, I think no. I'm not gonna shut up. I think what it is debunking of the current state of space mythology. That's
Okay, so you think a rat in a picture
It's not what I think, okay? It has nothing to do with my thoughts. This is the reality
And they
of the
couldn't
situation.
fake that video? There's no way they could fake the video? No fucking way.
No, you don't understand the point. Maybe this is like I don't know what level you're operating on, but the reality is that there's like moon landing nerds out there, right? That like understand the relationship of oxygen and mammals, and they understand the oxygen difference between
Do you
like.
believe they found a rat in space? That's what I'm asking. Do you believe that that's a rat on a rocket? That's a genuine video. Is that what you think?
No, of course not. It's a fucking garage with a green screen.
Well, okay. Then now I know what your point is.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. I'm trying to tell you that this is a low key like
it's a troll.
It's a fucking troll. Like, and they're also maybe, you know, if you wanna believe in the goodness of humanity, that maybe there are some people in there that, you know, they know that they're fucking lying to millions of people, so they wanna like send off this little Easter egg to like actually like wake people up that kind of knows the shit what's up.
Totally. And I apologize for my attitude. I thought you were trying to say the exact opposite.
Yeah. No, it happens. That happens.
Gotcha. Yeah, I agree. They got I don't know. And the thing is, even right now, we're giving it a point of that act.
Yeah, but it's kind of cool because it's like, you know, you don't see like CNN or any of these mainstream news channels like replaying that footage. It's like, it's only like freaking flat earth channels. They're like, you know, it's so funny. It's like, no, you have like the major, like supposedly like epic space explorer like Elon Musk shooting this rocket into space. And then it's like only quote unquote flat earthers that are like replaying his footage over and over again.
Oh, right. Yeah, normies probably didn't even notice. See something moving on the thing, don't even care.
Yeah, what I mean, they probably would notice if they played it over and over again on CNN.
Well,
but
if you play it twice, right, then people would see it. But like, yeah, if you're just presenting it one time on the news, they won't see it. But that's the thing. The people who did see it went out and they were like, "Oh, it's a rat on the fucking rocket! They're faking space." Like, that's not what that means. They're trolling you guys.
Yeah.
We got Miggy in the house. We got a lot of.
Yeah, bro, it's Mickey. It's Mickey. It's our old boy. It's freaking Disney. I think it's just Disney like reclaiming the grounds because they're kind of like, you know, under the thumb of Hollywood right now. So
No, I'm talking about Miggy in our chat. In our
yeah, well, I figured, but you know, it's still my argument still holds true. But yeah, what's up,
I know, I got you.
All right, who let Skygazer out?
Well, it's either that or I'm just retarded today.
Skygazer comes off a little bit sounding like he's globish, but he's not. It's just his demeanor. He's been outed a few times from this chat.
Gotcha.
So yeah, they think he's globish. I mean, he doesn't really have a point. He's just talking about the oddities of like what if you used to see like the Tesla roadster. There was a video where it looks like there's something happening. Looks like a rat or some people. There was this whole speculation on like what it was, and it's just it was really a non sequitur. It's nothing to do with nothing. Just people just talking about like a video that was done by them. It has nothing to do with flat Earth or anything. So
yeah, it's a big old distraction.
It's a big old distraction. Yep.
I still maintain it looks more like a skunk than a mouse.
You have a point when you said that, man. I mean, I'll give you some credit to that. But yeah, it's just Skygazer.
I think it's a possum.
Nope. Skunk.
You kept saying it's a possum every time Lou said it was a skunk. Did you post?
It was Emma at the time that I was going back and forth with on that one.
Yeah. That went on for
It's
like a couple weeks, even, man. We were debating. It was a non sequitur from hell, dude.
It is a possum. Prove me wrong.
It's a skunk. It's black and it's black with white stripes going down it, like a skunk.
Who's Bossy X?
Lou, just because you can smell it doesn't mean it's a skunk.
That's the only animal. That's the animal that it looks the most like, in my opinion, anyway.
What are you guys up to in here, man? Y'all listen to the Skygazer show or what?
Fuck no.
Oh, Skygazer
Bro,
is
aren't
cool,
you?
bro.
You're like, man, you're just coming in here trashing me. Like, what are you even doing, bro? This is some stupid shit. And you know I'm right. I'm literally right about everything. But yeah, you can make your point.
You're literally right about everything, Sky. That's fine.
No, I'm saying that Elon Musk rat skit was is a Disney / Hollywood / NASA psyop. So that's what it is.
but he bought he bought Twitter, so freedom is gonna come back, guys. Freedom of speech will come back.
Because you don't understand. It's like Donald Trump. That's old German money. NASA is old German money because that's the Operation Paperclip where the freaking NASA scientists. That's everyone knows, like, there were Nazis. They founded NASA, so Donald Trump gave money to that quote unquote family through corporations, right? Through NASA.
Jimsy, what are you thinking of?
What?
I'm talking to Jemsy. I said, yeah, Jemsy, what are you thinking of?
Yeah,
I'm
Jemsy,
thinking
what are you talking about?
I'm thinking about
No, you just don't
grabbing
know
my
your history, son.
Yeah, you
You
really
just don't
don't,
know your history.
Jemsy.
Wait, what? I was gonna tell you, I'm thinking about switching, about swapping my fiat for something else. That's what I was thinking about.
Like gold.
I don't know what.
No, but that's what it is. That's what it is. And, it's currently it's like it's just old money versus new money. So it's just families competing, and we shouldn't really care, but we still kind of do care, which is kind of hilarious.
Families competing for what? For space?
No, for power, bro. What are you talking about?
Oh, you're talking about NASA money and what's the new money? Like the Elon Musk money?
Oh yeah, anything Elon Musk
Yeah,
says he's
kind of.
buying,
It's
you
like
buy
I think
it.
I think it's like NASA. That's the one family realm, and then there's the Elon Musk guys. I think they're kind of
They work directly hand in hand with each other, right? That like
no,
SpaceX is made up of like
Elon Musk is like
70%
kind of
NASA
old.
employees.
Elon Musk is like old German shit, where it's like because Elon is affiliated with Trump. Trump had access to actual old Tesla blueprints. Like Trump's uncle was the FBI agent who raided Tesla's apartment as he was dying, like broke and fucking penniless and alone. So that's how you see the connection is like you have Trump comes to power, Tesla rises. That's that connection. So there's some old freaking German money, which the current mainstream U.S. establishment doesn't like.
I'm German too. Am I related to them?
No,
You're not
probably
German.
I don't know about any
Yes,
of
I
what you
am.
said, Stargazer.
No, you're not.
I'm telling you, man. I don't know what you
Yes,
were just
I
talking about.
am.
All right.
Sorry.
I mean, not 100%, but there's something there, bro.
I don't know about that, man. Maybe your
You ever
card.
had bratwurst before?
Bro, I check my tree, bro. I know for a fact.
Oh, you sent out for that one of those DNA tests or what?
No, I check a family tree, an actual family tree book.
That's the best way
It
to get
goes
cloned and
back.
not know it.
It goes back.
Where do you got something written or like how'd you do it?
Family has it. Family has it written by
Some
last names and family. Like this guy was born this year and this in this hospital place. Like they have it recorded. So it goes back to Europe. It goes back to Spain, Morocco, and Germany.
Well,
See,
you know,
Morocco.
that's why Jewish people, they only accept you as a Jewish person if you have a Jewish mother, right? Because they don't trust the fact that your dad was actually faithful. So the only thing to them that matters is like, well, if your mom is Jewish, then you're Jewish. But if some guy comes around and he says, well, my dad was Jewish, well, they're gonna go like,
That
you know, your
Judaism
dad
is a
probably, yeah, your dad probably cheated like 100 times.
Judaism is a bloodline falsely attributed to a religion.
Look, but the important point here is Lou is just jealous that I'm German. He's not.
Probably.
Actually, I have quite a bit of
Bro,
German.
but you sound like
I was trying to say
freaking.
you can't be German because I can't be related to you.
Yeah, right. Maybe we're cousins. You just denying your family. You're in denial.
Bro, have you ever been to Berghain? Did you ever go to that place? Isn't that the main German main German club?
9.
No idea, man.
You never went? Okay.
I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm not German. I about any of that shit.
Well, if you never went to Berghain, you're pretty obviously anti-Semitic.
Oh, great. That's what a leap. Now I can see why people don't like you.
Wait, I like Sky Gazer.
I'm joking. Jesus, this guy is freaking like. I thought you had some balls, man. What are you talking?
You want to see some balls, bro? I'll give you my address and DMs.
His
I don't want to
balls are
see
black.
your balls, but you know, I want to see some balls.
Wait a second.
know
You were
what
just
I'm saying?
talking about them. You brought my balls up, bro. No.
You want to
Let's
show
not
your
go
balls like to everyone? You want to show
Let's
your
not
balls
go
to the
to the
world?
glass.
Listen, I'm just not used to people
No,
trolling
but
me
you're not a bro.
without
You're
Duper's
a flat
delight in your
earther.
voice.
Well, what is that like? If you're a flat earther, but you're showing your balls, is that like semi?
I don't know.
blasphemy?
Wow.
No, I don't think it is.
Don't say wow. Okay,
I don't
just
think
show
you
your.
It already happened. Do you want me to say it again?
I don't think you can blaspheme the flat Earth. It's not a religion.
Right,
not
it's
a
not a
god.
religion.
I think you just gotta show your balls, or your ball. You know, everything depending.
What if you don't have any?
Or maybe it's flat. Maybe it's flat. You know, it's okay if it's flat.
Okay. Now you're talking.
Maybe it's glad.
Bro, maybe it's a hollow. I'm hollow bald. You know what I'm saying?
Damn it! You almost brought it back to flat Earth, and then.
Bro,
And then
I'm
you had to
hollow
talk about his
bald.
black
Why are we
globes.
talking about that?
Hollow bald.
Am I a
His
jerk for
black
always
globes.
wanting to bring it back to flat Earth? Do you guys not like that I always?
No, it's cool.
Yeah,
it's
this
cool. We
this
should-
is
we
the
should
this is the
always bring it
flatter
back.
Discord. This is the flatter Discord, and sometimes people talk about
Totally
spinning balls.
respectable.
Yes, spinning globes, also known as. All the
Yeah,
planets
but, you know,
are balls, and that means we are a ball.
I see a bunch of balls. That means I'm a ball.
But you know, I want to say that it's like, yeah, it's cool to always bring it back to flat Earth, but it's also fun to allow like flat earthers to fucking joke around, because if it always comes down to like, bro, let me tell you about the ships on the horizon. You know, it's like
Yeah,
it
but
just
you need
gets
certain
old, man.
roles if you want to joke around.
Not only that, I'll leave the
Yeah,
joking around to
that's it.
y'all. I'm the guy that comes in and says, "Hey, how about flat Earth?"
Yeah, and that's cool
But you
because you
only
need
do
that.
that
You're
because
like
your
the
jokes are
sheriff.
bad.
Goddamn bulldog is what I am.
Hey, you only
No,
do that
you're the
because
sheriff,
your
bro.
jokes are not funny, Gladflow. That's why you're always
No, you're
serious.
just a sheriff.
I know,
No,
I'm
you're the
trying.
sheriff.
How dare you?
You're like the
Yeah,
town
usually
sheriff.
sheriffs aren't funny, so that makes sense.
Yeah,
You go
you're
to the sheriff,
You're
grab
town
a
sheriff.
beer, get some laughs in.
Oh, I
No,
don't know.
never happened. Never happened.
I think Glad does have at least one fan in here, Glad Flobus.
Yeah, she's my lady.
Oh, she's your wife?
Let me guess.
No,
Let me guess.
not
A
yet.
freaking sheriff student. Student of a sheriff.
Student of
Somebody
what?
say my name.
Be nice.
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah, Gladflow was telling us how much in love he is.
I mean,
That's
Miggy brought it up.
beautiful.
Wow.
Let's be honest.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I did. I'm raising my hand. I'm the one that brought it up.
Why did you start all this, Miggy? What's your problem?
I'm a disruptor,
Dare
man.
you?
I heard it was the Sky Gazer show, so I came in there. I was
Yeah.
like, "What the hell?"
I'm just gonna let y'all have it.
Nah, but I mean,
Has
yeah,
it
no,
gotten
we
that bad?
Sky Gazer. How long
Bro,
we
I thought
Sky Gazer?
you were the fucking guy. Like, did you replace the other guy? I thought you were the guy. The fucking
I
sheriff.
am the guy. Jamesy is the
Oh,
guy.
James's the guy. I'm not the guy.
No,
I'm the guy.
Migo. I thought so. I was like
Oh, he was.
frauded. I thought you were the fucking sheriff. So I guess the
No,
guy who vouched for you
We're all
frauded
sheriff.
you and myself. So that's
no,
No, they
cool.
work under me.
that's James's
We're all
job.
deputized. Yeah, under whatever.
He goes under whatever.
If you want to
Yeah.
put some time in, we'll let you get involved
No,
too. It's all to you.
no, not like any real authority. You know, whatever. Oh, that's funny. That's
Are you listening to a later version of the show or something?
I don't think so. I think he's just going with the flow because we're being kind of funny, and yeah, he's being funny his own way.
No, yeah, he's had a cross with this over a couple of times. How long has he been here? Like a couple years, maybe? 2 years? Sky Gazer?
I remember Stargazers for more than a couple
Yeah,
of years already.
he was here quite a while back. I mean, time goes by so fast now. I don't think he's been around for the last almost 2 years, or at
Yeah,
least
No,
a
he's
year.
I
only a
remember
year ago.
they dropped a hammer on him a couple of times in the chat.
Oh, there goes an every.
Whack. He's gone. Now I was back in yeah, you're right. It was probably like a year and a half, maybe 2 years. It was a while
Well,
back.
he keep it cool until he gets drunk. Then
Oh
it's
God,
dude. I'm still fucking here. I just went to the bathroom. Like, just chill.
yeah, that's fine. We know you're here.
Miggy, I'm just fucking wondering, like, what's the whole Miggy story? Everyone's wondering, like, everyone's talking about the Big Miggy, like, they call you Big Meg.
nah, it's not even close to that, man.
No, bro, they call you Big Meg.
That's-
Everyone wants to know what's the story of Big Meg.
I don't call him Big Meg.
I
What
don't know.
is that
Yeah,
about?
Big Meg. Like, it's a
Bro.
whole thing on the streets. Like, what's the story with Big
Well,
Meg?
if that's what's being said, man, I mean, who am I to speak against it? But I'm just kidding. No,
Bro,
there's no.
you gotta tell the
It's
story.
definitely.
You gotta tell the story of the Big Meg.
There is no. There isn't any story. I'm just me. I am. Who I am.
No, what's the story like? Where'd you grow up? Like, where are you from, man?
Me? Originally
Yeah,
from
the Big Meg.
Mexico.
Texas. Originally from Texas, but I moved to Iowa, so I'm up enjoying the beautiful weather right now. We have is cold.
The cold, windy, sleety day.
I live next to Lou, but not that close. Close enough though. We're about 4 hours away from each other.
You guys do like CIA meetings?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you like to know?
We're planning to make a trip to Antarctica, Jimsy. So get ready to sign the petition. Hey, all of you guys
Yeah,
are in,
right.
huh?
Whenever you guys
Yeah.
decide to go to Antarctica, I'm going the other opposite direction.
Well,
You're gonna go to the North Pole alone?
Just send me pictures.
imagine like the headline is like first visitor to actual Antarctica is Big Mig. Like Big Mig lands in Antarctica, bro. That's fucking hilarious.
that would have to be the name of the ship that arrives there. If the icebreaker.
Yeah, the Big Mig. The Big Mig lands in Antarctica. Mexican Big Mig is the first one to ever visit the actual South Pole, bro. That's hilarious.
South Pole. There are no. You're gonna
The
start up
actual South Pole.
I think Glober saying South Pole in here. South Pole. What South Pole? Where is that damn thing located?
No, it's just the edge of the radars. Like, man, we sent Big Mig on the most epic. Like, we thought the Earth was a globe. We sent him to go to the fucking South Pole, and he went past it.
It was
like
yeah.
fucking Big Mig, bro. Fucking Big Mig went past the South Pole.
Yeah, he never returned, huh? That's the story.
Yeah, bro.
He went
We're
past.
sending you letters like 60 years later. We're getting letters. Is like, yeah, bro, I'm Big Mig. It's like it's just appearing from the sky. A fucking letter. It's like, no, I'm Big Mig. You look up the fucking New York Times article from 19.
Bro, I think you're confusing.
Oh, bro.
I think you're confusing.
Big Mig, bro.
You're confusing Big Mac. You probably seen advertisement from McDonald's Big Mac.
God, it's
and
so
you're
funny.
confusing them.
Oh, fucking die. No, it's the Big Mig, bro. Fucking Big Mig the Mexican went to Antarctica in 2022, and he went beyond. He actually went beyond. He actually like went past Admiral Byrd mode. It was like, oh shit, this is actually like a rainbow wall, and you can just walk past it. But
So
then
what do you
as you're
do when
walking
you
past
hit?
it?
What do you do when you hit the
What?
container? You just turn back. Come back
Yeah,
home?
like Forrest Gump. You know, he turned back. Oh, I'm pretty tired.
No, that's like that's not Forrest Gump. That's like Truman Show. Truman Show. That's it.
Well, you reach the container and you find a door. You just touch it, open it.
Yeah, I think the door was always a door. So you just walk past or you go back. So you go back and you lie about your whole life, or you go through it and you try to communicate back.
What if there's no door? You just turn back.
Well, I mean, there was a whole Game of Thrones character based on it. It's called Hodor. Hold the door.
Hodor?
I think that's what you end up. Yeah, Hodor. Then you become Hodor. You become a fat retard.
I don't know, man. I don't know if you can hold that door.
You got the whole chat
Bro,
room
you can't.
heads or tails of this conversation. It's just like, what the hell is going on?
Dude, he's like a cartoon character.
Well, whoever is asking what's going on, that's what you get for staying muted and not speaking.
Exactly.
And allowing Jamsey and Skagazer to take the mics. And Lou. And Miggy.
Bro, who are you
That's
calling
how it gets.
Skagazer? What are you talking about, bro? What are you?
I didn't say skay. I said gay.
You said Skagazer.
Bro, yeah.
I meant
okay.
gay. Sorry,
Yo,
I confused the word.
way to insult your own ass. Like, you're calling me the gay gazer? Yeah, I'm gazing at all these fucking gays.
Wait, how do you say it again? I have this, bro. You wouldn't be the first person that correct me with my pronunciation. So how do you actually say it? Gay gazer?
Bro, I don't speak Portuguese, bro. I'm sorry. Can you? But go ahead.
Tell me, how do you say it so I can say it correctly?
Oh shit!
No, you're calling me the gay gazer. Yeah, I'm gazing at your name all day.
Skagazer, what's your story? Where are you from?
Bro, I'm
big Skagazer.
No, I know I'm gazing at your name, and it sure is gay. You know what I'm saying? They call me in Portugal. In Portugal, they call me a gay gazer. I guess. Like that's
What's
hilarious.
your,
my goodness.
what's your story? What's your story? Come on.
So you are Portuguese? Can you speak a little Portuguese, please?
Oh shit!
Yeah, I'm from Portuguese.
Yeah, speak a little.
Yeah, I love lasagna. You know, I'm big fan of Cristiano Ronaldo. Big fan.
Yeah, can you speak a little Portuguese, please? Sí, por favor.
Can you speak a little bit of Icelandic?
No, you are switching the discourse, but we get him. We get you. Okay, so
Skygazer.
I get you too.
Skygazer, lasagna is Italian product, not.
What?
No, pasta is actually a Chinese. Pasta is actually a Chinese product, not Italian.
Pasta is a Chinese product. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Yeah.
Noodles. Noodles is definitely started with China.
Yeah, no, Hollywood is a Chinese product. Like that's.
What the hell?
And he doesn't know to speak one word in Portuguese. I mean, are you living in Portugal, man?
Bro, pasta. That's a Portuguese word. What do you mean?
No, sorry.
That's a Chinese word.
Spaghetti.
No,
Spaghetti?
sorry. It doesn't spell like that.
No. Okay, you want to know an actual no, but this is. I don't want to hit you too deep.
Don't be right about everything.
No, but I'll hit you with a real deep, like you want to have like a heavyweight type Portuguese word that I actually know off the top of my back.
You said
I'm still waiting for him to be right about one thing.
Bacalhau.
Bacalhau. That's a fish.
That's not the real word.
So
that's an old
fucking
word.
hilarious.
Is that ancient?
I walked into this
Portuguese type epic Portuguese shit that your Portuguese grandfather would tell you type word.
This is what happens when I'm not here to just.
No, you are
It's your
wrong.
fault for not being here, Eli. It's your fault.
You are
Bro,
wrong.
how am I wrong? It's bacalhau. What are you talking about?
No, it's
Bacalhau
not.
is a fish.
No, it's an epic Portuguese word. What do you want from me?
Nobody says that word here in Portugal. Sorry.
I'm baffled. I don't know what to say right now.
Not now, but if you
say
go to
anything.
a restaurant and you say, I want bacalhau,
No.
the fucking legends still know.
No, it's not that word. It's bacalhau, my friend.
Okay,
Bacalhau.
but now you're just lying.
Bacalhau. So, you cannot be.
So
in
now
Portugal.
we're doing pronunciation games.
There's a lot of different accents going on right now.
You are switching the game.
Yeah, are you from the
17 countries being represented right now.
Are you from like the dumb mountain village? Oh yeah, no.
Yes.
In the actual cities?
No,
in fucking
I'm
Rio
from the
de
dumb
Janeiro,
mountain village.
they say bacalhau.
We make our own soap.
I'm not from Shashavanova.
Yeah. So you call it bacalhau. No, the real Portuguese word is bacalhau. So okay,
And what is the word? What does it mean? Truly?
It's bacalhau. It means cod. It's a codfish.
Oh, it's a fish. Okay.
I told you it was a fish.
Hey, listen. This is wildly entertaining.
Hey, Skygazer, you know how you say pasta in Mexico?
I don't.
Pasta.
Man,
that's how you say
funny,
it,
bro. That's funny, man.
Mm-hmm.
So, Globers, if you want to stop this madness, come in and give us some med.
Yeah, any Globers, Skygazer is here, willing to answer your questions about the flat Earth.
Yeah, bro. I'm just gazing at the gaze. That's what I do all day. Like looking at this fucking list of chat members, bro.
Yeah, if I never heard your voice again, I'd probably be all right.
So we have Bossy X. Hey, welcome to the server, Bossy X. I'm gonna. You've been unmuted,
bro.
Bossy X.
I'm the gay gazer. Bro, I'm the gay gazer. I'm just gazing at the gaze. Like,
The ones in your house
Way
or
to,
in your basement?
way to insult yourself, bro. We're like in a fucking Discord channel. It's like, yeah, we're looking at everyone's member.
Wow.
That's okay. That was me bringing that joke, but I'll apologize, Skygazer. I pronunciated your
What you feeling on
whatever name.
aliens, Skygazer?
Hey, I have a question for Boxy.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah. Way more important.
Boxy X.
What?
Can you hear me, Boxy X? Can you hear me? I think he's probably speaking in the background because he's not replying. Bossy X. No, I'll mute him for now. He's not talking.
He's got a hot mic.
Sasha, you have to reconnect.
Yes,
Sasha, I
I'm
muted
trying.
you because that was really bad noise, Sasha. Just try to reconnect your mic or something.
Matrix made a phone call to him.
That was frightening. That wasn't Sasha. That was another.
Matrix called. They want him back.
Hey, listen this. Listen this.
That was an interdimensional being.
No shit.
Known as the demon.
You know, I met that guy. He's not that bad.
That's what you get for not allowing Sasha to speak his mind. Guys.
If that's how Sasha's going to sound, we need to ban it.
You guys always cut off Sasha when he's trying to bring
Did
a
we try
very important point.
unmuting him? Did we try unmuting him now and see if it's better?
Yes.
All right, Sasha, speak.
Sasha, come back. Come back to us. Come back to the real world.
Mic drop.
Your mic
Much
dropped.
better.
The mic is dropped.
Oh, cool.
Checking my mic.
India, that's dope. Everybody go to see what Indio posted just now about debunking the moon landing with
Where?
Conspiracy Castle YouTube channel.
Debunking.
Jamesy, can I ask you a question?
Oh, it's live.
Yes, you can.
What is the most difficult word to pronounce in English?
Oh my goodness. You got me off guard.
That's easy, man. Come on.
Probably all of them.
Everyone who comes here cannot pronounce that.
Go ahead, say it. I want to try it.
Flat.
Flat? Yeah, that's a tough one. This is a difficult one for many people.
I don't know why, but it's true.
Because it's damaging to their case. That's why. They don't want to say it.
Maybe because after the F is coming L. Yeah, and you don't need to say fl. And maybe somehow your tongue, you're damaging the tongue. I don't know. Flat. You understand? So you need to say fl.
So Skygazer is Icelandic. I gotta ask Drace what's wrong with him. Maybe he knows. Drace or Karma, maybe they can tell me what's up with this dude.
He's just a horse of a different color, man. Like, that's all that is.
What's happened with Bossy X?
No, don't unmute him. I don't know who muted him. Thank you for muting him.
That was empty, I think.
I was eventually going to, but it was too much fun.
But that's not Sasha.
I think we have to play an old clip to confirm that.
We have any Globers come in today, guys? Any heliocentric mindset people? I left yesterday when it got pretty good with that one character was in here. Who was on the roll? I think it was a lot. No.
Who?
Somebody was on the roll yesterday. It was a character yesterday we were talking to. Everybody was there was another guy behind him actually. Earth Curve or something like that. His name was. He had like a yellow avatar.
Oh, yeah,
You guys
that's P Drinker, Earth Curve.
Yeah.
You guys get to talk to him because he was actually chiming while the other guy was being talked to.
He was backing him
I
up.
was,
Basically.
I was pretty sure that was the P drinker, and he didn't stick around now.
Oh, and by the way, the guy who was here yesterday, he's actually a repeat guy that comes in here a lot. But his mic sounded different yesterday, because I distinctly remember hearing him before, and the guy was talking about before that he believes that the Earth is not what we've been told like it is, like the what they tell us that the globe and all that. So he believes in his own cosmology before. So this time, I guess he was really on board with the idea that the Earth is a globe. But he's changed his story often. I don't know why he does that, but yeah, he came in yesterday and was kind of proclaiming that Earth is a globe, and even though I know he wasn't going to answer the 3 questions that I told him because there isn't any, but he was kind of being weird about it.
You talking about the Mayo guy?
Mayo, that's right.
Yeah, Dr. Yusuf something. But someone changed his name here in Discord to Mayo or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but that's the guy. And then behind him was like some other guy named Earth Curve or something. I really wanted to hear what he had to say, but I ran out of time, so I had to log out. And by the way, did you guys have to handle that guy, or because he was chiming in when you guys were talking to Mayo? So I didn't know if you guys spoke to him or not.
Earth Curve?
Yeah.
He's P Drinker. It's the same guy.
Yeah,
It's
he was
different
he was a P drinker. He just came in, talked some shit. We recognized his voice right away. He was gone.
Oh, you wrecked him right away.
Well, we all know his voice immediately. As soon as he talks, everybody knows his voice. We call him the P drinker, and then he either leaves or we ban him, and then he comes back with another name. It's just keep doing it.
He's a glutton for punishment, eh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. That's cool. We got anybody in here that thinks the Earth is a globe? We got who's this? I don't know some of the people in here. Some of the newer flat earthers.
Gemsy, let him back if you want.
You're gonna
he's just sitting in cognis now.
My phone died, so Sacha was saying something, and my phone died, so I don't know what happened after.
Oh snap! He got cocked.
Oh, he got cocked. Why?
No good reason. No.
That guy's been shellacked every now and again. Was that you, Lou?
Yeah, I put the cognis on him. I'm gonna say the excuse is where he typed funny, and then he used the star there, but funny fags. That's the excuse for it.
Okay.
I just don't want to hear his voice for at least 7 days.
Bro.
That's all.
Well, I mean,
just mute him, bro.
Dude, he's freaking dumbass, man. He's a freaking clown.
My phone died, and I was like, I hope no one. I hope no one banned Sky.
Yeah, go ahead. Let him.
I didn't know.
No, he left the server.
No, I didn't know how long it was going to take when we were in here, and I was listening. I was cleaning my dogs downstairs, and I was listening to him. I was like, everybody's jumping on his case like they're gonna wreck him, dude. Because he started coming out talking about rats on the Tesla car, and I was like, oh, dude, somebody's gonna wreck Skygazer. And sure enough, I think was it Glatt or somebody jumped in there and they brought the hammer down. They're like, what are you talking about, man? Are you a Glober? I was like, oh shit.
But the funny part is that he actually wasn't speaking like a Glober. He was like kind of like making it sound ridiculous, and then I guess someone thought that he was speaking for the globe, but he wasn't.
Yeah, but
You can
I guess.
never tell what the fuck he's on about. Like
Yeah,
it
I was gonna say that you can't really you never really can't tell. So you know,
Yeah, you can be sure, but I didn't got that who was speaking for the globe at that moment, but someone did.
what else we got in here? We got the usual suspects, huh? Who's Zach? I don't know who Zach is.
Oh, he's VC verified. Okay.
Zach and Boss CX. Boss CX. Has Kiwi been in here? Haven't seen him. It doesn't make his rounds over here anymore.
no, he definitely does.
Last week,
He was here last night. QE, you ask?
Last
night. Yeah.
He was here like 12 hours ago.
Oh.
No, actually like, yeah, more, no, not 12 hours, like 20 hours ago, yeah.
Different time zones, I guess. To miss.
It was late at night that I saw him in the VC.
Were there any Globers in here at the time he was in here? Because usually he strolls around about the time that there's a Glober that's sitting in here. Who else has come on that's brand new? Anybody else that's new from this group? I know Flatty's been in here, but I've talked to him. He's like what, 3 months in?
Something like that, yeah.
Got Anthony in the house. What's up, Anthony?
Hi, Mickey.
Not too much, brother. What you up to?
I
Relaxing?
am about to take the dog for a morning walk with my son. That's about it.
Sounds great.
We've got a small puppy, and it's harder than the third child, to be honest. Drive me insane.
What type of dog is it?
Springer Spaniel.
Are they medium-sized dogs or what?
Yeah, medium. Small to medium. I'm just on Discord. Go put your shoes on. Let's do this.
There's Boss CX. Boss CX, you're unmuted, brother. Welcome to the server. What brings you here, man? Boss CX, are you there? Hello. He's hot micing again, it looks like. Saying what's up to the crew. What's up, Michael Gleason? Mr. Joshua? Miguel Sosa? Quetz, what's up, man? Haven't heard the buttery tones from Quetz. This is DJ Quetz coming at you live from the 24/7 live Flat Earth server. How's your day been, Elijah? You coming in here listening to the craziness? This thing on?
No, you gotta flip the switch to turn it on.
Okay. There's that better?
No, you got it. You have to be. What do you call it? Sarcastic, I think. Maybe.
You have to press
You gotta
on
like hit them
for
where
it
it
to work.
hurts. Like call them out. Call them out directly. Call them out for what they are. That's what you do. That'll get them.
Or just say a real cheesy joke to get the room going? I flew in from
What I
Chicago.
do, it works.
My arm's tired.
You flew from Chicago and your arms are tired.
Yeah. You don't
Is
get
that
it.
like a chicken speaking or an ostrich? Like if you write it down, will you
Yeah.
illustrate a bird?
It's supposed to be, the reason why it's corny because it's somebody who's saying a joke it's obviously the guy can't fly, but he's talking like he's a bird coming flying from Chicago. Anyways, if I have to explain it, it's not funny.
It is funny.
No, actually, sometimes when you explain it, it's more funny than the actual joke.
Probably more funnier. I don't know.
When I thought about it, the guy imagining he was a chicken. Yeah. But chickens can fly, so I don't know how he made it flying. Maybe he thought he was an ostrich.
Jimsy, you know, there's other
You're on a
birds
flying
out
chicken?
there
No.
that have wings that actually do fly, right? Not ostriches or chickens.
He's talking about the flightless.
Flying
How
like
does a
a
turkey fly
like a
on the
1,000
ball?
miles.
I think you've been hanging around Skygazer too long, Jemsy.
Blue, are you saying there's a chicken that can fly that long? Come on, Lou. Tell me. I want to see this chicken.
Yeah, the goose chicken goes at least 1,000 miles.
Ah, you're talking about a goose. I never eaten goose eggs. I was talking about chickens, the ones that give me the chicken eggs. Those ones.
What are some other migrating birds?
You're talking about goose. I'm talking about chickens.
No, we're just talking about things with
Talking about
wings. Things with wings. That's it. Birds. Miggy's joke.
Here, birdie. Here, birdie.
Lou didn't got my joke. I was just
No, I did get it.
exactly. No,
Not funny.
exactly. No, you didn't get it. I got. Yeah.
No, it's the chickens. I get it.
You know, we all just get
Yeah.
along.
No. Where's the Glober? Save Lou from this
How
one.
about if we take a vote to see who's funnier?
Glad, what's on the agenda, man?
That was supposed to be funny, by the way. Go.
No. Glad can stay muted.
Oh, we're gonna keep Glad muted.
He is muted, but
Flat Earth,
don't
man.
encourage him. Don't encourage him to open his mic.
How else are we gonna get back to Flat Earth? There's got to be one person in
Too
here
late.
to bring it.
Oh no.
Y'all are fucked now. Ready? Flat Earth. Let's talk about it. Come on, guys. You can go anywhere else in the world to talk about anything else. Let's talk about the flat Earth. Glober's
Okay,
listening,
it's flat,
waiting for us to not
level,
talk about the
contained.
flat Earth. Do you hear me, Jemsy? Mute
No.
yourself so it goes on red, okay? Sick of you. Anyway. So there's Globers and anti-flat earthers listening right now. They sit and they just... We talk...
We have to give them content.
Okay? So... Now, they say, what does gas pressure without a container have to do with flat Earth? What say you, panel? Wow. Hold on. Not all at once.
If I could creak like a cricket, I would. But
we have a contained ball spinning around.
Oh, so the globe is contained?
Well, that's the only way, no? But then you go
No.
to the curve and you don't find it.
The claim is gas is a... I just want to know how that...
Is he cutting out for you guys? Or just for me?
You've been cutting out, bro.
Yeah,
Sorry, it's my fucking headset.
That's actually Miggy's fault because he encouraged you to open your mic.
Does he never really has problems with his mic, right? I never hear him have problems except for right now. Every time
maybe he needs a new mic. Glaflobe, I think you need a new mic.
You're right. I need a new headset, but
yeah,
a little better now.
Yes, much better.
I also had to reconnect. You know, it's funny. When I reconnected this time to Discord, my VPN force quit itself. No big deal though.
Don't you have like really good VPNs in Russia?
Yeah, we got better ones here in Soviet Russia than you do in... See, I can't even lie about being Russian.
Holy smokes, dude. I was going to be like, the hell, you're in Russia?
I'm not Russian, no. And I'm not in Russia, and I've never been to Russia.
Just speak Russian.
But hold on, I do wrestle bears.
The YouTube Globers were claiming that Glatt was a Russian spy.
And they don't even get that, my accent, listen, Russian accent does not sound like this. This is cartoon version of Russian accent, okay?
What are you talking about?
So, it's like something in the movie people would make fun of a Russian accent, but then, like, dummy Americans are like, he's Russian agent, yep. Mm-hmm.
Anyway. I think your American accent is pretty good.
Yeah, thanks.
The Russian sounds more natural, but you kind of like play down on this one because you've done way better ones.
Thanks. I think. So anyway, I brought it back to Flat Earth. You guys keep talking about it. I was talking about gas pressure. I got shit to do, okay? Stop talking about me.
Yeah, like fixing your VPN.
Hey, how dare you for having a life, okay?
I don't need to fix my VPN. In fact, I hope they find me. Come have some tea.
Speaking of people that always have good mics, how about me? I always have a good mic.
It actually sounds okay now, Dave. So whatever you're doing, continue.
Dave, I think you need a new mic. Just like Flat.
Anyone know any time anybody's measured directly Earth curvature, please? Someone inform me of this.
Let me check the list. Nope. Maybe Zach. Zach, how are you, Zach? You have a visit verified role, Zach. How are you?
Yo, hello. What's up?
Hey.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Just got home from school.
Cool, man. How was school?
It was good. I mean, we're doing like a new schedule thing, so we have 2-hour classes now. So it's like weird.
So they kind of updated you with the schedule?
Yeah, so instead of having 45-minute classes 8 a day, we have 3 2-hour classes, I think. And then lunch is an hour and a half now.
Okay. So tell me one new thing that you learned today in school.
I'm doing statistics and math, so we have to do like a survey around the school and then make a project on it. So I mean, that's what I was doing most of the day, like taking data.
What's your question that you're asking them?
Planning about the new schedule and planning about what you're gonna do eventually, but you didn't learn anything actually practical today in school, did you?
No, I barely learned anything.
Oh, okay.
What's your question that you're polling them on?
What was your favorite grade in middle school? basically. It's like a simple question.
Yeah, it's very generic. Yeah.
I want to be a cybersecurity architect, so I really only focus on like my IT stuff. But I have to do the other to get to where I want to be. So.
Cool,
Why are
man.
you
Hey,
mashing your buttons so much right now?
Oh, I'm playing
Playing a
League.
game.
yeah, I was gonna say he's playing. What brought you to the server, Zach? Like, cause it's pretty it's a pretty fringe topic for somebody who's just browsing the internet. Like, what brought you to click on it?
So at first I thought it was really stupid, right? Like as a normal person would. And then I came in with a hard head, and then I kind of listened to you guys talk for like a while, and then my head kind of just like the hard wall kind of got broken, and I like now believe that the Earth is flat, rather a globe, because all of my like beliefs kind of got disproven, like that what I was taught in like elementary school and stuff like that. Like all that was lies, and I don't even know why they would teach me that.
Well,
They've been flat smacking everyone at school, or what?
I have a question to ask you, man. Like,
I
which
just
which person in here actually convinced you of that? Not convinced you, but like, what argument did you hear from what person was like, yeah, man, that's what I'm talking about. Like, that really changed my mind. Like, what really
Okay.
brought it home to you?
So I looked at the laser test. I looked at the horizon thing. I looked at the seasons and the sun like pattern. I guess like I kind of observed it in like a figure 8 pattern. Like
Then,
that just makes sense to me. And I also like, how would you see a horizon that far away if the Earth was curved? And I don't really trust NASA anyways, because they're kind of like really suspicious. And I don't know why they would lie to us, but when it's like for money, I guess it makes sense.
Have you
well,
followed
I
what's
mean,
People don't. Go ahead.
no, you go ahead, Lou. I'm just chatting.
have you seen what's
Some
going on?
people,
Oh, sorry.
some people really don't need a reason to lie. You know, pathological liars. Most people have known one sometime in their life. You know, like people just lie just for the sake of lying sometimes.
The main
But
reason for lying is to hide secrets.
Well, I've tried to tell my friends about flat Earth, and they have like the hardest heads ever. They're like, "You're dumb, and you don't. The Earth is a globe," and I'm like, "Prove it to me. Show me where I can go see a globe Earth." And they can't. They have nothing. They're like, "We've been to the moon." Oh yeah, but that's disproven. We don't even know if we've been to the moon, and we definitely haven't been to the moon.
forgive me, but you know, it's like having conversations where people go, "Yeah, we did. No, we don't. Yeah, we did." You know, I realized. I mean, other than geometry and showing somebody that the horizon isn't a measurable distance because it's obstructed by the rate of the ball, so the
And the ball
3.951.
radius
But the
is
thing that I'm
disproven,
thinking
right?
about is it's crazy because even when people talk about the moon landing, like they want to argue things instead of what actually did people all see? Like, how about the event itself? You know, the whole thing where he takes the first step, except the camera's already there, where you can actually see like the golf cart. You can see this aluminum foil thing that they've claimed to go 3 days to the moon in, and it's like, yeah. I showed my stepson, and he was like, "What's that?" And I was like, "That's the actual moon landing." And he was like, "No way." And I was like, "Yeah." So, I mean, all you need to do is like show people actual history, except and not the history that like PBS or some other channel will show you in a documentary. Like, no, go back and go to the library or something. Like, read up on these people, what they've said, the conversations they've had. That's pretty much all you need.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was watching the debate with the two Daves, and um, it was pretty interesting to me. Like, I don't know, the Globers are just kind of like they're more of like it'll hurt their ego if we tell them that the Earth is flat and it's true. I don't know because they
Yeah,
can't.
Vulgar.
talk to somebody and you're like, we didn't go to the moon, and they're like, yeah, huh? That's not a good argument, for the case of they did go, like, or science or NASA, or they throw one word out. That's not, you can't convince somebody, or they say, well, we got these pictures, man. Check it
Mhm.
out. And
Like, show me.
what's that really evidence of? That's, anybody can take pictures. And of course, this day and age,
Mhm.
which you sound like a very young man, so you probably understand you can basically do a lot on the
Photoshop and stuff like
just
that.
crazy stuff. I mean, so that's not really evidence of somebody just agreeing to say, yeah, science, man, duh, don't you know? What's wrong with you, bruh? Like, that's not an answer to a question that should be something that
Mhm.
should be given to you guys. And like, even if you ask a teacher or someone, they should give you ample evidence or some kind of leading information to give you so you can go research it yourself and really figure this whole thing out. Because if it's just something where it's just believe me, I know what I'm telling you, like, no, that's not good enough. Doesn't
Mhm.
pass the smell test. So that's why we demand more in the case of when people are just telling us to just take their word on it. That's not going to work. We are demanding evidence. So that's,
It's more of a belief rather than an observation.
yeah, of course. And if they're going to continue to just tell you to believe them, then at this point, at this day and age, when your mind is already mature enough to be a critical thinker, you can start,
Mhm.
challenging the status quo. You can question things. And what's wrong with that? Because you're questioning, like, why are you suddenly the bad guy? Because all the other sheeple are just like, man, like they believe in everything just on the base of, trusting people just because what they say. Like,
Would you
that's bad.
think it's more of a laziness thing or more like majority says it, so I believe it type thing?
It's kind of like being in a comfort zone. Let's say you're in a social club, right? If
Hmm.
you're in a social club, everybody believes the same thing, everybody's doing right, and then suddenly you're just like, questioning the things that the group is doing. You're like, why do we do this? And like, dude, stop questioning. Just go along. You don't have to. Why are you always questioning stuff? Like, it's complacency. The word is complacency. So if you're complacent, then you're not gonna wonder about other things. You're just gonna be happy in your little, stay in your lane. Don't veer off. Just concentrate on what's in front of you and kind of stuff. And if you want to be curious, this world it doesn't allow for that because your peers will be like pressuring you back into the, like, dude, don't be so dumb, man. Everybody doesn't believe. You're gonna be the only one who thinks the Earth is flat amongst all the rest of us. What is that gonna make you look like? And they pressure you, and so you're just like, yeah, I might as well just not think about it, But what I would say to you is challenge everything, man. Question everything. Because at the end of the day, you're the one that has to live with yourself thinking of all these things. So, I mean, demand evidence, right? That's what we'd say in here.
Yeah,
So,
I've heard discussions with Globers and then you guys. It's kind of funny. They always
oh,
they always make claims that they can't prove. Like that's just what happens. They're like, "Well, this or this," and then you guys are like, "Yeah, show us."
yeah, dude, I'm telling you, the spin stops right here in this server. They don't get very far when they come in here. And I challenge even the professors and the people who claim to be intellects. Come
Yeah, I've
right.
seen that. I
I
definitely.
want to talk. I want to talk to those guys, man, because the people that actually just believe it, like I don't really take fault in those guys. They just believe in it because that's what they've been taught. The ones who actually are up there in their, lofty spaces, talking about like how much knowledge they have of the universe. No, come on in, because we need to have a chat about what you think you're preaching. Because that's what they're doing, bro. They're preaching to all of the people. They're not telling you anything
Yeah,
that's
it's more like a religion.
exactly. And it's crazy because people are gobbling it up and they're just like, "Ooh, we got planets." Ah, check. And you're like, dude, when you look up in the sky, you can't tell what that thing. You're not gonna look through a telescope and see the rocky surfaces on Mars. It's not ever gonna.
Yeah.
Yet that's what they're telling you. They're looking at through these powerful telescopes, and they got these images. And then when you go back and tell them, it's like, hey, did this image come from this telescope? They're like, it's this thing is a compiled. We stacked images, man. Of course you do. You have to do something crazy in order to make what you're saying it is. It's not. You're not going to look directly from a telescope and see the ice caps on Jupiter or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's not going to happen. It's grand leaps of logic, man.
I
And they
guess it seems like more of like a globe cult type thing. I
big
don't know.
time.
So
It's
that's
big.
how I see it.
It's big time, and you're the disruptor when you start asking questions. You're the guy who's shaking things up, and so when that happens, everybody's like kind of like, oh man, dude, we got this guy, man, what's black sheep over here wants to ask questions. You know, you're like
Hmm.
dude, asking if you guys know how the Earth is a globe. You know, tell me, doesn't how who's figured out how the spin of the Earth has been measured? Can you point me to the guy? Like,
Nobody.
yeah, that's the thing. Has an answer, or they'll point you to some obscure idea. Well, do you see the sun moving outside across the sky? Well, duh, that's how we know we're moving. You're like, dude, I watch the sun move from east to west. I'm looking at the thing move across the sky. How do I know the earth is spinning if I'm only watching the sun move? You know what I
That's
mean?
what they say. They're like, well, just look up in the sky. Look at all the tiny lights. Like, what am I supposed to get from that?
Exactly. You're watching the things in the sky move, but you're still. So how can you tell that you're the one moving? That's what they want you to believe. So this whole thing is built on the idea that you have to believe something in order for it to be
Mhm.
true. Not
That's
it's not your base axiom. It's not what you already like what you're observing. It's what they're telling you that's going on. So it's kind of like they paint a picture in your mind, and you got to go along with it because if you say anything outside of it, you're the weird one. You know.
what do you say when Globers say, "Show me your model"? Like, because they have a model and we don't.
Yeah, well, and there's the problem with those guys. They want you to replace the thing that you're telling them that is not true with something else.
A
And
model is just a representation of
right,
like.
well, it's the entire Earth, right? So
Mhm.
they a globe, it's the entire Earth. So we don't nobody, not one single person has ever seen the entire Earth as a whole. It doesn't matter flat or globe. And it doesn't matter who you talk to. If somebody points a picture in front of you and says, "Hey, look, this is the world map," and it's got looks like the flat Earth from the top down view, that's not that is not what the Earth looks like. And if somebody claims that it is, you're gonna have to challenge them and say, "Okay, you showed me this map or this thing that looks like the flat Earth with the pizza thing with the ice ring. Now, how do you guys know that that's actually true?" So you
Mhm.
challenge everything, and if they can't give you an answer to that, then you're saying, "I'm not going to accept it." You know, you can only accept things that you can validate and be able to provide evidence that's true. Otherwise, we're going to be stuck in the same. So the answer to your question is we don't have a model. So
Mhm.
they want you to replace it with something that you can give them, like a flat Earth pizza dish. You know, show them the ring and all that. You don't have to do that. You can just say, "I don't need to show you a model to tear down your thing. I can just tear it down, and we can all be in the same boat. You know, having like wonder and mystery about what this is. You know, this realm that we're in."
Even if you give him a, let's say, a model that wouldn't be the Earth, and they just, some of them do want you to present something like that so they can break it. Oh, this is wrong with your model, and this is wrong with your model, just to break down that straw man that is not the actual soil, the Earth, and the system that we live in.
Exactly.
So they just want to break it down. They want to be like, oh, this is your model? Okay, this is wrong with it. So flat Earth, so the Earth is not flat because your model is wrong.
A lot of the times, it's not worth it to argue with people who opinions just won't change, and they're not willing to listen to another side. What I like to do is I like to listen to both sides, and then I just take no bias. So I go into the argument no bias, and I'm just like, yeah, whatever. And I kind of just take what makes sense to me and what is proven and what has evidence behind it, rather than more of like a belief view. I like the observational view. It's really like more. I guess it just feels more right, rather than believing in something that I don't really that's real.
Hey, you know what's really weird about this whole thing is that you'd find out that the people who claim to be atheists and don't believe in God and whatnot, they're the ones who are more staunch in the position that the Earth is a globe,
Mm-hmm.
a religious, like the whole space and all. They buy
Why
the whole.
is that?
That's crazy, right? Like they're the ones that are who are most entrenched in that whole idea.
Well,
Versus,
because atheism's like you don't really believe in anything, right?
oh,
So,
it would be that nature created itself.
oh,
So
okay. Is that agnostic? Is that where you don't really?
no, it's not really. It's just they don't believe that there was a creator,
Okay.
or that the actual creation created itself. That's kind of their whole
Earth
premise.
spawned.
Yeah, everything just spontaneously emerged from its own self. It created itself. So there was no prime mover, which like what we would refer to as God. So, and that's what we're saying here. It's either a creator or no creator. So they would say no creator. It just big banged out of nothing. And so you're just like left with more wonderment. Like, okay, so you want me to believe that all of this life and this complicated, you know, organisms here happen to spontaneously come from this soup that you're talking about happened long ago, millions of years, which nobody has any record of living that long to verify any of these millions of years. Yet I have to swallow this pill with education that you're giving me, and I can't verify any of this, mind you. So I have to just believe you, take your word on it, because this book says so, that that you believed on, that you studied. You know what I mean? It's just like a domino effect.
I
And
mean,
yeah,
we could just the information that we have could be forged also because we don't really know. Like from all the way back then, we don't really know what happened. So
well, you know, and when you get down to it, you'll hear them say, because we've had professors come in here, man, and they'll say, "Well, this is our best guess." And when they say that, it's like, "Oh boy, you really stepped in it now." Because if you're telling me this is our best guess,
keyword.
guessing, we're freaking guessing at what's going on now, like that. No, I'm not gonna accept guesses. Let's take a wild guess. Oh, this is my best guess. You know what I mean? Like that's it's like if you're going in an airplane ride somewhere and the pilot's like, "Well, this is my best guess of I think where we're going." Like you're not gonna get on that plane. You're gonna be like, no." You know, like you don't know where you're
Oh,
going.
I guess the Earth is a big egg in the sky.
Yeah, that's my best guess. But I mean, well, you know, and they want you to say that that's how science works. You know, it works. It's just the best guess. No, it's not good enough. So
Well,
anyway,
they're ignorant, right?
What's the definition of science?
The well, the etymology for it is to know, but science, as people it today, but don't stick to the method, is the study of the physical and natural world by way of the scientific method, which means you must observe a natural phenomena, then you must hypothesize what caused that phenomena. Then you must do a hypothesis test to confirm or deny that hypothesis.
Wouldn't you
And
call
if that
that
hypothesis has been confirmed, then that's when what you supposed in the beginning is now experimentally true.
so you would call guesses like more like philosophical, I guess? Is that what that means?
guesses or you say
I
guesses?
wouldn't.
Guesses.
Like guesses or like beliefs.
Yeah, if somebody says that they guess that this is what it could be, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Well,
dude,
I mean,
that's really a
so
story. A story time
like
at that point. You know, like that's
Well, I'm going somewhere. Hold on.
the
So,
hypothesis is a type of a guess, but um, they can't just stop there. They have to do the rest of the scientific method also.
yeah, I just, you, that's what I just, yeah.
yeah. You laid that out, Elijah, for sure.
So read this, or you know what? I'll read it. But we're going to put it in context. When it comes to the people that are saying, well, we have science, right? We know. off the back of these other greater physicists in the past, right? So let's put it in context. After I confirm or deny this order, I'm going to confirm that. Money. So the assumption, now what's an assumption? I think everybody knows. The assumption of uniformity has much to be said in its favor. Now we're talking about heliocentrism, the universe, and all that. But we would not expect to find a distribution in which the density increases with distance symmetrically in all directions. Such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous in a sense to the ancient conception of a central Earth. So that's the context. They gave an example. Example is ancient conception of central Earth. The hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome and would be accepted only as a last resort in order to save the phenomena. Therefore, we disregard this possibility and consider the alternative, namely a distribution which thins out with distance. The unwelcome supposition of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. So when you really look at the context, what this means is we've been arguing for heliocentrism because the Catholic Church sanctioned it and wanted that. And so some would question, why is that? Well, he's alluding to the fact that there is no definitive answer because number one, he calls it an assumption. And number two, he says that the alternative is unwelcome. So the question is, why is it unwelcome? Especially since you've already given the context that the alternative hypothesis can't be disproven. As a matter of fact, neither of them can be proven because you can't actually test them. But the bottom line is, he's basically outlining that there's no justification for not thinking that the Earth is in the center, not moving around the sun, like the Catholic Church proposed it did in the 1500s. So, why is it then? Oh, by the way, that was Edwin Hubble. So why is it then they don't want that there's no science behind this, but people come in here saying the science has been saying this when the so-called scientists like Edwin Hubble are specifically stating that there is no evidence.
Uh, I couldn't tell you.
How do you flat earthers explain the gyro compass? I was just in a discussion on a fucking debate server, and these globers were claiming that the gyro compass proves that the Earth is spinning around and that it can't work any other way. And I was asking some flat
Well,
earthers.
doesn't that end with the result being that they think that the earth moves? So that's exactly what I was just talking about, not having evidence for, says Edwin Hubble. I think he knows more than other people who are saying that a gyro is proof,
Yeah, it's
when even
logical.
Einstein also said there is no evidence. So I don't think they know more than the people who have propped this model up and basically built this model on their backs. I don't think they know more than them. So the question still remains, how is it justifiable to think that you're moving around the sun or that the sun is moving in the sky as a result of you rotating?
But before we get to getting into that number, Noah, I think we should talk to Zach. Is it Zach?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming in here, sir, and talking about it. But did you hear what Elijah was saying? Did that kind of
Yeah, yes. That made a lot of sense. I like the I would call it like a quote, I guess, or
Yep.
yeah, I read it. It's pretty interesting. I like kind of question why people would act like this, but like act like
It's a religious belief, man. That's what it is. That's why they defend it like that.
it just really doesn't make sense to me. Maybe because I can't. Maybe because I don't think that way. I guess. But it's just confusing to me why somebody would do that. Like they wouldn't take information in and just
Yeah,
force it on other people.
they like to tell you that the science is never settled, and that's because they're trying to basically be open-minded and accept new information and stuff like that. But no, in this case, it's closed. Case closed. No more inquiry.
And they usually start off with, I'm a person who can like take other people's opinions or observations, and then they just decline it and like deny it.
Well, they claim to be open minded, so to speak.
Yes.
And they are completely the opposite of that.
Define open-minded. It's like, I don't think that's open-minded. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the flat Earth thing should just be a me thing because it kind of like annoys me when nobody listens and they just try to force their opinion on me. So
Always be curious, man. Don't ever give that up.
Yeah,
Don't,
ABC. ABC, always be curious.
yeah. Don't ever yield your curiosity for anyone.
Dang, I think I might start a YouTube channel called ABC.
Always be curious. Yeah, that's got a nice ring to it, man. Anyway,
ABC, it's already been taken, bro. You're too
as
late.
so, Numpty, know what channel were you in where that guy was talking about a gyro being the ultimate standard for finding if the Earth was actually spinning on its axis?
I was in That's Tough TV.
Was it like the comment section, or like what were you arguing?
No, on Discord. Another server on Discord. I just came from over there.
Yeah, they don't want to hear what I just said as a rebuttal to their little gyro game that they think they're playing.
You should invite him over here, Noah.
Should I bring Globers in here?
Yeah,
yes, please.
bring every single one of them.
It's interesting. It's so
Okay,
interesting.
okay. Yeah, I've never invited anyone to this server.
You
But
should. You definitely
before.
should.
You have the
I always run into Globers, and I'm
And
thinking like this whole
invite
server is like,
1,000.
yeah,
We
I'm always
like
running into
proving
Globers, and I'm thinking
Glober's
like,
wrong.
bring a boatload and a busload.
and
Bring
it's
them.
good to know. I'll bring him in. I'll bring him in next time I'm chatting to him.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, that argument's very tired. It's what is it, Elijah? 2016, 2017 recycled argument, the gyro.
Yeah, typically they talk about Bob. And when we
Bob?
say, why don't you just have a conversation with him uh, to understand that Netflix was a hit piece? And it's a shame if you're making your decisions off of a Netflix video. Well, did you look at any numbers? Did they present any numbers? Do you know what the data is, what it said? Like, can you confirm at least on paper that what you saw in that documentary is true? Not a damn person can. They bring it up like they know that it proves something. They bring up a lot of things like they know that it proves something.
That's a pretty good way to just rebuttal that claim. Oh, Netflix documentary about flat Earth. Well said, Elijah.
Oh, they
I
want to
like
talk.
that.
They want to talk about how the gyro is actually showing that the Earth is spinning on its axis.
Yeah,
You know,
basically there's some sort of fucking shit where you like spin it up and then it keeps pointing north, and they're saying that it's moving independently of the spin of Earth, and therefore it's always pointing the same. I honestly I didn't I don't understand it too much. I didn't look into it too much, but they seem pretty confident, and they were like using it
In
as
a
a
in a
rebuttal.
poetic in a poetic
'Cause I was
way, what they're
wait, wait,
saying
wait, wait,
is
wait. Let me finish real quick. Because I was saying like there ain't no Coriolis effect. We never observed shit, and their rebuttal to that was that you're wrong. A gyro compass works off Coriolis effect, or I'm not even sure. They were saying something about some sort of force and pseudo force and shit like that. But basically, the gyro compass is supposed to prove the fucking shit, and they were getting all nuts. And I didn't really know how to respond, so I just kind of like would come back here to ask you guys. You know what I mean?
yeah. So in a poetic way, they're trying to tell you that the gyro deviates because it is detached from the rotating reference frame. Therefore, you see a deviation. That's a poetic way of saying it's not attached to the Earth, and so there's deviation because the Earth is moving. Well, if that's the case, then like Neil deGrasse Tyson said when he famously said, and I quote, well, actually, I can't remember the quote, but it's something about kicking a field goal. And the reason that it made it into the field goal is because the earth spun a little bit. So, as far as Felix Baumgartner, long distance hot air balloon flights, and a number of other obvious reasons, no, the earth is not spinning. And no, you do not see things moving in a straight line appear curved because you're actually moving on a rotating reference frame. That never happens. We never see anything like that in the sky when something is detached from the earth moving in a straight line. We never see it appear to curve. So
Elijah. So how would you like? What if they were like, how do you explain like how the gyro works or something? Like, I don't know. As far
why
as
am
I
I
can,
why am I talking about gyros? The main point is they think that the earth spins like the Catholic priest did 500 years ago. My question is the same as those questions were back then. What's the justification? Because Edwin Hubble just said there is no justification 400 years after they had said it. So when did the science happen? Where's the evidence for that? Gyros existed when Einstein was alive. So what are we talking about here?
There's no justification, Noah. That's what he's saying. So they're trying to shoehorn this idea and make you really, and they'll do it by probably over talking you or making you feel like you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to the gyro. But what is their justification? What are they trying to say? Are they saying because the gyro does something, the Earth is spinning? How are they making the correlation? What does it all mean? Like you gotta ask these questions and keep. Once you keep poking holes, they're gonna run out of gas. They're gonna be like, dude, why don't you just believe? And they'll get to that point. You exhaust them when you start asking them for that. Don't just tell me that you see something happening. Oh, magically the Earth's spinning. Great. How did you make that grand leap of logic from something spinning to now the Earth is spinning? That's wonderful. They wouldn't last here like not even 10 minutes, dude. None of those guys.
Is there a globe or Earth Discord?
Yeah, but they're full of trolls and whatnot.
well,
So
gem pandas.
I wouldn't go there if I were you, man. There's no.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. There's really no like that place is fucking cesspool.
Oof.
Place is a shit show.
I just want to hear their claims.
Who, chimpanzees?
Oh, just being here long enough, man. I trust me, you will hear them. Just being here long enough. They straggle in once in a while. They'll straggle on in here.
I heard
I
Danny
would I would
Faulkner
I
in
would
here.
say go ahead, go in gym pandas. I would say see how far you get, see how much you learn.
Yeah,
I encourage it.
you won't learn shit, dude. You be in there for 10 minutes. Once you question anything, they're gonna all dogpile you and start insulting you. I guarantee that's what's gonna happen.
Oh, dude, I bet money on that. I would bet money on that. Yeah,
Like, they're not gonna really care who you are. But if you say anything that's like slightly conspiratorial in any way, they're gonna start trying to fuck on you. It's kind of funny.
Yep. Yeah, it's just a big old.
Like I said J.K. Rowling's didn't write Harry Potter, and Gem Panda muted me for 15 minutes and yelled for 15 minutes straight, dude. It was like I thought his head was gonna explode, dude. Like I was laughing the whole time. It was hilarious. Imagine getting that mad about Harry Potter.
That's par for the course for their paradigm.
What is that, Mexican song?
My bad. I wonder what they would say if I showed them that the Matrix wasn't written by the Wachowski.
Dude, that's the thing, is like if you claim that, dude, like I would fucking like dude, you should have. All I said was that like I was like talking to someone, I was like in there, and I was like, yeah, J.K. Rowling definitely didn't write that shit. She's supposed to be some poor single mom on welfare, yet it has all this esoteric knowledge, is written so well, blah blah. So I'm like explaining my points, right? Out of nowhere, I just go on mute, and Jim Panda just starts yelling, and he's yelling for like 15 minutes, like, haven't heard of esotericism before. And I was like, dude, this is hilarious.
Oh, that's a good gem too. That's good. A gyro proves the Earth spins.
This
I mean, come
this
on.
move this music actually bumps right now.
Oh, you listen to my people's music?
Yeah, I'm at this Los Tacos Hermanos.
Hey, that's my people.
Yeah, and Jim.
They're good too. They're good. All right, I'll go on mute. Sorry.
Yeah, before Miggy starts singing the song.
I don't know that tune. I don't recognize it.
Did you hear for spherical triangle?
No, what's that?
Spherical triangle? That's a good one.
No, man, that was on Jim Panda. They were asking me for this. You didn't, Sasha, hear for spherical triangles? And I said no. And I said, like,
oh my! Those guys are all upside down, aren't
like
they?
you are idiot. You know, I was idiot in the end.
Mindfuckers, man.
I gave Stack the link to the server, so he might try it.
You want me to go on the VC and listen?
No, you know what's good? Ask him this. Ask him, can we know anything 100%? You'll throw him in a tizzy. We can't know everything 100%. There's no way we can know on things. You're like, dude, I'm 100% sure I'm sitting down right now. I'm 100% sure I got a computer screen right in front of me. There's a lot of things I can be 100% sure on. What do you mean it can't be 100% sure? That's because that's how they work, man. They work. There's this guy, I kid you not. He says, I'm 99.9% sure that the Earth is the globe. I kid you not. That's exactly what he said.
I'm 99.9. Hey, what about that 0.1%?
He doesn't know. So what's? I'm just like,
listen.
I don't know. I mean, fine. I mean, if they want to believe that, that's just you'll never know anything. And then he's like, that's how science works, man. We can never know anything. Shut up, dude.
So if I open the door of my fridge, does that mean I'm 99.9% I opened it and then closed it?
That means that you could have opened it, but you didn't know. Maybe you might not have.
So how did the milk got here? If
I'll be
I
right
didn't
back.
open
I'm gonna
it?
go listen into the server.
Have fun.
How did the milk go to my hand if I didn't open the
Please,
fridge.
please ask questions. I'm gonna come over there with you because
Oh my
I
god!
really would like a laugh.
Ask him. Ask him that.
I want to go
Please
there.
ask them questions because you need to
Ask him the
learn.
one I just told you. Just remember, can we know anything 100%? Just ask him that. That's it.
Ask them to define woman.
Oh my god, bro! Just be you. Ask the questions that you have, and be you, bro. And maybe ask the one about the 100%. Can we know anything? But ask your questions if they allow you, because I don't know. I might jump in there if you do.
Didn't Ben Shapiro cover that topic well when someone got
By the way, they already know you're coming too. They monitor the stream.
Oh, they do.
Someone there already knows.
Hit the alarm button.
Zach is there.
You they are organized so well.
They got one ear to the 24/7 server, don't they?
Damn. I think Ben Shapiro went through that topic about how do you define a woman. If someone listened to that before, no? Or aware of that? Debate? No?
I haven't heard it quits. You talking about the Ben Shapiro one? No,
Yeah.
I haven't heard it.
He explains it to a person who asked him that question.
You guys been following the rocket, the Artemis 1?
Arcturus? John?
Yeah, Artemis 1. They roll on March 17th. They were going to roll out this wet, dry rehearsal of the mega moon rocket. And it's been nothing but technical problems from the very beginning. Like, they couldn't even get it out of the assembly building. Then they couldn't get it on its transport thing. They got hit by lightning. And then there was another delay. Then there's a part missing. Then there was some sort of check system failure. Like the system that checked the system had failed. But it was a design fail. But it wasn't a design fail. But it was anticipated. Then they tried to fuel it. And there was a leak. But they decided to fuel it anyway. But it leaked again. Then they waited a couple days and rescheduled, but the scheduler scheduled a schedule. So they refilled it again and it leaked again. Then they waited like a week to figure out what happened, and they figured out what happened, but they didn't. And they tried to fill it again, and it leaked again. And then they just ran out of nitrogen. So now they're going to disassemble it to find out what happened.
You're coming in a little low, just so you know.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of getting that from people. I'm not sure what's going on. I guess it'd be better than too loud.
Oh wait, you sound better now.
I was going over some of the numbers with the coworker at work today, just for laughs. Like I brought up just the fact that like 1 trillion seconds is almost 32,000 years. And he was like, "Huh?" And he like did the math on his phone quick. Like, okay, like, and then I had him. I was like, "Now look up how far away, or look up how far a light year is." And then so he looked that up, and that was what, like 12 point something odd billion miles is a light year. So you take that times whatever, just it really helped to put things into perspective, just how ridiculous like these distances are that they claim that they're seeing and everything. Like, he thought it was good.
Did you get your money's worth, Elijah?
No, they were talking about Elon Musk and cars and whether he's the most valuable in the world or not. I don't know. For cars.
Sounds like Skygazer maybe tripped that question over there.
Huh?
You should send him Skygazer. Send in the Skygazer. He's like the secret weapon and whatnot. He's just in there to disrupt conversation and get them all like off kilter.
Sasha, that's not meatballs. What is that?
So it's a big flop. So if people ever tell you, like, hey, NASA went to the moon 50 years ago, tell them they can't even put a rocket together, roll it to a launch pad, and then fill it up with fuel. They can't even get it off the ground. It won't even lift one. They can't even get 1 foot off the ground. Talk about 240,000 miles.
Yo, you guys said for me to invite globe earthers.
Yeah.
I just invited one here. Wait, he's supposed to be I don't know if he's voice verified yet or not. Where is he? He said he was gonna hop over here right now. He wanted to have a discussion with you guys and see what you guys were like. Can't see him though.
What's his name?
It's like Aztec or something. I don't see him in the chat right now. I don't know if he's voice verified.
He's in here right now.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
He's from That's Tough, right? That's Tough TV.
He has a lizard. Oh, yeah, there he is. Aztecs. Yeah, right there. ATZTEX. As I don't know. Yeah, there you go. I'm actually invite fucking globe earthers here since you guys said that's okay because I enjoy the debate.
Bring them all in there, man.
Hi guys.
What's up, man?
So I'm on my last few cigarettes and it's getting late. So if you have half an hour or something, like I'm not into a full-fledged debate now. But if you have some good talking points, I'd like to hear them.
Well, the Earth is not a globe, for starters. So there's a lot of people who have the mindset that it is. They think that the Earth has curvature, that it spins on its axis, and that's the vacuum of space is a reality. So what say you?
I would agree with all of that, yeah.
Okay. And we'll start with the first one. Why would you think that the Earth has curvature? How, when, and where was the curvature of the Earth measured? By whom?
Well, the horizon is a good start.
Okay, so we figured out that the horizon was a good start to measure the curvature of the Earth. Is this correct?
I don't know, but the horizon is at least a good indicator that there's something in the way.
See, here's the issue. When you say things like we don't know or I don't know, that's not a good place to start. We have to know, sir, if the Earth is a globe or not. So if we're starting off with I don't know or we don't know, we have to figure out how can we find this information out that we know. Because maybe you don't know, but perhaps somebody else does. So where in history or whom has figured this out? Do you know?
The question is what like the horizon is basically the phenomena, and now the question is what is the reason for that?
No, I think
reasoning would be,
yeah, I see where you're going with that, but the question remains like here's the issue, right? We've known for at least 1,000 years, according to the globe rhetoric, that the Earth is a globe for at least 1,000 years. So we're talking about not what you think, but people a long time ago already established this and given it to all of us. So now we're handed this information. So how do we know, when did they figure it out that the Earth is a globe and then propagated that information to today where we are?
Well, I would say the biggest starting point is celestial movement, because two rotating celestial poles are easy to explain with a globe.
Okay, so who discovered this? I didn't hear the first part. Who discovered this?
I don't know who discovered that.
Once again, I don't know. So
Yeah,
we're
well,
back.
why is it? I mean, it doesn't change the fact.
Oh no, it does, sir.
Me not remembering
The
names
thing about
is
no, no,
not an argument.
right, but the thing in question is how did this begin? Because if you know that the Earth is a globe because of X, Y, and Z, is irrelevant to how we understand it to be from the knowledge that we've obtained from previous times. So
It actually isn't.
if somebody's
Because
given me this information as to look this up, okay, well, I'm looking it up in a book. It says that the Earth is a globe because of X, Y, and Z. Where did that information originate? And so we're going back to the original source. So I know what you're saying, but I need to know how we already know that the Earth is a globe. So we haven't established that yet. And the fact that you're saying I don't know is a
okay.
real concerning.
No. I didn't say I don't know whether or not the Earth is a globe. I said I don't know who first thought of
Right,
it.
right, and this is the
And I
glaring.
don't think it's important because look, now if you take I don't know, let's say Aristotle or something,
Okay.
and you say okay, he was the first one. Sure, maybe he was the first one to write it down. Was he really the first one who thought of it?
No,
Maybe
I
someone
don't know. I'm asking
10,000
you.
years.
You have to give me. See, here's the deal.
See,
Like
now you said I don't know.
yeah, I'm asking. Here's the thing. I'm asking you because you know, right? I don't know. You know. So by me asking you, okay, so you got to tell me. Because see, here's the problem. The burden of proof lands on the one who makes the claim. So the claim is that the Earth is a globe, and so
Yeah.
those who say, "Hey, I know that the Earth is a globe," okay, now you got to tell me how you know the Earth is a globe. And you said Aristotle. You brought that up.
No, I didn't.
First,
I said
no.
two celestial rotating poles.
Is this what Aristotle said?
I have no idea. Why does it matter? Two celestial
Because we
rotating poles.
have to find the
So
origin. Okay, I'm going to say this again. We have to find the origin of the information. So if I don't know how it started and you don't know how it started, then why are you saying two celestial poles right now? So we don't
there
know.
two
We
celestial
don't
poles?
know. Okay, between you and me, we don't know who originated the information. So we're in the sense of like now you're just making stuff up.
What if I am the
Can't take
source of
you
the
on what you're
information?
saying, right?
What does it make a difference?
Because we all have learned this information, right? It's in the textbooks. It's been taught to us, and you can't disagree with this because you know what I'm saying is true. It's been taught to us. We learned this information, and professors are teaching it. I mean, it's just learned. It's everywhere in school. Everybody knows this. Now, that being said, you can't disagree with that. Now, I'm asking you this pertinent question because you have to tell me if you know that the earth is a globe, where this information came from. Because if you don't know and then you just start telling me, hey, well, I can look at a horizon. No, I can't accept that because what you're telling me and how they found out the earth is a globe is two different things. Do you understand? So I need to know where this information originated from that you're telling me that you have this idea that you can look at a horizon. Because if you didn't have the notion that the earth
I
was a
got
globe,
your point. I got your point. All
okay,
right.
let's discover how this information was actually understood to be known that it's a globe. So back to the question, right?
All right. Let's say what would be worth more if you can test it yourself, or if you take the word of another guy.
The first step is how do we know that the earth is a globe? This is the first step. So if we're going to make any assumption or we're going to do any test, why would we even do such a thing if all of the base axiom, which means that if I look at the earth as it is now, it doesn't look like a globe. So obviously somebody in the very beginning that started this whole thing had said, hey, the earth is a globe. Now we need to know why that was even being said in the first place. That's interesting, right?
Okay,
Because
all
if
right.
I can't,
So why was it said in the first place? Good question. So
right?
maybe
Go
someone
ahead.
looked at the sky and realized that at certain points the stars rotate in one direction, and at another point the stars rotate in another direction.
Correct. Now, so are you making this up or are you getting this from some source that you're telling me? Because I need to know. If it's a source, can you please cite the source, put it in the live stream voice text so everybody can see where you got the information from that you're telling me right now. The reason why people know the earth is a globe is because somebody looked at two celestial poles and that's how we understand the earth is a globe. So now, sir, the burden has to be on the one who's making the claim. The claim is that two celestial poles are in motion. So now we need to know where you're getting this information from. Please cite that source, because we all got to know where the source came from.
Okay, so are you doubting that there's two rotational, two rotations?
But I'm not doubting. What I'm saying is, if you have, listen very carefully. If you have the information, present the information.
Well, I've been to the southern hemisphere, and I've made long-time
Where
photography.
is?
And
Yes, this is you saying words, sir. You are saying words. That's great. That's great that you're saying these things. But if we haven't established how this information came to our doorstep in the first place, or how we even know about it, then why would I even believe your X, Y, and Z information you're telling me?
okay,
So
so that means you don't think that there's two celestial rotational poles.
Listen, this is a red herring. Okay, this isn't a question we need to answer at all. Here's the thing: when he said, "How do you know it's a globe?" Who, if you're going to suppose that it is a globe, and now you're going to look at these other things to infer that that means that it's a globe, the first thing you need to do is confirm who said it was a globe, how they knew it was a globe, was it a measurement, was it an assumption? This is what we want to know. If it was an
Okay,
assumption and it
so
was
first
never
of all, yes,
verified, then
yes.
that stop. If it was never verified, then that means they didn't know. That means we need to figure out when someone did measure it then and when someone did know. So I'm pretty sure that it wasn't Aristotle or Eratosthenes or any of these people who was talking about poles.
Correct.
So we're trying to figure out how they knew because we're going off of their word. So how do you know?
I know because I can test it for myself, not
no,
because
that
someone said
you're
it.
not answering.
That's the
So
point.
you're avoiding. So what you're doing right now is avoiding the question, right?
If you ask me who said it first, I cannot answer that. If that is really your answer, your question, my honest
How you can test
answer
it?
must be
How
I
you
don't
can
Hold on,
know.
test it?
Joshua. Hold on. So, Aztec, please, all I want you to do is to answer the question. And if you don't have an answer for the question, it's simply say, I don't know,
I
which is
just said that.
suffice. It would suffice for you to say that. But if you don't know, please say so. If you do know, then tell us. This is all we're asking.
Okay,
So,
so the question is who said it first, right?
so, sir, do you know? Yes or no?
Who said it first? That's the
No,
question.
who said it? Who measured it first and publish it? That
Yeah,
is the numbers.
he does understand because Elijah already told him. So we need to know, sir, if you know yes or no. Just simply,
Who said it first? I have no idea. No.
thank you. You have
That's
no
the,
idea. Therefore,
that's
the
all.
case stands. Therefore, the case stands that whatever else you would say about the curvature of the earth or how you ascertain that has no relevance as to how you've began to even think that the earth is a globe. Because that
So
thought even in your mind until that was fed information to you by secondhand information and then given to you, and now your perception of the world around you is a globe. So now when you look out into the horizon, you're like, it's a globe. Well, how did you even think about that thought in the first place? Well,
mm,
what? You were fed this
may
information.
I ask you a question? So let's say I tell you water is boiling at 100 degrees Celsius,
Irrelevant. That's a non sequitur.
and
We're not
you test it for
irrelevant.
yourself.
Sir. We're not talking about water boiling. We're talking about the shape of the earth, which is in fact the thing that we're speaking of, and directly speaking of is the curvature, is specifically hyper specific. We're talking about curvature. We are not talking
The,
about boiling water. We're not talking about frogs jumping out of the water. We're not talking about fish or birds. We're talking about the
the
curvature
question is, why does it
of the
matter?
earth.
Why does it
It's
matter who said it
it
first? Why
does
is
matter.
that so
Listen,
important?
if you don't think that it matters that we find out where the information came from, then why would you even think that the Earth is a globe in the first place, sir?
Because I
Why?
can test it.
Why would you even want to test it if you've never even known what the Earth is? Why would you even think about it? Because when we look out onto the Earth, we don't assume that the Earth is a globe. By no
That's
way,
a
shape,
good point.
or form does the Earth present itself as a globe.
I mean,
Why
that's
would
a
you
good
do
point.
that?
So if you strive for knowledge, what you should do is test it.
Why would you? Do you understand what I'm saying? Why? What makes you? What gives you the inclination that you have to go and test something if there was no knowledge to in the beginning that the Earth was
Okay,
of any shape?
let's say I have no knowledge at all, and now I'm getting the choice: it's a ball or it's flat, right?
No. Where did you get this dichotomy from? Where did the dichotomy even originate from? Why would you even think that? I'm challenging. So this is what I'm doing. I'm challenging your every move so that you can realize that that thought was actually implanted and you were indoctrinated to know that the Earth was a globe. So your
If you want to
indoctrination.
reinvent the
So
universe, you have
listen,
to start from scratch.
listen. No, what I'm telling you is that you haven't challenged the idea that the Earth is not a globe because you've only been indoctrinated to know that it is. So your idea coming into this argument is I don't have to know where this story originated from. All I have to do is believe this story and then
No, that's not
regurgitate
true.
what I think I know from that, I gleaned from that story. I don't have to know how it originated or what they did to know, how they became to know that it was a globe. All I have to do is say,
I
hey, I can just look
100%
out onto
disagree.
the horizon. Listen, all I can do is look out onto the horizon and then make my declaration and say, hey, it looks like a flat horizon, but I'm going to tell you it's a globe. No, that's not going to work. We're not going to
Did
take
I
you on what you say.
put words in your mouth?
What do you mean? Do you put words in my mouth? What when
Did
that
I put words in your mouth? Yes or no?
when did it when does it what does this have to do with what we're talking about?
Why do you do it then for me? Because I never said that. What
What
you're just quoting me, and I never said that. I
what
never
did you
said. I just took someone's word for granted, and therefore I believe the Earth is a globe. I never said that.
Okay. Then go ahead and tell me.
Tell
Go
you
ahead.
what? I told you. You can test it. If you're presented with anything, if you're presented with a claim, you can test it.
Okay, so how did you test it? Go ahead. How did you
Again,
test it?
you can see two celestial rotating poles.
We're talking
Who
about
can
Earth's
see
surface.
who
Say
can
again?
wait a minute. Who can see two celestial poles? What are you talking about?
Well, everyone
Who
can
can
see it.
see
Who? I
everyone can?
cannot. I
Okay,
If you
cannot.
go
one
to
second.
the equator, you
One
can
second.
take
One
a
second.
long-time photography, and you will actually
No,
see
no, no, no,
on
no, no,
one
no, 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 no,
picture.
no. You made a claim. No, one second. I'm gonna break down your ridiculous claim. You can see two celestial poles. That's the most ridiculous statement I think people have ever made. How
Oh,
can you
really?
witness two celestial poles? Go ahead. How can you witness two of them?
Points of rotation, if you will. Is that
I
valid?
don't care. I don't care how you. How can you witness both of them?
If
Go
you
ahead.
are close, let's say you are
Hmm.
near the northern hemisphere, like far north, you can clearly
Yeah.
see that everything is rotating around a point. And if you're going south, you can clearly see everything is rotating to a point. But
So when can you see
they
both of
are,
them?
well, you can't see the two poles at one point, but you can see if you're, for
Well,
example,
that's what
close to
you
the
just said.
equator.
You just said I can see two rotating poles.
I never
So you're
said you
making
can see them at the same time.
that. Well, you're the
I
one
never
that's
said
making
that.
these claims. I don't know what you're. How am I supposed to know what? It sounds like you said. You can see two rotating poles. So
Yeah,
what am
you
I
can.
to make of this?
I thought that's what he meant too, by the way, just to jump in there. I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but I swear that's what he meant. Just to, so that he don't like nobody's trying to pick on you, sir, but that's really what I thought you said too.
Yeah, if
I
we're
mean,
playing
you
this game of
play
if we're
semantics
playing
games,
this
so
game
tell me.
of you no, if we're playing this game of you're starting from scratch with the universe and this, that, and the third, that's what you said, right? Then you have to build this in a way that makes logical sense. You can't just say two celestial poles. Somebody's gonna say, What's that?
I mean, fine. We
What's
can we
two
can
poles?"
completely rebuild the universe. We can do that step by step if you
So
want.
okay, so I would like to see how you would do that too.
Yeah. Starting with the
Okay.
curvature. That's the base axiom
Well,
for
well the,
the
the curvature
literally
is
the
not
foundation
really
on
the
which you
start of.
stand on.
Well,
It's literally the foundation. So go from how you
station
know the Earth has any curvature.
there are
Okay.
four. four
Man,
basic forces in the universe. And we call
Mickey,
them
can I?
gravity, we call them electromagnetic, the strong nuclear force, and the weak
We need
nuclear
the
force. Even
curvature
though
of
there's
Earth
some
first. You're like 25 steps ahead. We're talking about Earth curvature. Why are you moving on that far?
I thought we were going to reinvent the universe.
No, we're not skipping steps here. It's Earth curvature. We need a measurement. Do you have it?
Well, I mean,
What?
you know, it's crazy because that's a dead end too. When we're talking about reinventing the universe, then the only thing that he would think would be an original thought is the thoughts of those religious folk before him.
Yeah.
Because
So
his whole idea is that we're moving. So he has basically the same cosmology. He thinks he's going to build it. But anyway, that's irrelevant. The guys
he's
are right.
no, you're right,
You
man.
need to.
He's borrowing. He's borrowing from what's already been said. So you're already you can say, dude, you're just borrowing from what some other guy said. How are we reinventing everything and starting from scratch if you're just borrowing someone else's words? Because that's what he's doing. He's just borrowing
What
that guy.
exactly did I borrow?
Yeah, you didn't think of any of these thoughts originally, did you? Did you originate these thoughts?
You didn't tell us how these forces were uh how these forces were discovered, right? You said
Nope.
there's fundamental. Okay, well, if you're building and as a man, and you would have to figure it out first. What are you starting out as God?
Bit of a pickle, isn't it? When you can't have original thought.
I'm so sorry I dropped for some reason.
Convenient.
So like,
Well,
that's
I can't help it. I don't know.
God. So in the beginning of the universe that you're going to figure out. So are you creating it or are you figuring it out like supposedly?
Elijah roboting, bro.
Have to tell it.
Elijah, you're
So
roboting.
yeah, you're roboting. But the thing is, you still have to work with what you got, right? Like reinventing the universe doesn't mean inventing a new one. It means having what you got and figuring out how it works from there.
Mickey,
That's what you meant, I think.
Can I ask you one question?
What's up,
You
Sasha?
said, yeah, he said that could be tested. Okay, they say that Earth has dimensions. Do you know the dimensions of the Earth?
I don't know them precisely.
But they are saying it's like in kilometers. How you count in kilometers or in miles?
I don't know. Whatever suits you best.
Okay, 25,000 miles. And they are saying that is sphere of 25,000 miles.
In diameter.
Yeah. And
okay.
And there is with that diameter, the radius is 3,959 miles.
Okay.
And with that radius, every distance after how to say 8 inch per mile squared, Earth is dropping. That is the math.
Say again.
8 inch per mile squared.
Okay. Yeah.
Earth
Elijah,
is dropping.
dropping. Elijah, I'm gonna dip out, man. So
What that means is that sir, is that 1 foot above the horizon, the geometric horizon to your sphere edge can be no further than 1.225 miles. At 1 foot.
Did you understand till now that thing?
Okay. So.
And now you said, when you said we can test it at its sphere, we did it the same thing. Okay, let's test it and let's see if is that right. And you know what? That horizon on 1.22 miles, it's 10 miles and further.
The horizon is 10 miles and further.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
And every observation showing there is no any drop there in distance.
Well, why isn't it 1,000 miles though?
the Guinness.
It doesn't matter. You said it doesn't matter. You said you could test it, and the claim is that it's a sphere of specific dimensions. When that's tested, no, it's not. Doesn't matter after that. So what do you have to say to the debunking of the entire globe?
I have
Because
not yet.
it would have to be something else. We can pretty much talk about what about other things after you've conceded that if we've
Okay,
tested
please,
if we've
please.
tested because you said the horizon, right, as if it's some point of measure, right, like if you had a tangent to a tangent point on the globe, right, if you were observer at say 6 foot off the ground, right, at sea
Okay.
level, then the horizon would be around 3 miles and change. Except that's not true either. We have observations of that. We have observations of plenty. And the bottom line is no, it's not the geometric edge of a sphere with that radius. Period. Do you concede and thus want to talk about the possibility of other religious models or what?
Okay, I'm not playing dumb here. So there's
I
you know what a bell curve is, right?
Listen, how's that relevant?
I will explain. Do you know what a bell curve is?
You
How
got
is
to
it
stop
relevant?
answering questions with a question, sir. I'm
It's
sorry,
not
but this is
relevant.
No. I'm
super
trying to get
frustrating.
to a
You've been
point
doing
here.
this the whole time, sir. Somebody asks you a question and you skirt the question. You just ask your own question. That's getting a little frustrating
Okay,
for me as a
okay.
listener.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it's
I'm not
Yes, we
asking
know
simply
what a
you.
bell
not.
curve is. Carry on.
Okay, so if you have, like, the claim is the horizon should be, let's say, around 3 miles away if you're 6 feet high, right? So now you make these observations, and turns out the horizon could be further away and it could be closer. Why though won't the horizon be way further or way closer? Why doesn't that happen?
What
Like
does
I
that have?
said,
Sorry, fire stuff.
that's non sequitur to proving the geometric claim of a horizon of a sphere with the radius of
Well,
3,959
I need you
being the
to
distance of
understand.
1.2 times the. Do I have to
I
mute
need you to
you? And
understand
do I
that
have to
there's
mute you
a
in order to get to the end of my sentences? Is that necessary?
I think you already made your point.
No, is that necessary? Because if you don't comply, I'm going to mute you. So you're either going to answer and be reasonable, or I'm just going to mute you and say it anyway.
Go ahead.
So if we're testing the claim that the horizon is a consequence of a sphere with the radius of 3,959, and that the formula tells us that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and then it's not geometrically obstructing anything based on that calculator, then it's not a sphere of that radius, period. Now, do you concede?
So first of all, the formula you give me seems to not represent a circle. It seems to represent a parable.
Oh,
So
that's really silly because it actually represents the distance between your line of sight and the tangent to a circle. So you are actually completely incorrect.
say the formula again, because I've heard this
1.2
formula
times
in
the
there.
square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance to the horizon.
Do you know?
Okay.
Do you know which formula is that?
So do you concede or not?
Concede to what?
Concede that the model is that there is no geometric horizon for that size of sphere.
I mean,
Seeing is
that's a
that
mathematical formula. In reality, it doesn't always
so
comply
is the
to
mathematical
simple
formula
mathematics.
telling us that the horizon isn't geometric, yes or no?
I would say no.
Okay,
If I
what's your
don't,
justification for saying no?
I would say the formula implies a perfect, let's say, ideal scenario without refraction, without
No,
topography.
we're talking about the distance to a physical obstruction. Like if there was a building, right? If there was a building 3 blocks away and it was in front of a library, then it would just be in front of the library 3 blocks away. That's it. There's no ideal anything. It's a measure of where obstruction of your line of sight is. Is there a geometric obstruction of your line of sight as per what the formula tells us or not?
Well, yes.
Okay, justify that it's not been disproven then.
Wait, you just asked, is there geometric obstruction?
And you
yes, there
said
is.
yes. So that just goes back to my original question. Justify how it hasn't been falsified. Because you said no.
It hasn't been
Do you
falsified.
concede? Do you concede that using the formula, you cannot determine that the horizon is geometric? Do you concede? Yes or no?
No.
What's your justification for saying no?
Because the formula implies the ideal
The
conditions.
formula implies that there's obstruction based on your height above a curved surface.
Yeah,
That's what it implies.
And
that's what it implies.
Yeah, it's true, isn't it?
Well, I give up, guys, because I can't talk to someone who's not going to be reasonable.
Yeah, I gotcha. So listen, sir.
Before you carry
so
on,
you
Sonny,
you said
sorry.
okay. Go ahead,
Before
Chris.
you carry on, because I was trying to get in before Elijah, and he carried on. Why did you mention a bell curve? What does that have to do with this?
So
sorry,
I was doing something.
go on.
So if you have your measurement, right? Let's say you measure you have your area, whatever. That doesn't matter, topography or light scattering. You're measuring a certain point in the distance, and you're determining the distance, and it's not exactly the distance you come up with this formula. Why could that be? Well, it could be because of refraction. It could be because of topography. It could be because of uncertainty in your measurement. It could be because of some measurement errors. The thing is, you will never get a result that is to the far left or the far right of this bell curve. You will always have 99% of the measurement that comply with this formula in the middle. That's why you wouldn't have, you can't measure Mount Everest
you're
from
actually
the Rocky Mountains.
misunderstanding the point of bell curves. So a bell curve is normally a distribution of statistics.
Exactly, it's statistically.
But this has got nothing to do with statistics.
Yes, it does, because
No, it doesn't.
Take for example the black swan. You know the black swan, right?
Yeah.
And at the black swan, you have the horizon, the waterline that is, I don't know, like X miles beyond the probable horizon. You know what I mean?
So you're saying that there should be an average, say, mean prediction of where the horizon is, and that you're saying that basically within the first kind of standard deviation is what you'd expect, and if it's outside of that, then it would be maybe a heavy refraction date. I understand what you're saying. I'm telling you that you're fundamentally misunderstanding what bell curves are for.
Why? Why though? Because
bell curves. Why ask me a question and then not wait for the answer?
I'm sorry. It was a.
Do you want the answer, or do you want to just talk?
No, just go for it.
Okay, cool. So normally a bell curve is used to plot out what is average within a set of data, right? So you might say we've analysed the intelligence of 1,000 people, or we've analysed the height of 1,000 people, or we've analysed the running speed of 1,000 people. The average is this. Most people tend to cluster around the mean. These people are kind of a little less popular, so they're on the outskirts, and this is the bell curve, right? So it's just to present a set of data, what's normal, what's not normal. That's all it's there for. You don't use it for instances like this. You use it for sets of data.
Yes. Now imagine you make 1,000 observations, and some of those show that the horizon is 20 miles away. It will only be a fraction, a small fraction of the results.
Okay, wait, this is too far into the weeds. Nobody's making 1,000 observations. This has nothing to do with statistics. Nobody's doing this. No one's statistically measuring the horizon.
So actually,
let's take the black swan, and the black swan is only
let's
one
do take the black swan. You're
that
right.
shows that the horizon is further away. But there's a billion pictures where the horizon is
but look, see, my problem with this, my problem with letting him do this is,
I don't think we should.
listen, it's not let's say that the claim is wrong, because that's what he's saying without saying it. When the moment you're saying, let's say the horizon is further away, that's the argument that it is further away.
Yep.
That's the argument.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what I said. He's not understanding the point of bell curves, and he's misapplying it here.
No, I got
It's
something that'll
being,
crush
it's being
it.
done on purpose, though, is what my contention is. It seems like, I don't know, this guy just doesn't. He's not interested in what we have to say. I feel like.
Yeah, but anyway, it doesn't matter. It's fine.
Make the black swan observation. These oil rigs. Make the observation at different days, at different weather, at different.
Yeah, that has been done. Do you understand that you're bald? Do you understand?
Can I? Okay.
And you will see that.
Okay. So I don't feel like I was able to really flesh out where I was going with this. So
Okay,
can I
go
do
ahead.
this for
Go
like
ahead,
2 minutes? Okay.
I wanna hear-
So
I
you're
wanna-
making the argument that this exists on a bell curve of maybe this might be an abnormal sighting for that day, right? So first of all, you don't actually know that because you don't have the data. So that's the first thing to say. You are hoping that that's true, but you're not actually presenting the data to prove that that's true. The second thing to mention is that when you're actually talking about, say, the dimensions of something, it can only have one set of dimensions. So you're not talking about thousands of ball earths. You're talking about one ball earth. And that's why this is the fundamental misuse of the bell curve.
No, are you applying refraction though? Are you applying other variables?
What?
That's for
Okay.
you to do.
We're talking about the size of a physical earth.
Yeah.
So what
Yeah.
was that? What does bendy light got to do with that?
How do you check the size?
How do you check it? Listen, we're
Sonny,
talking.
Sonny,
Okay.
He's been begging. Let him just stop, and I'll stop. Let's just.
All right, no problem, man. I will.
So how does bending light change physical curvature?
It doesn't.
Fantastic. So what? I don't understand your point.
How do you make the observation? With light. And if light bends in different ways.
Wait, how are we observing the curve exactly? When did the fucking curve get observed? I haven't heard anything about that. I don't really understand what's going on right now.
Well, how does light behave? Because if light behaves the way we think it does,
It's in the
then we should
weeds.
be able to see
It's in the
indefinitely
weeds.
far.
It's in the weeds. It's a non sequitur. Stop.
It's not a non sequitur. If we say you can determine the Earth is not flat because we have a horizon, which is, I would say, a common argument, then the only way you counter that is by
Why
saying,
would you
well,
assume
light-
that a horizon proves the Earth is a ball, though? Couldn't you have a horizon on a flat plane?
Yo, hold on. I don't think I know who you are, so I will definitely ban you. Don't say anything else. Crypto, can you ask him your question again?
Yeah, I can do. I just don't feel like this is going to turn into a conversation between two people. It's going to be like 5 people trying to
No,
get in.
it's going to be, because I'm definitely stopped what I'm doing to mute and ban if I'm annoyed enough. So
Okay,
please carry on the conversation.
Yeah, look, the thing is, bros, is what's this guy's name? Azsex. Is that right? At
Close enough.
Zex?
Close enough. What's your
Okay.
name?
Crypto. You can call me. Just call me Crypto. I've got a stupid name at the moment.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I'll change it back to. Give me.
I'm on my phone. That's why I want to hear it.
Okay, yeah, crypto.
Crypto.
As in cryptocurrency, right?
Oh, crypto. All right.
Yeah.
Crypto. Okay.
Cool. Okay,
Go
so I think a lot of people don't understand the point of the Black Swan argument. So I'm going to give you a very, very basic rundown. We were told all the time that boats disappear over the curve, right? So have you ever heard this argument? We know that the Earth's curving because boats disappear over it. Okay, cool. That would imply that the horizon is physical Earth curve that the boat must be physically disappearing over, correct?
Yes.
What happens then if the horizon moves?
So if the horizon, basically the waterline, is visible behind the boat.
No. If the horizon itself moves.
If the horizon itself moves.
Sometimes it's further, sometimes it's nearer, yada, yada, yada.
So if the boat is behind the horizon and the horizon is moving closer? Give me the example. Horizon moving where? Up, down, to me, away from me, moving where?
I don't really want to go into the skunk bay thing, so maybe I can ask this a different way. Do you agree that a ball of a set size must demonstrate those dimensions?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Fantastic. So if we are told that the boats are disappearing over the ball of those set dimensions, if we are then given sightings that seem to go against those set dimensions, that you can't be looking at the physical curvature.
Oh, no, that's absolutely true. Yes, of course. You're
That's
looking
the point of the Black
at
Swan.
the light. Yes,
that's the point of the Black Swan. But then you can't then assert that there is curvature, but then there's also bendy light to justify that the curvature is still there, because you actually don't know the curvature is there. Well, you can't. There's no way of knowing.
Why not? What's the reasoning behind it? Why can't there be both?
No, I'm not saying that it can't be both. In there might be an alternate universe somewhere where there is a curving Earth and there's bendy light. The point I'm saying to you is that you can't know that.
Did I drop again?
No, I've just made my point. You can't know that. So you have to assume it. But then, of course, if you don't assume that in the first place, you don't need the bendy light. You don't need all of these silly explanations. You can just say, okay, cool. Well, I see what I see. There's a horizon. There's no need to have a geometric ball which boats disappear over. We don't need the silly explanation.
Does light bend, yes or no?
Actually, no, I don't. Well, it depends. It depends is the answer. But you've missed my point if you're asking that question.
No, I didn't. You're saying you're saying one single example of a measurement that is outside the expected range disproves the claim. That is your argument.
No, it's not actually my argument.
It sounds like it. It sounds like if you have a
No, I think that's what you want my argument to be, because that's what you've heard before. I'm making a different argument.
I'm trying to rephrase what you're saying. Then please rephrase it.
Okay. I mean, I'm just going to say what I said before. If you're having a sighting like the Black Swan, right?
Yes.
You can't possibly know that there is ball curvature there at all. It has to be assumed, it has to be asserted, but you can't know that it's for sure.
I mean, that's 100% true. 100% I agree.
I'm done here. You guys carry on.
But do you see any problem with that? Do you see any possibility? Are you just stuck with that answer and not thinking through it?
I don't see what. So I don't even know what your point is.
My point is, so there's a claim, and you're saying it doesn't conform to the claim, therefore it's not true, right?
I'm saying there's no reason to believe it.
Yeah, but the black swan isn't the only picture away.
No, but this is the point of the black swan.
Like if you would give me this picture, and I had no idea about anything, and you would show me this picture, and you would say, okay, look, this is 10 miles away, and the horizon should be at 3 miles. Why can you see it? I would say, oh wow, either the Earth is bigger or it's not a ball. Correct? But it's not the only picture. Like the black swan isn't the only picture existing.
It doesn't matter.
And it's not the only measurement existing. And that's why I said
It's not measurement anyway.
The black swan is a freak example. It's
no, it
off
isn't.
the scale.
No, it is not. No, it is not. You're wrong. You're wrong. I'm telling you, you're dead wrong. I live on the coast here in California. I could have a black swan every single day I see so far if I go to the coast. So you don't know what you're talking about. I do, and I've checked it myself. And so listen, sir, what we're asking for and what was asked before of you is when were these drops over distance measured, because they would have to be if you're using it as a reference for any kind of measurement, doing anything physical over Earth. Do you agree with that?
Can I first go back to your point when you said you're at the coast and you're seeing this every day? So have you ever tried to switch locations? Have you ever tried to go anywhere else where the
I don't have a high
climate?
zoom camera. Yes, I've gone all kinds of places and I see things that should not be there if you're bald, because do you know what that means? That means that 3 miles there should be 6 feet of drop. Could you see a 6-inch wave above a 6-foot drop even in 3 miles? Could you see that on the shoreline 3 miles away? 6-foot of drop, a 6-inch wave? That's how simple this is. And 5 miles, do you think 17 feet you could see?
Don't throw around so many numbers. Make it simple.
No, the numbers are coming from the radius of 3,959 miles. So that's what
but I have this 6 feet thing implies that you're looking at this. The thing is,
and listen, 3 miles, 3 times 3 is 9. 9 times 8 is 72.
What's the formula? Give me the formula. Give me the formula.
The formula is 8 inches with the miles squared. 8 inches times the miles squared.
So again, that's not like plot that. It's not a ball.
We're not plot. We don't care.
Give me the hold up. Give me a formula for a ball. No, give me a formula for a ball. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's hear that.
Google it. Go find it and then apply it. Go find it and then apply it.
Yeah.
If you want to,
back to us.
No. Sonny, mute him right now, because what he's gonna do is give us an equation for not a parabola. That's what you're gonna go find.
So what we need is the formula, like Eli said, of the ball. It's the correct one. If ours is wrong, you need to provide that in the live stream voice text, and then we'll unmute you.
You guys are doing an amazing job. I just want to point out, I really commend everyone in the live stream right now for being as patient as you are and eloquent as you are. You're being very patient and just amazing. And you guys are great, and I love you all. I don't have the patience to like you guys, and I wish I did. And I just want to commend you guys for the job you're doing right now. Thank you very much.
I have no patience also.
Boring. I still got half a bag of popcorn and nothing to listen to. What's up?
Somebody will realize that our formula is the same on the formula on every formula on the internet.
People want to play games and see. Here's the thing. I think that when someone is given an opportunity to say what they have to say and they make claims, and we're like, okay, we'll go down this road. You know, they should definitely go ahead and substantiate those claims and not be allowed to, for the fifth time, change the conversation or pretend like they are so ignorant that they don't understand fifth
Yeah.
grade concepts.
Yeah, exactly. So I appreciate Elijah's work in reining people like me in. I have my place, as you can see. No one here is perfect, but yeah, we do the best we can. When people make these claims, they're not just going to just skip on by. That's been going on way too long. They're either going to have to concede on the statements they made or provide the proof that is warranted by their statement, not by anything we say. We're not the arbiters here.
Well, the only reason we're talking about a parabola and the 8 inches per mile squared thing is because he's rejecting the
Geometric.
one of the conditions in the modus tollens, which is that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959.
Yeah, he's denying that.
Because if you're saying, well, the horizon isn't geometric, then where I mean, because he light and this, that, and the third, like that's not something that I'm just gonna accept. It's like when I tell you no, when something is said to be obstruction, you think it's obstruction. Therefore, it's the consequence of the size of the sphere. So you have a tangent to a tangent point.
Right.
That is the measure between you and that point, and it can't be any more than that. And you're talking about light. Get out of here, man.
See, yeah,
Well, that's what's so frustrating, guys, is like when you guys will make a point and try to hold them to what he just said, instead of trying to then illustrate his point and beat us to death with it, he just wants to then jump topics and jump into something else and change the argument. And it's so frustrating. It's like, no, dude.
Well, what happens? What happens a lot with us? That meaning us flat earthers, we will jump into the weeds with them and then just start discussing the color shade. The weeds are, what the texture of the leaves on the weeds are, what the leaf pattern is on the weeds are. You see what I'm getting at?
Yeah. Well, and the other thing too is then they want to get into all,
Mm-hmm.
they want to get into all these hypotheticals. Then, well, let's just say that this. No, we're not doing that. We're not just gonna, that's not okay.
But
and then back to the original argument too. You guys were trying to hold them down to, well, who first measured, the Earth to begin with. He wanted to stick with the argument, well, I don't know who said what first. No, we're not talking about who said the Earth was round first. We want to know who was the first to measure it. And he still couldn't answer that question. And he kept trying to avoid the question and kept trying to say, well, I don't know who the first one said it was a sphere. We didn't ask you that. We said, who was the first to measure it and what were the measurements? And he ran away from that so fast.
You know why I'm actually convinced. You know why when they're confronted with the black swan, the reason why they are jumping to this not geometric horizon with refraction, it's because they honestly, starting to believe, they really don't even understand what the argument is with the black swan. They don't know what they're looking at. They think they're talking about bendy cranes.
Yeah,
they have no idea they have no idea. They have no idea that the refraction that they're claiming does not affect. Like, there's only 3 types. They don't even know which type if you ask them. But that's fine. We all know this. We've questioned them, and they.
India's already said it before, and we already know. No, there's no way to prove that incoherent light bends. We're not talking about lasers. We're not talking about laser light bending from one point to our eyes. We're talking about inherent light. There ain't no way to prove that the light is bouncing in a path that bends around the Earth's curve to allow you.
Exactly. And listen,
Outta here.
listen. For the refraction their refraction conversation to start, everything has to stop. That means the air is no longer in homogeneous gaseous state. Now it's just static. It's just one. They're disallowing any kind of convection, currents in the air, temperature changes, fluctuations in moisture along the way. They're discluding all of that. So everything, you notice they do it with everything they do with Coriolis.
And besides like just your observations with the naked eye, what does that have to do with actual physically measuring an object?
Well, that's what we're asking. That's what we're asking them. They have the burden of proof. So when was their ball proven? That we can say definitely this is when the ball was measured. We know it for sure. Otherwise, we wouldn't tell people we were going out in the. We wouldn't be telling people we're going out into space and all these crazy places. If we had that, we wouldn't have to worry about that.
Can I say something about the first time they claimed they measured the Earth and shit?
Wasn't that Aristotle?
Aristophanes, and it's stupid.
Can I make a point real quick? I think you'll like this shit.
Yeah, go ahead, please do.
Okay, so basically they that guy with the sticks and shadows, what's his name? What was his name again? Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah, Eratosthenes or whatever. So this guy supposedly like measured it down to like the mile. He measured the radius of the Earth down to a mile, right? But the funny thing is, they didn't have protractors in Greece at that time. They did not divide their circle into 360 degrees. They actually only divided. They actually only divided the circle into 60 different sections, which could not have conferred the accuracy, the fucking measure down to a mile. So that fucking right on its face, with their own global logic, that Eratosthenes shit is a myth. It couldn't have happened. They didn't have the precision and accuracy in their tools to do so.
Wait a minute. Talking about what you're talking about like protractor or some variation.
Yeah, the Greeks didn't have it when Eratosthenes did his fucking measurement.
Well,
so
we don't. No, but what they did use, or would have used hypothetically, fundamentally, still utilizes a flat plane because you're taking angle measurements.
Right.
So
the shadows are on a flat plane. Anyway, they didn't have a wheel. Well, they might have had a wheel. Let's say they did, but that's questionable. If they had a wheel, now if they had a wheel, hold on, I'm almost done. If they had a wheel, I never heard of a odometer coming from that period of time where they can measure exact distances over land. And how about over land? That means they need elevation changes. Every single elevation change from sea level would make the distance longer. Got it? How did they measure the distance? They couldn't.
Well, and I thought I remember reading when Aristotle was trying to come up with his measurements of the equator, he just estimated. Like he just threw in numbers. So it wasn't even, he didn't really do any actual physical measuring. It was just like a guess. Like he just took a stab in the dark and said, well, let me just throw these numbers in this equation. I could be wrong about that, but
yeah,
I swear I remember reading that it was all just an estimated, basically guess.
Yeah, that's beyond ridiculous anymore.
Also, Aristotle had no consideration for refraction.
Neither
did any of the rest of them. None of them. None of the Greeks knew about refraction.
It was a religious question in all of these guys' minds. They were priests, bishops. It was a religious question. It was their religious stance that created this whole thing. That's what we're still under.
Pythagoras thought that the fucking thing was we revolved around some central fire or some shit.
Well, that's what Pythagoras
was way earlier.
He just started out.
Pythagoras was
Oh, sorry,
500
George.
BC. Pythagoras was 500 BC. The rest of them were 250 BC around there. So Pythagoras was like the OG.
Well, what about like Plato and Aristotle?
Yes. What about now and today, or in the
Yeah.
past 100 years?
Yeah.
Right. I got a book. Search my name at posts or Indio's name and the word geodesy, and you'll see a book called Mathematics of Higher Geodesy. It's a 2-volume set, over 1,000 pages. Okay. And the quote that you'll see in the picture says, we can't access the whole Earth to map, so we just make a projection based on the assumption that the Earth is pulled together in a sphere by gravity. So even today, they just operate on assumptions and models. They don't have it charted in the same way that, we're talking about how did these guys back then do it? They had all these assumptions. They have the same assumptions today.
Well, that's why I don't understand when they put out those documents. I forget the name of the document, the NASA document about where it basically says that for like what is it, rocketry or whatever, they insert a flat Earth model for certain trajectory and stuff, and it's like why would they ever do that? Why would they assume and put those numbers in there? And then somehow those numbers equate and work out on a sphere Earth. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? The document, something about linear. I have it somewhere actually printed out. But there's a document where it basically states that for all their models and all the research that they did, they don't use a sphere model when they're doing certain things like jets and airplanes and rockets. They use the flat Earth model. I mean, I don't understand that. Maybe I'm retarded and I'm stupid, and that's why I don't understand it. But I wish somebody would explain that to me.
So the argument goes like this. Yes, it's true that they do that, but they do it for simplicity's sake because the curve of the Earth and the spin of the Earth and anything about the Earth that has to be a globe is negligible and irrelevant. Right?
How the fuck?
So you gotta wonder, like, all these arguments are like, well, if the Earth was spinning, you wouldn't feel it. If the Earth was curved, you wouldn't see it. I'm like, okay, so where's your evidence that it's doing any of these things? If I never need to use it, never need to take it into account, can never perceive it, then where is it?
Well, yeah, and then what is the Coriolis effect then? Because then they throw that at us, and it's like, hold on, you want to make all these claims and say, well, all that's negligible, and we don't need to use that in our equations, but then they want to throw Coriolis effect on us, and none of it makes any sense to me. Okay, I'm about to grab my book here to look up that document real quick so I get the name. Is it Optimal Guidance Law Development for an Advanced Law? No, that's not it.
No, here, listen. I'll post the video. He did have 35 documents. It's an old one, but
Derivation of linear tangent steering laws.
Somebody else, linear aircraft model. Some of those documents have been taken down already. So let's see. Hold on one second. Let me go to the.
I think it's this one right here.
I'll put it in the live stream when I find it. 1 second.
I have them printed out just in case they took them down off the internet.
There's a plain
investigation of a flat Earth guidance law using a quadric injection. No, that's not it.
Here we go. 1 second.
Well, anyway, you know what I'm talking about.
I tagged you in voice text with it. I dropped it in there.
Yeah, thanks, man. You guys,
but you guys understand my point. It's like they put these documents out there. They're hard to find. Most people have never seen them before, and then they make up these really lame excuses as to, well, we just do that because, well, yeah, you just don't.
Well, listen, we do that so we don't hit in the curve. We don't hit a curve of Earth we think is there that's not. That's why we're not running our airplanes into like no curve of Earth because it's flat. If we start pretending it's curved, we're going to be crashing aircraft. Boom. That's why.
So you said somebody posted it in the text, because I want to make sure I still got the document. Where is it?
Hashtag live stream voice text right above the live stream here. Somebody's posting all of them separately, Miguel. Good job. You know what? I should copy all of that.
Yeah, maybe you should save it.
Yeah, let me copy it and I'll make a text document.
Okay, yeah. Derivation. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So that's a bunch of NASA ones.
Great
Wow.
job.
Look at how many NASA ones. All flat Earth. Thanks, NASA.
Amazing. It's amazing.
Just got to look at their experts. They tell us everything we need to know. Except the Globers, I guess, just want to disregard their own experts, including NASA, which is kind of amazing since they're all coming over freaking NASA photos, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Not trying to be crude, but it's pretty much like that.
Well, and I was always curious on how Globers rationalized the idea that all the pictures that NASA gives us of Earth are just, this really nice round ball. But yeah, and they claim that those are real pictures of Earth from space or whatever. But then Neil deGrasse fuckhead goes on, TV and says, well, Earth isn't actually a round sphere. It's actually shaped more like an egg. Well, what the fuck? Hold on. Then how come all the pictures you show us show this complete, almost perfect circle, not an egg shape? Like what is going on? And no Glober ever has anything to say about that. And it really, excuse me for my language, I shouldn't be cussing, but it really gets under my skin, and nobody ever wants to talk about that.
Can I interrupt for a second? Just like 1 second on this
Absolutely.
topic. So I recently learned that they flipped the map. The media somehow got the okay to flip the map upside down because there's no up in space, there's no down in space. And so what they show us is upside down. Does anyone else know what I'm talking about?
Not exactly. Could you elaborate?
So what we see is the map flat, it's like a rectangle. They show us the globe
Right.
rolled out. You know what they show us? It's upside down, supposedly.
It's upside down.
How is this fucking reality? Excuse my French. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Is that against the
Who turned this map upside down? The news?
The media. The media. If you go on Wikipedia, they talk about it briefly.
Recently?
I follow this stupid page, The Depths of Wikipedia, and she made a post about it, and I was like, is this true? And I went and looked it up, and I was like,
you have a link I would love to see a link of that. If you can find that link somewhere, I would love to see.
Is anyone able to look it up to post? I really don't like to leave links, but I mean, I will if someone else won't.
Oh,
but no one else in here knows what I'm talking about?
So you're saying they're trying to blame, they're trying to pass buck off on media and say media showed you it wrong? Is that what you're saying?
It's just like common knowledge from 80 years ago or 50 years ago that they said to flip it because it was more pleasant to look at. Let me see if I can look up what I'm talking about.
Like the size, though, not the whole thing upside down.
No,
right?
Everything upside down, supposedly. That north isn't up. Let me look. Let me see if I can find what I'm referring to.
We'll get the FE feelers out on that one.
And did you guys look it up? It's called South Up Map Orientation. South Up Map Orientation is the orientation of a map with south up or at the top of the map mounting to 180 degree rotation of the map from the standard convention of north up. Maps in this orientation are sometimes called upside down maps or reverse maps. I mean, is this really reality? It's clown world. I'm so sorry. I'm triggered. I just think it's so ridiculous that they are allowed to get away with this. Like, what is this? Did you guys look it up?
I was waiting for you to post it in chat. I thought you was going to throw it in the chat. I haven't looked it up.
You didn't
Hold
look
on
it
a
up?
second. I'll kind of look 1 second.
I take it that guy isn't coming back. Whatever his name was, Art something or whatever.
Did I chase somebody away with interrupting? Because I am so sorry.
No, not you. No, this was a while ago.
Even in the Wikipedia, it talks about the psychological significance. Give me a break.
This is probably some crazy
relevance of the map. The critical relevance of the horizontal rectangular map orientation is related to the military grid square map.
Here we go.
Okay.
Let me read this if I could.
So that is why it would be north be north and south be south, because that's the way the maps are laid out to be used by the military.
Here's a map. Here's something. Here's an article from here. I'll post it. comad.com. Hold on a second. Let me post it. Comad.
I think Miguel, did you post something there? Something about no those things are
Hold on, let me read this. I'll read part of this article. I posted the link. I'm going to assume you believe the world is spherical. No point otherwise. Okay, imagine the sun is in the middle and the earth is spinning around it. I ask you this question. Is earth going around the sun in a clockwise or counterclockwise rotation? I think any normal person would say that the correct rotation is clockwise. We have precedent of clocks after all. This is how sundials work. So if you imagine we're going around the sun clockwise, it would look like this. This is interesting. Hold on. It shows a little image. Hold on. Let me post the image.
Wow.
This is mainstream. I'm wearing a left shit. Okay, there's the image. Okay, wait a second. Getting back to it. Now, I would further espouse that if I were looking at the Earth and the Sun this way and it was traveling clockwise, that the top of the Earth, the part you can see up is top equals up, pretty straightforward, right? Top equals up. If I were to zoom into Earth in this orientation and look at North America, it would look like this. Here's another image. I'll put that in the live stream as well. Of the Earth. Looks perfectly round to me, bro. Notice anything odd? Everything is upside down. Why do we think that top of the Earth is North Pole and the bottom of the Earth is South Pole? Clearly, using the clockwise logic, the top of the Earth is the South Pole. It's obvious to any student of history that the reason the North is top is because maps were invented by sailors and cartographers who lived in the Northern Hemisphere. It's completely arbitrary and clearly isn't going to change anytime soon. However, it does make some sense to think about maps the other way around. That makes sense?
Wow.
Just to
what about the tilt of the Earth then? What about the supposed tilt of the
it's stupid. This is freaking stupid. Oh my god!
It only is upside down if you assume a globe Earth model in the first instance.
Yeah.
Right?
So listen, they are begging us for a model. Bring us a model. Bring us a model. When they don't even have one, they don't even know if they're right side up or upside down. Why are they asking us for a freaking model? Come on, I'm gonna start slapping somebody around soon. Don't make me.
So the young lady's reference to the clown world, I mean, was she saying that we should look this up so we should learn that it's a globe or what? I'm confused.
No, I think she's saying she sounds like a flat earther to me, but I know
I
her role.
Fair enough, but not to me. It sounds like the old, hey, did you ever hear about gravity? Look it up.
No, that's not where you're coming from, is it? Absolute delirium?
I think she's gone. Is she gone?
Oh, no, you're not answering anymore. Okay, whatever. That was like a drive-by. So anyway.
Yeah, I didn't get that vibe from her. I think she's a flat earther. I don't know. I've never actually heard her before.
She thinks the globe is stupid.
She says she's got a globe skeptic role, not a flat earth role.
I saw that. Here's another one by townhall.com. The world is upside down. And the first thing they started talking to is watching some of the media coverage of fighting between Israel and Hamas. Then they start going to that. Oh, the world is certainly upside down. No, never mind. Out of there. Not my deal.
Then again, that only matters if you have a globe Earth or a rectangle Pac-Man style Earth. Those are the only two where it would be upside down.
The world map is
if it was a flat surface, right? But if it was a flat surface with the North Pole in the center, then a map being upside down no longer makes any sense. Basically, maps would just be projected towards the center.
Yeah. Yeah, there were maps that were upside down before, but so what? You know.
Which body
You're roboting
towards the North Pole.
Roboting. But yeah, you know, like it's all globe nonsense. I mean, why in God's name would anyone, if Earth was curved, would you use a flat map every time you use one? And navigational maps, absolute rectangular coordinate system. Okay, are they nuts? Like. I think the only thing bending here is those people's minds are bending. Possibly their parents took too many hallucinogenics. That's just a guess.
Hey, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
I was just wondering when they say that say that Antarctica is the highest continent on Earth. Is that when they're measuring that? Is that from sea level? Like where are they getting that measurement?
All elevations, yeah, all elevations are from sea level. Yeah, all of them, everywhere are from sea level.
Okay.
So they say on average, after you get past the main escarpment of ice there that is right along the ocean, then it gradually goes up to about an average of 10,000 foot elevation. And who knows how far they actually have mapped any of that, because it's classified still. From Richard Byrd, that is still classified.
And it's funny that nobody really asks those questions. Like, you would think that normal folks, normal globers would be like, wait a minute, what is behind this idea? And they never go there though. They never ask, because they think we can still go there. They think, oh, you can go to Antarctica, you can travel there. But when you look into it, you're like, wait a minute, no, you really can't.
Look at this map that's upside down. Like, even if you look at this part of the map that's upside down, like, that fits more horizontal water. It's just it's bent the wrong way. There would be much more area between South Africa and South America, and then the other side too. There'd be much more area there south of the equator. So they would be more spread out, just like pretty much like the azimuthal map, but something like that. But no one knows what the extremity is, so you can't say that a map. Like, no, we don't have a map, or why would we want a map that is not perfect?
Right.
That's stupid. Like, if it doesn't match reality, then it's not reasonable. So
there has to be I would think though, a perfect map out there. We're just not privy to it because of all the technology.
Listen,
they know very well.
If in Project Dominic, if they mapped the actual container, which is feasible, what else were they doing up there, shooting all that shit up directly up in the middle of a Cold War, by the way? So from 59 through 62. So they shot hundreds of nukes directly up into the sky. And then, so if they were mapping the container, they may know things. And maybe since then, think about this, maybe since then they've been shooting nothing but horizontally, straight out to the side as far as they can go, and see how far they can get, because I don't think they have enough fuel to get very far.
Yeah, to go beyond. I mean, yeah, they can't. I mean, beyond the ice wall, it's probably
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
It's so vast that
Can you imagine?
we might not even be able to reach it.
And where does it talk about that? Let's see. One of the stories. Hold on. The name is World Beyond the Poles. Now, some of it's kind of bizarre.
Yeah, it's a book. Yeah,
but it talks about the pole. I think it's talking about Antarctica. It sounds like it to me.
Yeah,
That's what I think part of it's confusing because it sounds like they talk about the north, but some of it I think may be mistaken that it's actually talking about the south, where you could go so far that no human is possible to get there with fuel because you can't have enough fuel to get that far. What if it's 100,000 miles further from the ice wall?
Yeah,
which is kind of a funny claim too, considering that if you think about going to the moon or going to any other supposed celestial body, the amount of fuel it would take, you can't. They can't do it.
Yeah, actually, Don Pettit was on TED Talks, and he says it. He's talking about it in his own lecture on TED Talks. You can go see it. It's called the Rocket Dilemma or something, the Rocket Fuel Dilemma, or Paradox or something.
Yeah, I think I've actually seen that.
He's basically up front just saying, "Yeah, we can't ever get enough fuel to get this far." So. But he's an astronaut supposedly in the gondola in the freaking ISS.
You know what amazes me too is that we have around the flat Earth, there's actually places and tribes that are still living like so backwards and tribal and living in mud huts.
Yeah, and Stone Age.
Yeah, and it's like, why you would think, why isn't somebody reaching out to these people and teaching them skills and you know what I mean, like bringing them into the 21st century, but it doesn't happen.
Hold on. So you mean like giving their kids neurotic dissociative disorder, where they can't connect on a personal level to other humans, and they require constant stimulus from an electronic device? You mean like that 21st century?
Yeah, why not? Why aren't they doing that? You know what I mean? I mean, not that that's what I want them to
Because that's bad. Maybe, I don't know.
But isn't their whole agenda bad? I mean, why are they leaving certain groups, out of the mix, so to speak, as far as what they do to us? Why is there certain tribes that are just untouched?
Because you have to have
maybe they need a baseline for the social experiment.
That's an interesting theory.
Because if the slaves aren't profitable enough, then they just simply aren't profitable enough. They don't meet the bottom line. That's why.
So it's like, we'll leave these people alone because they ain't gonna do nothing for us anyway.
Yeah, sure. And
slaves that are walking around free. You have people that are slaves that think they're walking around thinking they're free, going to the job, doing their little thing. They think they're free, and they've been told a lie. They're not free. They're a little slave walking around like a little robot. So, yeah.
That time is coming to an end, though. With their current thing, for his last couple of years,
it's about over.
They're trying to control all life on Earth. They're not going to leave them alone much longer.
Don't they though already? I mean, realistically, don't they already control pretty much all life on Earth?
No, they don't. Well, I don't know if you've been out to the park lately or been in nature somewhere in a forest.
Well, yeah.
Yo, I have a ball earther waiting for voice permissions in here. Someone told me to get another one. Is BCBF _ Ireland. He's in the chat right now, in the voice chat right now, waiting to talk to you guys.
I'm scared.
I volunteered.
Is that Numpty Noah bringing in Globers?
Someone just told me to bring in another one. Here he is. He's right here in the chat. He's been waiting for a while to talk to you guys.
Excellent. Bring your numpties to me.
Use your command and verify them.
BCBF_Ireland. I am the fucking numpty plug.
Well, Central Banker volunteered.
Sure. I'll give it a shot. Who we talking to again?
Still needs to get the voice. I said he
gotcha.
still needs to get the voice ver.
Hold on a second.
someone
We
needs
can do
to
it here if
command.
you guys want. Wait a second. If you want to do it here, I could unmute him. You could do it right in here. Are you game?
Yeah.
Game, Holmes.
Okay, you guys are set. Ready, set, match. Okay, BC, FC, Ireland, you're unmuted. Hi.
Hi, how's it going?
Okay, one thing, I think there's been a mistake. I'm not a baller. I'm not a flat earther.
What?
Okay.
Oh man, all this anticipation.
What the fuck? What the fuck? You misled me, you fuck.
Okay, so you're not a baller. So what? Tell us.
Noah, you're fired. No, you're
Sorry about that, guys. My bad. Fuck.
So it's okay. Ireland, tell us about yourself.
I'm from Ireland, flat earther. I've been on Nathan Oakley's Discord for a while, and I only got invited here tonight. And
all right,
I didn't have any permission, so I asked a few people if they could just unmute me.
Cool, man. So good to have you there, mate. More Irish. We need more Irish in the server. Yo, let me. Just being silly.
My family used to be Irish.
I'll go ahead since we're speaking to you now. Is BC okay? Can I call you BC?
Yeah, call me anything.
Okay. I don't want to upset you, so I can verify you now since we're speaking to you now. I mean, unless anybody objects, basically, we just need to hear from you, and we did, so we're happy about that. Good to have you on board. Let's see.
All right, thank you.
Let me go ahead and pull up this, and we'll get you VC verified right now. There you are. So now you can speak whenever you come in. You won't be muted again.
All right, thank you.
Just to be sure, have you read like the welcome and like the? I suppose you've seen the rules, server rules, stuff like that. You get a chance. I'm sure you're familiar. You've been on the other shows and things.
Yeah, I have. Okay.
So, yeah, welcome to the server. I know. Now, eventually, you'll get the flat earther role. You just need to participate a little bit. And the guys in here may want to ask you a few questions, like what is your top 3 reasons why you know Earth is flat? Or why don't you just go ahead and enter that now if you could?
Okay. Well, funny, the guy you were debating. I was a mod or I've made a mod on the channel where Numpty came and got us.
Oh.
Basically, the main reason why I support a flat Earth is their claim about the sun being 93 million miles away, 100,000 times bigger than the Earth, but yet we only get heat and light that we know at the equator, and it doesn't travel the 59 miles up. And I don't see how that is possible in their model. There's nothing that filters that light and heat that we get at the equator down to just between the tropics.
Yes, you got a point there. Like a definite little hotspot right there based on its path above us. So the other thing about the sun, a couple of things actually that come to mind real quick is that on their model, there would be exactly 12 hours night and day cycle. at all times.
Well, that's probably my number 2 because you have the midnight sun where it doesn't set for 3 days. Is that possible on the globe?
So that's bunk already. Even that. The other thing is you could take a. Now I know this is kind of a little bit off topic, kind of maybe a little side topic, but as far as perspective goes, you can take a quarter, like a U.S. quarter, and put it at arm's length, and you can block out the whole entire sun, and you can do the same thing with the moon.
David Weiss does, or he talks about something like that, and the further you go back, eventually you won't actually fucking see it. So the whole claim about 93 million miles away, would ask, you'd be left asking the question, how big are the suns that they claim are stars?
Yeah. And yeah, we'd like to ask him here. Well, I should let you continue, so I don't want to interrupt. We were listening to you, so we're happy to hear your story.
Well, I'm going to be honest. I mean, like, I'm not technically, scientifically, up to speed on all the arguments. So a lot of my arguments are just the basic concepts of their arguments that don't make any sense to me. So that's actually why I joined Nathan's channel, because they go quite deep into technical stuff, as I would call it, But yeah, there's a couple of other things that just don't add up, and it doesn't make any sense. And like the whole refraction, I can understand Snell's law because there's two actual media that they cross. Terrestrial refraction, I don't. It makes no sense.
Exactly. See, they're just like skipping on by all these different parts of their claim that they want to ignore. For instance, that from the apex or the sagitta of their so-called ball, which if I'm an observer, supposedly I'm standing on the sagitta all the time. No matter where I'm at, I'm on the top of the ball. So that means if I'm looking out across in a straight line, there's going to have to be a drop. There's no way around this. It has to be there. And so, like what we keep asking for is, where's the verification that this horizon is exactly where it's supposed to be at any time? Can you show us one time where it's supposed to be at 1.22 miles at 1 foot? And they can't do it. There's not been one. But we have hundreds now, probably verging on thousands of observations just like this.
Well, that's not entirely true. They can show you exactly where the horizon that they claim is the horizon is every time, all the time. And that is because it exists on a piece of paper.
That's true.
And so you just draw a circle and you draw a little triangle line, and where that line intersects, there it is. That's the only place it ever will be.
That's right. That's true. Only two places: in their mind and on the piece of paper or on their screen. There's basically two places, because the screen is just like a piece of paper.
Yeah, so keep in mind, see, they're doing a bait and switch and a category error and a fallacy of equivocation and all kinds of fallacies stacked upon fallacies, because they look out and they see the horizon, which is the apparent, transition between the ground and the sky where they meet, right? Which we all understand as the horizon, an optical phenomena, right? And then on their little paper and screens and stuff, they draw out a model that is actually an intersection point to a physical object. Those are two different things.
Mm-hmm.
And they want you to think that they're the same thing. But then you say, well, if they're the same thing, then how come it's never in the same place?
Right. That cannot be. Now, what it could be is it could be closer all the time. They could show a whole bunch of times when it would be closer, but it could never be further because it's geometrically impossible. And their stupid claims of refraction aren't lifting up this image after bouncing off a surface, reflective surface, the water that's below your line of sight 70 feet. and pointing in an angle away from your line of sight. They got big problems.
This again is just begging their category error question for them. The idea that it could be closer. What's it?
That their view, they don't have actually a right to refraction anything further out than 1.22 miles. If there's something showing up at 10 miles, that's none of their damn business because the refraction can't be, it's not allowed for further than their curveball. Because it's dropping down below. What?
Well, even so, what are you going to say? You're going to say the horizon is quote unquote closer. Okay, what does that mean? Does that mean that their intersection line on their piece of paper is closer? No. It just means that the color field of the ground and the sky where they appear to meet appears to be closer in your field of view. So even when talking about this, if you separate out the categories, you realize that they're talking out both sides of their mouth.
Yeah, they are. It's funny
And they
how
have no claim to geometry. They have no claim to geometry in the real world where they're recording it with optics.
Which is really weird.
Because like we said, it's always, never, ever where it's supposed to be.
No.
Well, here's
Never.
the thing too.
Never
Here's
where
the
it's
thing.
supposed to be.
Here's the thing too. If you've ever done like masonry or carpentry, you don't fucking eyeball it. When you measure shit, you don't optically observe it. You use fucking chalk lines and fucking rulers,
level
and
lines,
levels. Yeah, bro. You don't fucking
lines.
eyeball it. So
That's right.
you're not measuring shit by look. Listen. If I can't eyeball something that's a foot long right next to me in my own hands, how am I supposed to eyeball the horizon? Makes no sense.
Yeah, they don't make any sense because they don't understand the difference between measurement and calculation for one. That's one little paradox. The Glober paradoxes, they're adding up. We need to get a museum going because that's how big of a edifice we'll need to keep all of that.
Well, what's their number one go-to after you demonstrate to them that the horizon is an optical phenomenon, period, right? They have to maintain that somehow it's connected to geometry of a physical Earth curve. So what do they then say? That even regardless of all of your images that you present, they'll still present this, what they believe is a trump card, which is what?
Going to the sky.
No, I'm talking about this.
Oh,
these particular images that you're going to show them, there's always going to be something in the image itself that they can try to point to and say, oh, but this right here.
Yeah, the wavering line. Yeah, the effects are happening above and below possibly the horizon. No? What?
It's a core claim. Their core claim, it's always been their core claim, is the bottoms of things disappear, and the only way in their mind that the bottoms of things can disappear is if they are physically obstructed.
Exactly.
That's their core claim about the horizon. Always has been, always will be.
Yep. And that's the thing about even just the Black Swan. Well, you could use the little setup video that I made, which is somebody else had done it also as a meme. But the Black Swan setup, you can see the whole thing when just that little clip of a minute or so of that video shows them go down the water, rotate up, and you can see the islands back beyond the oil rigs at 30 miles. And then he goes over to the oil rigs. You can see it all right there in just those short little seconds of that video. Blows the globe completely out of the water.
Yeah. And so attached are they to this idea that you could show them an observation at 250 miles, okay, with an object that should be obstructed and below the obstruction by over a mile, yet you can see the entire object down to the base, which is a mountain, all the way to the city, all the way to the water line.
Right.
And when presented with this, their rebuttal will be, well, what about the very, very bottom of the mountain? I can't see that, so that must be an earth curve obstruction in the way. And then you have to scratch your head and say, okay, so the Earth curve obstruction that's in the way is almost 3 miles below where it should be, blocking this, yet I can see the whole thing above the block that it's supposed to be blocking.
Yeah.
Like, you know, that's
When the-
like some quantum level crack that you're
It's
smoking.
voodoo. Yeah, it's like voodoo magic. So really, like honestly, in Kennu, that longest one, the infrared one that we're all familiar with here, you could see their curvature should be right about at the shoreline or slightly above the harbor, right in that area. There should be everything after that should be dropping down and blocked by the time you get to the mountaintops that you can't clearly see. Yeah, it should be a mile over the top of them, invisible to the eye. It's crazy. They want to deny all these
Do you
things.
have a link for that
Doing
infrared
percent-
one? That 250 mile with the mountain and shit? I've never seen that before.
Yeah, just
Well,
have
listen, if you
it's
scroll,
here.
if you
Look up.
scroll down to the bottom, we have a channel called Canada.
Yeah. I'll put it
And
in the
it's-
live stream, and you can just click on
Yeah.
this. No, it's long distance.
Called Canaku?
Canagoo. It's
Canada is the
Canagoo.
mountain range.
Where is it under
It's a mountain
additional
range.
information? Or
Yeah, look in the live stream, and you'll see where I just posted the link.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Yep. There you go.
255 miles? Jesus fuck.
In infrared too, so that means you don't 99% of anything that the air is doing doesn't even matter. It's going right through it.
Are you serious?
Yeah, not only is it in infrared, not only is it in infrared, the observation point is at 9,000 feet elevation, well above the haze line or any of these dramatic refraction effects that the Glovers will claim. Which, by the way, even though they claim so, they can't prove that this refraction that they claim exists anyway. So we're giving them all kinds of mulligans here. And this is not a flat earther observation. This is essentially just generic people going out there trying to get the furthest images they can. So in fact, the original Canagoo shot, which wasn't this one, was from something called Beyond Horizons contest, which is longest, photographic ability contest or something. It's like, how far of a shot can I get? So they were all competing against each other, They weren't saying, I'm going to prove the Earth's a globe, I'm going to prove the Earth is flat. They're just going to say, I'm going to beat you with the longest shot I could possibly get. And this, by the way, isn't even the longest observation out there.
It's still from the same series of shots from Beyond Horizons. Why didn't the image come up when I did that? That's weird. Because I have to copy it.
Now keep in mind, the Glovers will claim that refraction cures all these problems. Like I said before, they can't prove that it exists. However, they go to these Earth curve calculators, right? And there's sliding scales on the calculators for effects of the atmosphere. And what they do is they just take that sliding scale slider and they slide it up until it gets a favorable result. Now, anybody worth their salt will recognize that that's not actual observations, actual data from the field. That's just post hoc make it work. Now, funny enough, there's ways that this kind of refraction exists. Like, for example, you might take 3 different colored lasers, shoot them over a distance, and see how much the beams differ because each wavelength of light has a different diffraction rate and refraction rate, right? So they would be splayed out. They wouldn't hit the end target at the same position. They'd have a differential, even if they're following arc paths. So this stuff can be tested, can be done. And supposedly, recently, the government contracted some universities to test this for them, like for systems over distance to see which is the best. And it turns out what it appears is that the lasers that they shot all hit the same target when they should have been like 20 meters apart from each other. They got the result, they went back and did the math, and then scratched their head and say, hey, wait a minute, this can't work on a globe model.
Wait, where was this? What was this?
Yeah, so some independent universities, right, were contracted by the military to test some lasers to come up with some results. In the case of, obviously, we want long-distance laser rangefinders and targeting equipment, right? So we want to know which is the best with the least amount of error. And so they shot 3 different lasers at a target, right? And they were going to get the calculations of the rates of the differential, right, and see which one's the most accurate. Lo and behold, the data showed that they all hit the same target when they should have been off by 20 meters each or something like that. And that is based on the different refraction rate of the wavelengths, according to this idea that the Earth is a globe and the light curves around the globe in the way in which the globers believe it does. So they did this practical test, and they found that this refraction that they claim in the model exists wasn't present.
Wow. Yeah, don't they claim something like some sort of 7/6R or something? I'm not really familiar with it.
Yeah, they use that to inflate their radius and thus extend the distance to the geometric horizon.
Yeah, but still, 7/6 does not confer
That's right.
255 miles. You know
That's
how much
right.
that is?
Yeah, it doesn't even get them close. I'll put a link in the chat about that. 1 sec. Or a pic, I mean.
Well, let's be clear, these are all models, and most of them are ideal models. You know, so like 7/6R obviously just creates a circle that's a sixth larger, stacked on top of the previous 6 of the circumference of the Earth, right? So you have 2 circles. You have the one circle circumference, and then you have a bigger one around it. Now, that's an ideal, is it not? That doesn't take into account actual environmental conditions in any way, shape, or form. It's just a projection from a model. And it's designed to account for these discrepancies with the horizon. Because, like we said before, the horizon never is where it's supposed to be. And it's never blocking things as much as it's supposed to be. It's always off. So they need a fudge factor to say, oh, don't worry about it. It's just some kind of refractive effect. The Earth's still a globe. Sleep well at night. Like, oh, you saw something 30 miles away. Don't worry about it. It's just refraction. You can go to bed at night. And to be honest, it soothes most people's curiosity. If you say, I saw something that's impossible, they just say, oh, refraction. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Then you might be an astute empiricist and say, oh, really? That's cool. What type of refraction and in what quantities was present at the time of this observation? And they'll be like, oh, we can't provide you that. That'd be real field data. How about this model right here?
Right.
Look at this model that I drew on paper. I have a circle, I have another circle, and then I drew squiggly lines that represent the light. Therefore, it can happen.
Crazy. Go back to sleep, America. You're free to do as we tell you.
Now, in the past 30 minutes, we haven't talked about the other factors. that can cut the bottoms of things off in your field of view as they approach 0 degrees on a horizontal plane extending out in front of you on the z-axis. Right? We haven't talked about any of that. There's over a dozen factors, okay? The Earth curve calculators, right, that they used to use and the claims that they used to have really only relied on one factor, which was Earth curve. Because in their view, Earth curve is necessary to block the bottoms of things at a distance. And I'm actually being liberal by using the word block, because there's no proof that anything's being blocked. Okay, let's make that clear. When you look at an image out and you say, okay, I can't see the bottom of that thing, is that explicit proof that it's being blocked by an object? No, it's not. It could be, but it's not necessarily the case. You're making an inference, which you could argue is a reasonable inference, and that may be true, but it's not necessarily true. I, myself, people that have made videos and posted them here, many flat earthers, even some globe earthers, have all made observations of things in their field of view which appear to be cut off when there is absolutely no way that it's the Earth curve, because they're at a range that is too close for any appreciable Earth curve to be doing anything. This is what we experience all the time as we go about in the world, yet nobody pays it no mind. Yet it defeats one of the main premises of the globe model, which is that the only way things can disappear from the bottom up is with a big hump of Earth curve blocking it. You know, so if you go out and you make an observation where the Earth curve model projection would be like an inch or 2 inches, or no more than 8 inches, right? And you're seeing something that's, you know, blocked 3 feet at a certain range where there's absolutely no way that that's possible before the horizon would even be appreciable, then you've given yourself pretty much conclusive evidence that there's something else happening. Now, why do the globers ignore this like the plague? Well, because it defeats their only, I'm going to make this clear, their only experiential claim to Earth curvature. Because if you ask a glober, okay, do you experience Earth as a globe? They'll say, yes, of course I do. And you'll say, well, how? They'll say, when I see the bottom of something disappear, I'm experiencing the curve of the Earth. So they think that they've seen the curve of that man with their own 2 eyes. And thus, in their mind, it's firsthand knowledge. So if you present them with evidence that something could disappear from the bottom up without Earth curve, that defeats that experience. And that's why their brain, in order to fight the cognitive dissonance, will do everything it can to convince them not to go down that line of reasoning.
Well, you heard of that guy earlier, didn't you? With the weird talking about bell curves. It's like, well, we're not talking about data points. We're talking about a single observation.
That was quite odd.
Yeah, I mean, I knew where he was going. It's a shame. I really wanted to develop that a little bit more with him, because he's obviously looking at it as a like a freak occurrence amongst thousands of occurrences, right? That's kind of how he sees it. But I'm pointing out he doesn't have any of the other thousands of occurrences. Like he's just asserting that they exist. But the other thing to note about this that I didn't unfortunately get to say to him, but I think I'll say to the room now. What's really interesting about that is that, let's just say you plotted 100-meter runners and you had, say, the mean 100-meter runner was 15 seconds, Yes, around 100 meters in 15 seconds. And then out to the slower end, you kind of had your 21st second guys. And then onto the quicker end, you started getting into the 10 seconds. And then you found a few people who ran it in 5 seconds.
Right.
If you had a preconceived notion that people can only run the 100 meters in 10 seconds, and then 3 or 4 data points exist where people have run it in 5 seconds, you have to be willing to challenge your initial assumption of how quickly people can run. And that was the point I wanted to make to this guy. That actually the data points can sometimes challenge the central narrative, even if they are outliers. And that's the point of the Black Swan.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, a concrete outlier, right, can prove or disprove a proposition about the data set. You know, like, for example, this town has a median income of 50,000, but a millionaire moves in, right? And his income is $1 million. And the max income of everybody else, let's say, is 70,000. So nobody makes over 70,000 in the whole town, except that one guy. So if you track all the data points, he's going to swing it. But if you focus on his one singular data point, just prove a claim that nobody makes over 70,000 in this town.
You're missing
just looking at his one data point alone.
Exactly. So these are outliers. Like the Black Swan is an outlier, like no outlier. So you would have to ask the Globe Earth, okay, well, what is your tolerance level then? So your tolerance level, you would have to have something reasonable there. So let's say you can only go one time. That, I mean, that's totally generous. It would be more like something like a quarter of your total would be the margin. You'd have to have a tolerance, plus or minus how much in distance. So let's say the Black Swan, they'd have to say what's reasonable. Well, is 250,000 miles reasonable now for the radius because we see the horizon past 10 miles or at 10 miles?
Yes, orders of magnitude. So we asked the Glober, what would be a margin of falsification that you would accept? And he said, well, if 1 or 2 orders of magnitude off, then I would have to concede that it's not correct. And so we presented him a laser transit that is off by 2 orders of magnitude, and he just hand-wave dismissed it like nobody's business. It's like, okay, so you said this was your tolerance for proof, for the threshold, and when presented with something that meets that threshold, you just say, no, actually, I was being dishonest. What I really meant to say is there is absolutely nothing you could provide me that would disprove my claims that I'm making. Nothing whatsoever. Because I'm a religious zealot believer where the facts don't matter.
Exactly. The facts don't matter anymore because it's a religious, fervent belief system. Yes. It's fervent. Like, I don't understand how these people can't see it. They come off as being fairly intelligent, modern speaking humans, but they come in here and they act like the dodo bird, who are extinct now, by the way.
Yeah, to be fair, that same guy challenged me, and well, to be fair, he challenged the whole panel, to come to his house and prove to him that his floor that he laid with tile wasn't flat. And so I asked him, okay, fine, I accept your challenge, but will you accept 2 orders of magnitude off in my measurement? And that question alone, I rested my case.
Yeah, that's actually a great question because it's like you have to be honest about it. It has to be feasible. Okay, so if you're putting tile on the floor, it's just like that. Can I be off like orders of magnitude over the amount of tile and I'm going to make them curved instead of flat? Is one going to work and one is not going to work? Yeah, one's going to work, one's not going to work. Absolutely. True dichotomy.
You know what, fellas? It's so disturbing that we're at the point right now in our lifetime that everything is so absurd that if Snoop Dogg came out and endorsed flat Earth. These morons would then all of a sudden jump on the bandwagon because Snoop Dogg
Because
said
they
so.
have to.
You know what I mean? That's how absurd. Honestly, it sounds ridiculous, and I sound. I know how I sound saying it, but
right.
I honestly, that's how I feel. I mean, like we have these guys that are super intelligent and super smart, and come in here and ask real questions. I'm sorry for that feedback, but that's how idiotic they are at the same time. Is that like you could have somebody like an asshole like that, and then they would just go with it. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna bow out on that note.
You're gonna bow wow.
Yeah, I see what you did there, but yeah, I got an incoming call. I'm sorry, I gotta go for a second. I'll be back.
Bow wow wow yippee oh yippee a. Bow wow wow yippee oh yippee a. Talking the Parliament of Funk, y'all.
Yeah, rolling down the curvatured road.
You know what I'm saying though? Snoop Dogg is the biggest a-hole for like the last 20. He's a super a-hole, but he's worshipped in our society right now, Brian. At least for me and my peers, I'm 40 some years old, and for my growing up, he was a god in the 90s, and everybody loves him. And it's just to see what he's become and what he is, and it's disturbing how people worship and follow these people and believe what.
It ain't no thing, man. My brother, Snoop Dogg, gave my brother some ganja, if you know what I'm saying, in the hood. Like, y'all, it's no big deal. Like, who cares? They're just human beings too. They may be a little bit weird. They run in weird circles, but what I'm saying.
I would trust Snoop Dogg before I trust government officials and politicians.
I'd say, give me some of that good dank stuff, Snoop. Dude.
Snoop is a government official.
He's a government official.
Motherfucker, he's a damn rat. Snoop Dogg is a rat. He's a fake gangster.
I smoked some of that good stuff that he gave my bro.
I drop it like it's hot.
Anyway, on to other subjects.
How is he fake?
Look, man, anyone that you've heard of in the music industry, well, maybe not anyone, but loads of people in the music industry, like they pretended to have like these rough upbringings, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. They all got a break because they know someone.
Fake.
I know. Like, this is just how the industry works.
Yep. Just get there like out of the hood. No, sorry. You're in some kind of Illuminati side group or something like.
Yeah, I don't mean to rain on anyone's parade, but there's basically two ways of making it in the music industry now. You either have to know someone who knows someone, and you might make it big if you do, or you just have to get your own fans, get your own fan base, and just accept that you're never going to be huge, but you might still make some money making music.
Might be able to make a living, yeah.
Yeah, I accepted that a few years ago, and I've never been happier,
Yeah, that would be. I would still even do that now. I may do that like in the next year or two.
Yeah. People like independent music. There's a lot of people who like independent music. There's enough people who like independent music to support it if you're good enough and if you know how to market yourself. But you're never going to be a massive multimillionaire.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I can thank thank God that I never got famous or that big in LA when I had an opportunity to. But like what I thought was like maybe my own inabilities to network myself, you know what I mean? Like as a product at that time may have actually been a godsend that I wasn't able to like pull it all together and get, because I could have been. I was right around the same time as all those guys.
It's like all you got to do is worship this guy, and
Yeah,
sacrifice the child, and then you can have all the money you want.
pretty much, probably. Yeah. I knew people that knew Joan Jett, actually, that personally knew her. Went to parties at her house and stuff in LA. And I also knew people in the marina where I lived on my father's boat. He knew a bunch of people. My father's friends were the rich, like they were the directors, actors, all kinds of stuff, like world travelers and shit. So I got to meet a lot of people. Lou Ferrigno actually lived right down our dock, and back in the early days, what's his name? Memory loss. Very strange place to be growing up as a teenager in LA back in the 70s. That was freaking war zone. But I digress. What is it, like 8 p.m. or something where you're at, Crypto?
No, it's like 2 a.m.
Oh, shoot, it's 2 in the morning. Oh, that's right. Man, I get that wrong all the time. You're like 8 hours ahead.
Yeah, so it's like 10 a.m. where you are, right?
No, it's 6 p.m.
Oh shit!
So you're
Really?
2 p.m., 6 p.m. So that's 4 hours. So 6 to 6:12 and 2. So 8 hour. We're only 8 hours. You're 8 hours ahead of me. That's all. I keep forgetting that.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
was doing around. Yeah, I see. 6 p.m.
So isn't each degree? Hold on, 8 hours.
So you're actually living in the past.
Say what? Say what? I'm living in the.
You're living in the past. It's only the 18th of April where you are.
Yeah, it's only the 18th of April. It's already passed over the other day. You are. That's kind of amazing, right there.
I'm in the 19th of April.
Yeah, what a trip.
Just wanted to let you know that nothing's changed. The Earth's still flat. We've still got psychos running in place.
I'm back. I'm back, and it's flat again.
Yeah.
It's flat. It's flat, and I'm back again. Sorry.
Turns out time travel is possible.
Time travel is. We're speaking to each other right now at this moment, but we're in two different times. Isn't that incredible, folks?
Yeah, it is.
Is there a moon where you are at 2 a.m.?
I did see a moon earlier. I can't see it now because I'm driving.
Okay, just curious. Is it full?
It's pretty full. I don't know how full. I haven't really looked. But
It's going down. What do they call that? Waning. Yeah, it's waning right now.
I did start howling at it earlier and scratching myself a bit.
Yeah, man. This was a weird full moon. I was ill. I'm getting better right now, though. So on the rebound. And I got a brand new gaming chair, and I can't wait until I can fully enjoy it sitting again. Beautiful weather here today. that no one wants to hear about, so I'm not going to talk about it.
Now, to be fair, we've had some really nice weather in the UK last couple of weeks. Been pretty good.
It snowed most of the day today.
That's what I don't understand about.
Go ahead. What did you say, Crypto?
I was gonna say, I don't understand about people in the northern US. It's like Florida is right there. Just move.
Fuck that. No way. I like the seasons.
Yeah, fair enough. Snowing in April,
move to a place that's like below sea level and that's hurricane prone. Yeah,
That's what I was gonna. I was gonna say, Lune, like snowing in April, like it's almost
we got about an inch and a half today. We averaged every April. I saw it on the weather this morning. Like we average, 2 inches during April, every year. So, whatever.
Guess what? It's 66 degrees here at 6 p.m. No shit. You couldn't make this stuff up if you tried. Oy vey. So it was. What is today? Is today Tuesday? Monday. Still Monday. It was 69 degrees today. So there's that.
Even better. Yeah, I'm still not over the whole snowing in April thing. I couldn't live there. That's way too cold for me.
Yeah, fog is one thing, but the snow, that's a little bit too much.
Yeah, I don't mind if it snows kind of January time because you kind of know, all right, fine, it's cold as fucking January, whatever.
Yeah, right. North
February,
Atlantic and all that.
okay.
Rot. Yeah.
It's like February, it's like, okay, it's starting to get a bit boring now. Can it warm up? March, nah, you better not still be snowing in March. April, now you're taking the piss. Stop.
Yeah, no, it's not common. I mean, it's common enough that we get a dusting or two every April, but that's not a big deal to us. You know,
but
like
probably the beginning of May, though, you're going to get like 80 degrees or something, right?
we've already had like 70 degrees. Like that's just it. We're supposed to have like 70, I think, within the coming week.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I mean, so we go through this time of year, we go through 50, 60 degree temperature swings sometimes in a day.
Quite extreme. I remember that from the Midwest. Yep.
It's interesting that you're further south than me and it's snowing where you are and it's warm where I am. And I know they've got their pre-made excuses about Gulf streams.
Yeah, jet streams and current water, ocean currents, and all that.
Yeah, but that I don't know. I don't think that I'm not going to just accept their assertion because they asserted it. I would like to look into that a little bit more. I find that interesting.
It makes enough sense, but yeah, I get it. Not just accepting it, but it makes enough sense that they would work that way or could work that way.
I'm just below the 33rd parallel at 32.43.
Well, are you in the tropics or just above?
No, San Diego, right near the border, right near the U.S.-Mexican border.
Oh, okay. Because I don't know where the tropics start. The tropics probably start in Mexico then, don't they?
Down, yeah, pretty far down. Where would the tropics start? Let me see.
Because the Tropic of Cancer is the top one, isn't it? Well,
Yeah.
I thought the Tropic of Cancer started on the 33rd degree. But I don't know that. I had it in my head.
Yeah, it's really close to that. That's what I thought too.
Not too.
No, 23, I think.
25. I think it starts at. Hold on.
Right.
It starts at 23.
23 seems a weird number, though.
23.
I think it has to do with what they said, the degrees of tilt that they claim that we have also.
North of the equator.
Yeah. So 23.4 then, right?
23 and about 20. It's 23 degrees 26 minutes, 11 seconds if you want to be precise, or 23.43639. degrees north. So 23. So 10 degrees. So that's 660 miles times degree. Each degree is approximately right? So 23, 33. So 60 to 6,000. No, 600 miles from me. 10 degrees. Wouldn't 10 degrees of latitude be 60 miles per degree?
600 miles.
600 miles. Yep.
Yeah, I'm showing 23.43 degrees.
So you're another 10
4394.
miles. So you're 600 miles north from where I am also.
No,
And then
I'm just talking.
what?
Wait, what? Right now, I'm just talking about the Tropic of Cancer, 23.4394.
Oh, wait a minute. What is your latitude? You're at like 43, right?
Yeah, I'm in the 40s, somewhere around there, 43.
So
That
about
sounds right.
500 or 600 miles north of me. And then 40, and then crypto's probably at almost 50.
Yeah, sounds about right. I can't remember, to be honest.
So almost 50 in London. So 50, we have 33 about here. So 50, 30.
Yeah, I mean, we're on similar latitude to parts of Canada.
So
as far as I know.
30 times 60.
Yeah, Canada gets a whole of a shit lot colder than you guys do.
That would mean crypto
Yeah.
is about 1,800 miles north of where I am. 1,800 miles north. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But it's on a flat plane though, with like whatever it is. Because I could point to crypto right now, and my arm is stretched out over to the northeast, and that's about where.
How do you know you're pointing at them?
We
Because
got to point down at the ground.
Because I have a.
I can see a giant hand in the sky, so I know it's his.
Because he could see it from London. If it was a flat Earth, he could see me pointing my hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, man. Why can't you see my finger?
I can. I'm looking at it.
It's like 4,600 miles. Wait a minute, 32. Yeah, that's about right. Isn't it about 1,200 miles across the Atlantic?
I don't know.
Yeah, so from where I am, it's about 3,200 miles from here to New York. 3,200 miles approximately. So 3,200. Then you have 42 plus another 2, approximately 32. Yeah, so about 3,700 miles. 500? No, 1,200. No.
Sorry, Sonny. I think Creation Bear was trying to get in.
4,500 miles. That's about right.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, if you accurately want to point to where crypto is, you need to be pointing at the ground. He's antipodal. You got to point down.
No, he's not. No, he's not antipodal. He's straight across horizontally from my location.
Hey, just over there.
No, but if he was over there, then you'd be able to see his finger.
No, that's not true.
We already covered that. He does see his finger.
Doesn't see.
Damn.
He sees it in his mind's eye.
Right.
I know he sees me pointing. I know he sees it in his mind. Distance from. Oh, shoot. How'd you like to be out there sailing knowing you have like 1,800 miles to go and you're not in sight of land?
Dude, Sonny, get your armpit off of my state, dude. Seriously, quit pointing at crypto. Yeah.
Yeah, what you thought was snow is actually just like dandruff flakes from his armpit hair.
Oh, gross.
I know. It's only a slight dusting
Oh.
coming from the armpit. That's why you got the snow. Sorry about that. Yeah, it says it's 500. It says it's 5,482 miles from San Diego, Los Angeles to London. 5482. But they got a straight line. So it's a straight line or the curved line. They got a line going up and then down, going closer to the central north part. We know they're flying over flat water. So here, I wonder if I could take a screenshot of that. No, won't let me do it.
Now, what I want to know is if anyone ever got out, you know, those little wheels that you used to measure, like you walk along with the wheel and then it tells you each meter that goes. I don't know what the technical term for those is, but I wonder who got one of those and walked across the ocean just to double check. Yes, it really is 4,000 kilometers or whatever.
Put little rudders on it.
Yeah. You probably could do that. It'd be inaccurate as shit, but it'd be funny.
I always wonder how much those guys that walk around with one of those, or the guys who just do the inverted spray cans, just marking like gas lines under the ground and stuff. They got the metal detector. Like, how much do those dopes make?
Probably quite a bit. 20, $25, $30 an hour, I'd guess.
Damn, they got
Maybe
it
40.
easy.
Could be $40.
Kind of what I figured. Yeah, they probably make about that also.
My old platoon mate, he runs the whole region. He had one guy go out there to mark, and rather than using the machines, because they have all these sensing machines you're supposed to use to find the line. This is one of the main lines for the East Coast. Rather than doing that, he just found the old marks and re-spray painted them. So the diggers came out and dig right into the main line and like put like 1 million homes out of power. So there, there's a lot riding on your mistakes in that field.
Yeah, true. I'm just saying, like, there's this one guy that I see him around all the time. Like, this is just always just like, it's like, I think that's all he's doing is re-spraying the old sprayed lines. Like, after it rains, he's like, we better spray those lines again. You know, like, but he's got this dopey look on his face. He never looks like he's going anywhere. He's like, why, why go fast? Like, it looks like busy work, what they've got him doing.
Man, it's been raining for like 100 miles. Driving north, 95 corridor, at a 100-mile rainstorm, still going.
Yeah, we had like all last year was pretty dry. We were in a pretty not severe drought, but a moderate drought. And this spring's making up for it. It's been really wet.
Every time I take this road, I pass Verrazano Narrows Bridge. And I remember that stupid Modern Marvels episode where they say, right before the commercial, did you know that the Verrazano Narrows Bridge had to account for Earth curvature by making an extra inch and 5/8 on the towers? And I'm like, dude, there's no way on a structure that size that they're engineering the tower to get inch and 5/8 out from each other.
No, and I forget what it was exactly, but like Indios, we were talking about that one day. I think he went and like looked it up or something, and somebody I thought looked it up, but like just a bridge that size, just the expansion joints for, to take into consideration heating and cooling, like are going to be like 8 feet long or something like that. What's that inch and 5/8 do?
Yeah. Well, that bridge, the claim is 11 feet for that bridge.
Yeah, okay. For the expansion?
Yeah, so throughout the year it expands and contracts. And the whole deck of the bridge raises and lowers by 11 feet. Yeah, but that whole inch and 5/8 out is just, a projection from a model of what it would be if it was on a curved surface. But they were probably projecting it, to be fair, what it would be of a plumb line pointing towards the center of Earth based on the radius that they claim. Now, who can tell me what is explicitly wrong with that? Even in their own model. Obviously, it's, wrong, but even within their own model, that claim is wrong. So you have two towers, right? One here, one over there. Supposedly, the plumb lines of the towers are an inch and 5/8 out. They have to be engineered that way. So if you drop a plumb line at the one tower, and you drop a plumb line at the other tower, and they're supposed to be an inch and 5/8 out at the top, and the bottoms are pointing towards the center of the Earth, that's a huge problem. Okay, so the answer is nobody's forthcoming. That on the globe model, plumb lines do not point to the center of the Earth. One, because they have a differential structure in the Earth mass. So if it's attracted to the gravitational attraction, it's not going to point towards the center of the Earth. Two, centrifugal force is outwards from the axis of rotation, and gravity would be inwards towards the center. Those would be differential vector, meaning that your plumb line wouldn't hang towards the center of the Earth. So in what world are you going to make a model projection of this bridge that's supposed to take an inch and 5/8 of the plumb line when you don't even have your plumb line straight? Not to mention what we mentioned before, that the construction process of this bridge wouldn't even allow for an 1 5/8 to be engineered in.
No, something that small is pretty much within tolerance of any one of the uprights for the supports for a bridge that size.
Bullocks.
It's all nonsense, of course.
Yeah, bullocks. You know better, Lou.
Well, then the other question is like, how did they actually measure that the plumb line is actually out that 1 5/8 just because they engineered it in there? What did they go and check? How far apart were those? What did they check with? What method did they use to check?
I actually have a story from a friend. Now, obviously, this isn't a true story, but it might as well be. Okay? So at a bar, he confessed that they had to bid this bridge, right? And in order to win the bid, they promised that they would be the superior team and get this bridge an 1 5/8 out on purpose. Holy moly. You better get it right. Because if you don't account for the curve of the earth, people are going to die. So he said, okay, I'll take that bid. And in fact, we'll do it in record time. So what they did is they constructed the whole bridge. They got it done. Then they went up to the top. They shot a laser from the top to the other side, right? And then they took a concrete planer and shaved it down till they got the 1 5/8, then presented the findings to the government, and then they got paid. So the moral of that story is it'd be impossible to know, even if you could prove that it was an 1 5/8 out, that it was engineered in, or that it followed the plumb lines, and of course for all the factors that we've already previously stated. The entire assertion is ridiculous.
But you could set a whole brand new plumb line up right next to the column. You could just do another plumb line and do another measurement and figure out exactly what they did. Wouldn't be that hard to do.
You have to measure the distance between both plumb lines at the bottom and at the top to see that that's an 1 5/8 out. Like, I don't know if you can trust a laser to measure that. That's not a direct measurement, is it?
No, but a plumb line is. Plumb bob would be exact as long as
top to bottom, but you're trying to compare it to two different uprights, though. Like,
yeah, no. And how far apart are they?
I think they're like 1,000 feet apart or something like that.
How far again?
I don't know if you were following along, God Rock, and if you weren't following along, we already explained how the factors in their model would not allow for precise measurement of two plumb lines. Because one, they're not pointing to the center of the earth, and two, there's differentials in the mass of the earth that would attract it. So there's no way to tell that the two plumb lines are actually doing anything to account for the curve of the earth. Now they could be off, let's say, but there's no way to tell what they're actually doing relative to each other, relative to the earth, unless you measure them across from each other.
Yeah, that's what you'd have to do. Now, how far is that? I heard you say that you broke up. How far apart are the two columns?
I don't exactly know on the Verrazano Narrows Bridge how far they apart. I remember being asked one time. They're pretty far. I want to say like 1,000 feet or something like that.
Well, I think they've got digital rangefinders that are accurate enough to probably take that measurement. But then there would be a slight margin of error. But it probably how much are you looking for? You say 5/8 of an inch is all?
No, the claim is 1 inch and 5/8.
1 5/8. Okay. Well,
yeah, in the difference between the distances, like the bottom the bottoms of both plumb lines,
right?
Yeah, are closer than the tops of both plumb lines by the inch and 5/8.
I'd say bullshit. There's no way that is possible. As long as his plumb lines are set up when there's no wind and whatnot, and then you somehow if you could put a plumb line on the side of a building or on the side of a column that wasn't moving, and then make a mark at the top and a mark at the bottom, so you could actually like pull a real taut string line, super tight up like vertical, and put it right on the plumb line. So mirror it on the wall, and then go your 1,000 feet and do the same thing. Mirror the plumb line onto a wall or a column or some part of the bridge or whatever, and then you could measure between the two. Because if they were a solid line, you could actually drive a nail in the concrete or whatever, and then pull a real super taut, like measuring tape or some sort of a measuring device. You could pull it super tight, even brace it in the middle so it didn't sag. I mean, I could pull it off if I had enough time. I could get the measurement, but 1,000 feet's not that far, really. It's less than a quarter of a mile. Drag strip is 1,320.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I don't think anyone's ever even actually measured it. They just say that that's what it is. That's
I'm
it was
sure
engineered that way. It's just a story that they tell about it.
Right. I'm sure any plumb line you pull off the surface of the earth or go into the sky with, any points you want to pull them off from this point to the next point, I no doubt in my mind they're going to be perfectly parallel to one another. Period. And you just to measure that, I don't know how you would, what measuring device. I'd have to look into it. I know they've got digital rangefinders that are pretty accurate. You can like aim at an object and it will tell you exactly how far away it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, those things are supposedly super accurate. Actually, it's just I've never used them, and I don't trust it. Like,
well, I would trust it enough to build a building, a $100 million building like I've built before. I mean, it's trustworthy enough for that. Be trustworthy enough. I mean, if they're accurate enough to build a skyscraper with. They're accurate. Period. They just are. You don't build buildings that are out of plumb and shit.
Still not going to be measuring stud sections with it.
No, you're not going to be measuring stud sections. You know, not some carpenter screw up because it's out of plumb. No. That's why I say make a hard line.
I can tell you the ones we had in our weapon system was accurate to 1,000 meters. So accurate enough to calculate the distance, so automatically adjust the barrel for ballistic drops so you can put the round on target.
Yeah, they got some pretty accurate rangefinders now.
Now, let's keep in mind that's not. Well, I mean, I guess you could have it something that size portable, but it's not no $150 one you're buying at Home Depot that only goes 150 feet. I'll tell you that.
No, that ain't gonna work. No, the $150 model is not gonna work. Unless you're building like a residential home or something. If you're within those confines, that would probably be fine.
Well, lo and behold, in the past, we had a guy try to present the claims of bridges being off by this type of factor as evidence to claim a bet that he's proving Earth curvature to a flat earther. And of course, he lost in court. So whatever that means to anybody hearing it.
Talking about Zen Garcia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, I got proof of Earth curvature, some model projections.
Yeah. Bring it.
Well, no, sir. You actually need evidence that's tangibly measured from the physical world. Wait a minute. That's too much of a burden to bear. You guys are unreasonable with your standards.
It's your it's your non-reasonable standards that got you into this fucking mess you're in, Glober heads. Your non-reasonable answers, your non-reasonable measurements, and your non-reasonable mind. That's your whole problem right there. No way for you to reason right from wrong because I don't know what happened, but something went wrong somewhere along the way, brother. The guys that I've mentioned this before. There's that video that's called Convex Earth or Concave Earth, whatever it is. And those guys started out as bunch of guys, a couple of engineers, a couple of surveyors, a couple of whatever, and they traveled not all over the world, but they traveled to a couple of different countries, and they did that exact thing where they took a skyscraper in one city and then paralleled it to another skyscraper, like I can't remember how many miles away, 10 miles away or something. And they used some digital rangefinder device and whatever, and the buildings were within, I think they said within a quarter of an inch of parallel to one another, or even less than that. I can't remember what it was, but it was extremely accurate. And it showed the two skyscrapers they weren't super tall buildings, but they were, I think, 10 or 15 floor high buildings, and they measured the distance between the bottom and the top, and they were almost identical measurements because they thought that would prove that there was curvature or whatever, and it didn't. All it did was prove that it was flat. So anyway, these guys that started out on this venture all of them were Globers, and I think all but one, and maybe even him, switched by the time they were done making that documentary. They all are now flat earthers because they went out and did all these tests on their own. They actually went and did the footwork, the leg work, did these observations and whatnot. And they are also the ones that said they sent a hot air balloon up or a helium balloon. I can't remember whether it was hot air or helium, but it was on the opposite side. Instead of going to the South Pole or Antarctica from the South America area, they went the other direction towards like if you're in North America and you headed to the North Pole, straight line, you just keep going. And so it's completely on the other side of the flat plane. It's claimed that they have a picture, I think there was maybe even in the documentary, that from this hot air or helium balloon that took a photo way off into the distance. And beyond the ice wall, there was a small ice wall in that region. And then there was more water past that, a little smaller one. It shows it on the convex Earth, like the picture that for the video, and so it shows the picture of the Earth, the convex Earth, or whatever they call it. It shows like a bowl shape at the bottom and dirt. It goes down quite deep, and then a puddle where we live, and then another puddle on the other end from the South America end of the flat plane. And it showed, they claimed that there was a small continent of land in that other puddle of water that was in the ice wall or the ice region wasn't that thick in that one spot right there. It sort of narrowed up a little bit. It looked like. I don't know if anybody's seen that before, but that's a pretty good video, pretty good documentary actually. We should probably stream it in the light down in Chill or something one night, Lou, because it goes through all the kind of stuff you guys were just talking about, like measuring between two buildings, and a few other tests that they've done. I think they've done some laser tests, and I really can't remember because it's been so long ago since I watched it. It's probably been 2 years. But it was really good.
I actually seen that they were Brazilian, weren't they?
So, yeah, there were several different people from different countries. I think some were from Brazil, yeah. There was a couple from Brazil and a couple from, like, I want to say European somewhere.
Yeah, Italy, I think they were.
Yeah, anyway, there was a small group of people, of gentlemen that got together to do this, make that documentary, and they started out, interviewed them all. In the beginning, they spoke about what they thought, this and that they thought the Earth was a globe, and blah, blah, blah. And then at the end of the video, they confessed that they pretty much changed their mind at this point because of all the observations and stuff they've done, making the documentary. All it did was give evidence for flat and no evidence for the globe whatsoever. So
yeah, they actually built
right.
They built a model as well of what they observed.
Yeah.
As well. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about a second ago with the little bit of water, another small pond on the other end from the part of Antarctica where this is off the tip of South America. They went on the complete other side of the plane, and that's where they found another piece of land. That makes sense too, because maybe that's what Admiral Byrd was even talking about when he said he's seen another continent. Maybe they were up there, and that's where they found it. And then they told everybody it was in Antarctica, down south, down by McMurdo Base or whatever it is, off the tip of South America. It's the opposite of, everything's always opposite of what they tell you, or. So it's possible that that's where that other piece of land was actually spotted, because those guys claim they've seen it. And there's a model of it. You're right. They made a small model of it. I don't know why it's not used more. I don't know what.
Yeah, a mod in the check-in, please.
What's that?
Someone say something about VC check-in.
Yeah, Miguel and Rookie are up there. They're going to send him down probably, I'm sure. Hey, I just went up. He'll handle it. Anyway, Lou, if you would care to stream that convex Earth video at some point in time, I'd be up for watching it. I don't know anybody else would be. It's been such a long time since I've seen it. I'd be. Have you seen it before, Lou? All righty then.
What happened in here?
Hey, Lucky, if you want to go debunk some claims, I made a YouTube stream last night, and people are freaking out in the comments right now. They're just going nuts. And I'm at work, so I can't even respond to them. They're so mad, though. I feel like I didn't do very good, like, responding to
They're
them.
mad. At,
'Cause I
they're
was trying to
mad
make
because of what I just said, or are you saying they're mad because of what you told from earlier, what we were talking about?
Yeah, no, it's just because I did a live stream last night where I was calling out a bunch of Glovers, some videos that I found. Yeah, so there's like 55 comments on it right now, like six or seven different people. Oh, I'm outnumbered, but it's all right. I just told them all, I'm like, unless somebody wants to debate me live, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you guys. I'm not a keyboard warrior. I don't have time for that. So you can set up a time and debate this, but yeah, they're just. I keep asking them to give me their proof. They won't give me their proof. They just keep talking about the stars and shit.
Right. Yeah, that gets frustrating, bro. I can understand that. You just gonna have to you have to realize that you're gonna have your how should I say this your fans, okay, the people who watch your content, okay, regardless of however you do the show or whatever you're doing, the people who are smart that know and that you're being honest and they can tell that you're not being disingenuous. They're the ones that you want to keep. Don't worry about all those people that are just there to give you a crap and talk down to you or make you look stupid or try to find something that you don't know anything about and then bring that in and then try to twist it and weave it into some kind of proof that you don't know what you're talking about. Don't let people do that to you. Just remember that the smart people, the ones that are important, the ones that you're trying to reach, are the ones that are listening, and they're going to pay attention to when you're honest and when you're not honest. So try to be as honest as you can. That's my advice to you when it comes to doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I told them in the comments that I'm going to be posting my own proof that I did myself, in the next couple of months. And this one guy that's been arguing with me is like,
I have subbed to your channel. This is not an endorsement, but I don't want to miss your upcoming video responses to this thread. Oh yeah, all that. Yeah, because I said I was gonna respond to all the comments in the video. Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, like, I don't have time to sit and type back to everybody, but I can respond to them. Like, if I could sit down and look into what they're trying to throw at me, but I can't sit and just type up a response instantly.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying it. Normally when you do a debate, at least where I'm from, like you get together with the person you're going to debate and you talk about what you're gonna bring up. So that way you're the person that you're challenging is expecting it, right? I mean, not. I mean, I understand that you would think that wouldn't be the way to work it, right? You would think that it would be easier to just confiscate or obfuscate and try to catch him not expecting your questions. But in reality, if you know the person that you're going to debate, right, and you have this discussions, okay, you have a discussion about what you're going to talk about and what kind of things you're going to bring up. That way they have time to sit down and read it and learn about it too, so they don't look stupid. Then when you get into the debate, you're going to have more respect for each other. And you're both not going to be trying to just dupe each other over stuff. You're going to realize that, hey, we got together, we talked about what we're going to talk about. So anything that we come up with between now and then is simply our own, right? And if it turns out that it makes me look bad, then it makes me look bad, right? But if you're not honest like that, then you end up getting yourself into a situation where that's all they're ever going to do. They're just always going to bring that same stuff because it works every time. You know what I mean? Try to avoid that. Don't let them pull
Yeah,
you into that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I know, but I don't really mind. I'm not gonna sit and respond and just get mad. I get what you're saying. Don't let them get to me or whatever. I must have done something right with the way I did this stream versus the other ones because this has blown past my most viewed video in less than 24 hours. Like it was before it took like 2 weeks for one video to get to 60 views, my first one. And this one less than 24 hours it's at 67 views. So it's definitely doing better in like the algorithm or whatever.
I don't know anything about that. I haven't really come out of the closet and started sharing my personal opinions and things like that, outwardly. Although I talk on here and I have an opinion and all that, but I haven't really put out any content to support exactly where I stand, I guess. Maybe I should, but I don't know. I don't know much about that, so I'm not sure if I would respond to things that people sent me or whether I would kind of ignore. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really sure how I would deal with it.
I just felt, it's something I've wanted to do for a long time. And I felt like if I didn't just start and get my feet wet and at least try, I'm never going to get into it and fully be devoted. So I just had to somewhat get started. But I'm working on getting this PC that I have fixed and setting up a room in my house and getting an actual recording studio area so I can bring people over and have them on, people that I know. I got a lot of friends that have different views and opinions than I do, but they won't sit and argue with me. They'll talk about stuff, So it's definitely good to have somebody like that that doesn't fully believe or not have the same stance, but they're not going to argue with you. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, not everybody that disagrees with you will tell you that you're
or a
wrong. Yeah.
biased opinion.
But that doesn't mean that what you're saying is, you know what I mean? I guess it depends on where you're coming from and all that, I don't know what your customer, what your fan base is or your content viewer base is, but I mean, it sounds like you're starting to wake some people up, or maybe people are actually paying attention. What I mean? Just be careful. Like I said, if you don't let them walk you into stuff that's fallacy stuff, then you're going to be better off. Do yourself a favor and read a lot about logical fallacies and the different ways that a debate can go bad on you. And I think, just from my own opinion, is that stuff helped me understand better how they talk you out of what you're trying to make a point about. And they'll talk you out of it every time by using that fallacy. But your mind wants to answer that question. It wants to go there and try to give everybody in the room an idea of, what that answer would be. But in reality, it's a fool's errand, because all that does is it just shows that you're just going around in the circle with them. You know what I mean? And they'll keep doing it and keep doing it. And then of course they'll at the end of the debate they'll be like, oh well, I won because you sounded like a moron or something, even though in reality they know they didn't have anything to bring to the damn argument anyway. But
Right.
they'll set
Yeah, it's
traps
definitely
that way. Don't trust anybody. Like somebody can come in there and sound all genuine and then turn around and turn on you halfway through the a conversation or in a debate or whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? I've seen it happen on here anyway. If anybody else has any advice for you, they want to
I'm
mention
kind of
about
dead
that.
in here right now. I'll be saying anything unless I look at the chat, I guess. Hard winter rain. Thanks for that, Noah. I think I'll save that link.
Bro, no
Read,
one can explain
read
it, bro.
through
You
it.
guys know who Zanuck is? He fucking ran away after I put this link. I said, "Can you explain this to me?" Fucking left. He didn't even want. He didn't. And this motherfucker never backs down to anyone. He just dipped. He was gone. I was like, oh no way. I sent this to a couple ball. I have some honest ballers that I talk to and stuff. I'm talking to this guy right now in the
We
DMs.
can
He's like,
cut
nah, this
down
is
on the
all.
F bombs if you don't mind.
Excuse me.
Do you think you can cut down on the F bombs for us?
My bad.
Don't curse, please. No F.
All good.
No F
It's all good.
word. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we don't need to.
Sorry, I
It
wasn't even
happens. I know you get it.
realizing.
You get passionate and you say it, but let's try not to just use it every other word. Thank you.
Yeah, so I should have right now I'm DMing one of my friends who's a baller, who's like an honest baller. Like I think he's an honest baller. I don't think he's like trying to deceive anyone. I feel like some of these people are not honest, but this guy can't explain it. He's a pretty smart kid. He's I think a master's student in computer engineering or something. But yeah, this stumped him. He's a pretty smart guy, so I don't know. I've shown this. Every baller I've shown this to can't refute it. So I don't know. None of them have addressed it. You know what I'm saying? Nobody addresses it. They just obfuscate or just fucking leave. Oh, sorry. F word.
What are you talking about?
It's okay.
The link I just put in the live stream voice check about the fact that the sun never moves, even though the precession of the tilt of the earth is supposed to move it over the course of like 1,000 years, right? There's buildings, ancient sites, where the sun never moves out of its place over like hundreds of years.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is pretty good stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm reading through this
you look
right
at
If it's
now.
what I think it is.
And
basically you go to the link, you scroll down, don't try to download it, just scroll down and the article is there. It's like really professionally done. It has all the evidence right there. It's not like
yeah, this is
making
good.
claims or
This is
anything.
good stuff, man.
The ballers shut up. I was actually thinking of going over to like Gems Panda server and putting it in there and like taunting them. Like, yeah, look at this. Can you explain this? None of them
Oh, I
can.
don't know if that's a good idea, but
I'm gonna send this one to my dad. Actually, this is a good one for my dad.
yeah, I would say that'd be the best thing to do with it is to give it to someone that you think that that it might help, bring them to your side of it, or at least help them see that you're not a nut. That's I don't know
Well,
about
my
going
dad
to
is really
I don't know
on the
about
fence.
going and debating
My
somebody on
dad's
another channel.
super,
That might
super
be
on
good.
the fence right now. I already got my mom and my stepdad, but like my dad, I'm coming after him now. So I'm sure I'll be getting him shortly. I got him to reread Genesis, and he's very, very not religious, but he's a believer. So that's one thing I like to give to people that claim to believe the Bible. I just tell them to reread Genesis and the creation. But he still also needs like more proof, like physical evidence or whatever. So that's a good one right there.
Well, don't let me be the one that kills the room. Just don't all talk at once or anything, guys. Come on.
I'm just reading this paper about how the monuments of the past still line up with the stars of the day, implying that there's no axial tilt, like the ballers
Yeah,
are saying.
exactly. The stars move, but the sun is in the same place. So that means the sun would have to move with the axial tilt, which makes no goddamn sense in their heliocentric model. That means the sun would be moving around the earth.
Interesting.
Okay, guys, we have another VC verified. Odin is from UK. Welcome.
Hello.
We have Crypto. Crypto is from UK too, so
Oh, you got your mic fixed. Right on, Odin. How you doing, buddy?
yeah.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. How's everyone doing?
Good.
Fine,
Welcome.
how are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Work, but other than that, doing well.
Glad to have you.
So what brings you to our server?
Yeah, brilliant. I might actually change to PTT because I'm working around machines and I don't want it to sort of activate the mic.
That's understandable. That's fine. If you're busy, you're busy. We were just thought we'd ask you a few questions while you're.
Oh, no, feel free, carry on.
So, what brought you into us? Like, where'd you hear from? Where'd you hear about us, or did you just stumble on us, or did you see us on?
Well, I don't know. I've been a flat earther for quite a long time, and I was on. It was Witsit. I'm subscribed to his channel, and he posted a video replying to Simon Dan's video of him, and in the description he had this this Discord. So I thought, awesome, more resources, more networking.
That's funny
And,
because I think it's Witsit that is one that mentioned 24/7 2.0 to me the first time.
Yeah. Well, I found it on his.
What's it brought me in here too?
Yeah. It's brilliant.
And Winston's a moderator here as well. Is he pops in from time to time.
Yeah,
although not
I've
as
seen
often as not as often as probably you guys would hope, but he is around for time.
Okay. Oh, that's brilliant.
Which is pretty cool because often when you have like a YouTuber or like 2 or 3 YouTubers that you like to listen to their content, you don't often actually get direct access to them in terms of like just having conversations with them and stuff. So it's kind of cool that he does that for his audience. Well, I mean, obviously he's not doing it like directly, but that it's possible at all is kind of cool.
Well, yeah, that he likes to be part of the community, so that's a good thing. That's kind of the reason why I downloaded the Flat Earth app.
Yeah, accessibility is very important if you're trying to spread something. Yeah.
Well, becoming a blue dot was something that that I thought would be great, but still trying to build that network here. So yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Okay, so you say you think the Earth's flat. So what would you say the top reason why what convinced you that the Earth was flat? What do you think that would be? Your favorite one, or something that comes to mind that?
Well, no, it's the easiest one, which is we can see too far. Which is kind of why I was looking around on here earlier. I only jumped on here today, and I've been looking for any resources I can regarding refraction because that's the Glober's best argument, and
Did you by
one that
chance
I
scroll
got
down to the
stumped
bottom
on.
of the server and look at the list of things that are at the very, very bottom? I think there's one on refraction. You might want to check that out. There's a lot of information
Okay,
down there.
brilliant.
There's a bunch of
Awesome.
topics, and then you just click on it and then scroll up, and you'll see a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I saw all of that stuff, and I didn't pay much attention. As I say, I'm at work, so I just jumped on a chat, and I think it was the lobby, and yeah, now I'm here.
Gotcha. Yeah, I noticed you were in the check-in earlier, and I didn't see you in the lobby, but I just noticed that you were up there, and so I ran up there, and then I didn't have power to unmute you, so I had to get somebody up. But I'm glad you came in.
I think it was lobby or debate, or may have been both even.
I see. Someone sent you.
Yeah.
Right on. Well, I'm glad to have you.
That's awesome.
We're glad to have you.
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, it's great to be here.
Somebody else
Thanks
might
very
want to
much.
ask you some questions, but I mean, I think I've asked
Yeah,
enough.
feel free. Don't be shy.
Well,
I deal with a lot of trolls, so go your hardest.
Just on the refraction.
All right. Well, I'm glad you said.
If you look out for Ball Busters number 66 from Quantum Eraser, it will explain refraction to you.
Sorry, what was that number?
It was
Number
Ball
66, I think.
Yeah, Ball Busters 66. If you look on YouTube,
66.
Yeah,
Okay.
from Quantum Eraser.
That's convenient.
Explains it pretty well.
All right, brilliant. Fantastic. Thanks very much. All right, any more questions? That can't be it.
I'm trying to think of some good ones because I don't like to ask the same dumb questions all the time. But okay.
What's your number one proof for flat Earth? What
I already asked
was your one?
Well,
sorry, I must have missed that. Sorry.
No, that's all right.
You got to say number two. One is already taken.
Yeah. So the number one was we can see too far. I mean that's provable. That's almost too easy. So maybe a second one.
All right, I got another one. Okay, this is just an ask you question just to see where your mind's at. There's no right or wrong answer because this is probably mostly theory and philosophy. But based on what you've learned about from flat Earth in general, this is what you've researched. What do you think? What kind of a realm do you think we live in? What is your idea in your mind of what you think it looks like from the outside or whatever? Just as a thought experiment.
Well, as a thought experiment, I tend to think it's more of an endless plane, potentially with other realms, as in the same shape as ours, circular puddles, if you will. But again, speculation. Yeah, I think there is a dome, a firmament. There kind of has to be. You can't have pressure without a container. And as far as what's out there, well, it could be endless, it could be eternal, it might not. But yeah, it's definitely not what they say it is, that's for sure.
Sorry, I got a phone call. What I mean.
Yep.
I was just letting you know I was back. I got a phone call, so I had to answer it. I missed
okay,
what
no worries.
apologize.
You missed what I said.
That's all right. That's all right, though. It's not important.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of another question then. I heard most of what you said though. I just apologize because I got a phone call and I had to cut out.
Yeah,
But,
no worries.
let's see. I'm trying to think. There was another one that I heard someone ask the other day, and I can't remember it now. But Clyde, do you remember that question somebody asked the other day? And I'm not sure exactly what it was, but it was like an off-topic thing, but it really like popped like and made sense, and like I don't remember what it was now. I'll have to go back and look at my. Anybody else?
Well, I don't know if he already got asked, but I just asked how long he's been a flat earther for. I don't know if he answered either. I didn't hear him.
Oh no, I just said a very long time. I've been a flat earther since around 2004. I got into flat Earth. Yeah, it was let's just say 2001, the incident in New York. Which, yeah, upon looking into that, is let's just say not what they say it was, and stumbled upon this subject, and yeah, it sort of made sense. So I've been sort of on and off researching flat Earth, and then obviously with Eric Dubay, Mark Sargent, and then eventually Dave White. Yeah, went DITRH.
So it sounds like you've been around. Sounds like it sounds to me like you've watched a lot of the stuff we have, and you've done some research on your own anyway.
Oh yeah, no, I'm clued up. It's just more of the I don't have a science background, so the more scientific aspects I need to do a lot more research on. Which is why refraction is one of them. Yeah, the basic concept.
I don't even think the people who work on refraction know how it works. To be honest with you.
No, exactly. I mean, it's the same. I mean, look at gravity. Nobody can tell you what it is. They can't explain it. They just see.
Well, yeah,
the attributes
because we can't
of it.
test it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't really control it. Yeah, it kind of stinks because I wish we could iron that out and be able to answer the questions about it. Right? It would help a lot with like at least with people I've dealt with. Like that's one of their biggest ones is they're like, but they keep saying the gravity is this, and I want to hold on to that. And they're honest that hey, I admit that it sounds crazy, but they just don't want to let go of it because it seems like so true somehow. And it's like I've been trying to figure out how to like chip the ice away from that and get them to like think about what I'm saying. It's difficult sometimes.
Well, I'm tending to favor more and more the more I look into it. Magnetic Earth. As far as I can tell, there are only two forms of force: magnetism and electricity. That's again, I'm not a science buff, but as far as I can identify, there are only those two forces in our realm, or whatever you want to call it. And I'm liking the idea of, I like the idea of the battery Earth. I mean, the Earth, the foundation that we're on, it's demonstrably, provably negatively charged. And you've got the positive charge as you go up as in vertically. And then the sun and the moon being the anode and the cathode. So that tends to resonate with me. It makes sense. It's logical. I can see how it would work. So in terms of gravity, the Flat Earth Society thing of the disk that's traveling upwards at the 9.8.
Where'd they get that at? Where'd they get that crap from?
I don't know. I don't know. Well, it's a brilliant piece of misinformation.
Well, yeah, I'll admit that, but I mean, I wonder how they came up with it and how they. I mean, I wonder, what they had to
Same way
study
they
and
came
all
up with
to
the
come up with
globe.
that and test.
It's identical. It's the same. Whoever thought of the globe probably thought of that as well. The same kind of stupidity. But no, in terms of gravity, that's kind of what I'm favoring. That's the way I'm leaning. I know it doesn't appeal to everyone, but there's something about the sun and moon that it keeps gnawing away at me, and electromagnetism.
Yeah, you're not the only one that it's doing that too.
Yeah, yeah. It just seems to fit, and I don't know why. Call it a gut feeling, but I mean, the moon having its own light and emitting a cold light as opposed to the sun's warm light. So you've got your positive and your negative. Yeah, it
came up yesterday with that I want to mention real quick. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
no.
I watched the thing about using Fresnel lens, right? And so I've got one in my garage, right? I've got it from an old big screen TV from back then, whenever it was. And so I took it out in the yard and I decided to focus it, and it started burning things, right? And I played with that for a while. I was out in the yard and I lit a piece of wood on fire and I burned some other stuff. It wasn't anything major because it's not really focused to a point, but it makes a small circle, right? And so I thought, well, maybe the lenses that I took out of it, I could use in combination with it in order to get it hotter. And I was out there tinkering with it. And then I came in and I saw a video just in passing. I was looking through YouTube, and you know how stuff just pops up. And I seen something that said the moon's light is cold and suggested magnifying it to see if it actually changed temperature. And I thought, oh my goodness, I have to try that. I have to try magnifying the moonlight and see if it actually does make it colder, because that would really be profound, more than just, that the moonlight, happens to actually be cooler than the shade from it. I mean, that could be a number of reasons could cause that, right? But this would be really profound, right? It would actually make it seem a lot more like believable rather than just some thing that you have to test out someday.
It's more of a scientific experiment, yes.
Right. I wondered, because they claim that the light that we get is bouncing from the sun, right? It's the sunlight bouncing. When I thought about that would make warm light, it didn't occur to me, and I thought, what the heck? And so, I'm been putting.
You are roboting, Rocky.
Sorry?
He was roboting the voice.
Oh, was he starting to break up?
Yeah. I think he's gonna check that.
Okay.
Am I better now?
Okay, better.
Oh, there you are. Yep.
Go on.
All right, now I don't remember where I was at, but
you thought it was so profound that being able to magnify colder light.
Right. I never thought about the fact that it would be warm, right? Especially since the moon appears to be a light surface, right? It would reflect the sunlight. Yes. And yes, you would think, even though it was traveling, suppose, hundreds of thousands of miles or whatever it is, you would think that, if the sunlight was able to get here and still be warm, then why wouldn't it bounce off the moon and get here and still be warm? But I found out that by checking the temperature of moonlight, it is cooler than other things. But I'm not sure that that's really, I can really firmly decide that, because I'm not really manipulating any variables, right? I'm just taking a measurement and then coming to a conclusion based on it. So, because I've learned not to do that after making a few mistakes here and there, and fooling myself into things that weren't true. The invisibility cloak thing really got me really good. It took me a while to get over it. Because based on what I know about light refraction, I can see how it could be used. But then I thought, well, why in the hell would the government advertise it if it really was the truth, right? And then it just started to dawn on me, like, this is not, there's no way it's real, right? Yeah, maybe you can hold a screen up in front of you that has a reflecting surface on it that'll make you see around something, but it doesn't work like they show in the damn YouTube videos, right? It's not like you can just pull something over you and no one's going to see you. It doesn't work like that. You know, it works only at certain distances, at certain angles, and then, you know, then you have the problem of that the screen itself is reflective, and so light hits it and it just refracts everywhere. So you're pointing yourself out, and that's the case, right? So it, like I had to sit there and think about all the different factors involved in whether or not it could be true or not, right? And it wasn't until I started to do that and started to go over all the details of what would really have to be true if it was real, right? And I realized there wasn't anything to support it, except for maybe some reflective materials like those little cards you used to get in the gum wrapper, you know, like the baseball cards that you turn left and right and they would change and they look 3D.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's just a reflective surface. It's not really making you invisible, right? But there's people that I've talked to, even in here, that really think that that's really such technology that the government really uses. And I'm like, well, maybe they could use it at certain distances and things, but I really don't think it's like what YouTube is trying to make it out to be, right?
No, I disagree. Exactly. For the same reason, because I mean, everything is a perturbation. So light, sound, they're all frequencies. They're all waves. So in order to have that kind of invisibility, they should have been able to, or let's say stealth bombers, or stealth aircraft, stealth ships. But they're not invisible to the naked eye because
but they are
they
to radar,
can't be.
right?
Yes.
Well, I would say
So
that if a stealth bomber was at a distance, you probably wouldn't see it either, right? It would be invisible to you until it got close enough to you. If it was high enough up in the air, you probably would never see it, right? It's
of course, but that's also perspective. Yeah.
Or your optical resolution, or how, I forget what the word term is for it.
That's right. You give something a small enough profile, and it will disappear from your eye. Yeah. I mean,
the one that got me. I'll tell you another one that got me was, you know, how they say that ships disappear from the ground up. I could never explain that. I always wondered, like, how do you explain that truth, right? Because we know it happens, right? We see it with our own eyes. But how do you explain that to someone who wants to use that as an excuse to say, well, there's no way? And it got showed me by a small video, and it was a guy who took a camera and he set the camera up on a stool or on a tripod, and he adjusted it to where the camera couldn't see the surface of the table. He put it on like a coffee table, right? And he put it to where you couldn't see anything but just the table in front of you and then the wall behind you, right? And then he took a Hot Wheels car and he rolled it away, and I watched that Hot Wheels car disappear from the ground up. And I thought to myself, no way.
Hey,
and I realized,
you
I
know,
was like,
another
no,
thing?
dude, like it gave me chills, bro.
Perspective. Yeah.
Another thing with that is there's more salt actually closer to the shoreline. There's more salt deposits. So as the boat gets further away from the shore, the water has less salt in it, so the boat isn't floating on it as much. There's less buoyancy, so the boat actually sinks into the water.
Wait,
so the boat actually, the further away from the shore you get, the boat actually does sink more into the water.
No, the water doesn't change density.
Well, I
Well, the
agree with
salt
you. There might
content-
be
the
a
salt
salt difference.
content
There might be
changes.
a content difference, but I doubt that it's going to make the boat a whole lot more buoyant, considering the boats are all balanced by ballasts that suck water in and pump it out, depending on what kind of rough waters they are.
Given the tides and the currents, I grew up in Australia, so very much a beach bum, and I can tell you that currents, tides, it mixes up the water pretty well. So you can, apart from maybe the odd pocket of
they're not going to be the
fresh
same in every
water
area.
coming out of the. Sorry.
Sorry, I got you. I'm sidetracking. I'm sorry. I thought you were going somewhere else with it. I was going to say is that tides aren't the same everywhere. Like you can be 5 miles from here. Like right here, I live next to the river, right? And when the tide comes in, it raises the river. The river rises a little bit, right? But there are places where I've gone fishing where it hardly rises at all, and it's like only a mile away from the spot where
Oh
it
yeah.
rose 4 or 5 inches, and it's like, how does that work? I always wondered how that worked. And then when I looked online and to answer that question, I found out that if you look at the tide levels and the heights and how high they go and how low they go, you'll find that there's places in the world where the tide never changes. Now, how does that
Oh,
work?
absolutely.
Right? How does that make any
Absolutely.
sense? It just doesn't, right?
Well, going back to the difference in saline in the sea, you can probably do the same experiment with, say, a bath bomb. Throw a bath bomb into the bath. I mean, that's still water. So that's water that's not even flowing or mixing or stirring around. And see how long it takes for the color of that bath bomb to completely engulf the bath. So it doesn't quite sit right with me that the salt percentage would be any less, short of a
Well,
fresh.
I think it might be, but I think it would
river.
be.
I should
No, it
I
wouldn't. It
should
wouldn't be.
probably clarify here. I should probably clarify here. That is just something I heard in this Discord, and I have not verified it. But in my head, it made sense when the person that said it. It just the way they explained it, it made sense to me. So
Well,
I'm
I
not.
can
I'm not
agree
saying,
with
Like I
you.
said, it does make some
No,
sense, but I don't know that it would have an
absolutely.
effect on the
If
ship
you're
that would really be visible, right?
Right.
Well, let's say the Titanic. Who's to say that icebergs are not fresh water? So if you're on a ship traveling through
They are
water,
freshwater because salt doesn't freeze.
well, yeah. So through a field of icebergs, that water is probably going to be more dilute than, say, a regular sea. Where a fresh river comes out into the ocean, you'll have more fresh water there. So I suppose, yeah, you're not going to get a 100% consistent salt reading throughout the world's oceans, but
Well,
not.
you could
I
say
don't
that
think
the air
enough
bubble content in the water can
adjust.
change that. The temperature of the water
Yes,
can
well,
change it. There's so many factors. It's like saying one is more important
yes.
or is going to make a big effect. It's kind of hard to say that, you know.
What
I don't
seems
disagree
more
with you.
logical to me is the perspective. So, for example, waves. Now, in Australia, we have quite big waves. So if you're standing at the beach looking out and there's a ship that's sailing away, perspective will dictate that as the ship or boat travels further away, the closer waves to you in terms of perspective are going to get larger compared to the boat. So the ship will eventually, or the boat will
Depending on the
eventually
distance
disappear
from you and all that,
behind, behind waves, which normally wouldn't be large enough to cover the boat. So as the boat recedes away, so anything in the foreground will eventually hide the ship. You can then bring it back as when you zoom out. That seems more logical than, say, the ship itself getting lower into the water, if that makes sense.
No, it does. Exactly. It's like I said, you know, and you got another factor, whereas, you know, it's using petroleum, right? It's using gasoline. And so, and a lot of these big ships take a lot of gasoline just to get them moving. So it could be that maybe the reason why that change would be affected also by the amount of gas that's in there and the water that they drink inside the ship and people using the restroom, you know, all that stuff ends up getting put off the ship, right? So eventually the ship would become lighter. So there's so many factors involved. Like I said, I just don't think that the salt content in the water would have a lot of effect on buoyancy that wouldn't already be, you know, considered in, you know, when you're considering the waves and the little stuff that you would add on to it as well, you know, and refraction and whatever else you could add to it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't
Well,
think
I hope
there's.
that makes some sense because it sounded like it came out wrong.
No. That absolutely, yeah, that absolutely makes sense. But as for the curvature being the reason why a ship disappears, no, there are quite a few. It's the resolution of your eye. It's the fact that the item you're looking at, i.e., the boat, is physically appearing smaller. So everything between you and the boat will be larger, comparatively speaking. You know, there are optical reasons why, but there are no physical reasons why.
Right. And also, I've seen too many videos.
Unless it is sinking.
Time lapse of like looking at a town that's out in the water, you know, like on an isthmus or whatever, and they show from miles away, and they show how that during the day, as the temperature changes and the moisture level rises because of the heat from the hitting the water and making it evaporate more, and the cold at night, it makes all the moisture settle down to the bottom. It changes the way you can see and what you can see and how you see it.
Yeah,
Although
atmospheric density.
even when it's obfuscating a lot, you can still see pretty much to the ground, right at the shore, which is odd to me. And I know darn good and well that, I mean, yeah, maybe in a mile or two, it might, I can see where people would argue with it. But when we're talking about, I've seen things at distances over 100 miles with my own eyes, without a camera, without a zoom camera, right? And I could see the foot of a mountain that's over 200 miles away from me. There's no way I could see that mountain if the Earth was curved and it was a ball, right? It's just not possible.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I know maybe not everybody's seeing things like that, but I challenge you to go out there and look for things like that. Make measurements. I mean, even though it's not really going to be a convincing factor completely, it might start to make you see what we're talking about and why we're starting to look at things more and pay more attention to how they explain it and whether or not it's really true or not. Because a lot of the stuff they feed us with is just a way to confuse us. It really is.
Well, see, that's the whole thing. The whole debate between flat Earth and, let's say, ball Earth is so simple, because my number one go-to, which is we can see too far, is actually therefore the end of the discussion. Because if we can see further, then we ought to, if we were on a curved surface, then there is no curved surface, i.e. there is no ball or globe. If there is no globe, there is no anything else to do with the heliocentric model as it's taught now, which is why we can see too far is my go-to. And that's why I want to learn more about this refraction and all of that bullshit that they keep hitting me with, and I just don't have the weapon to knock them back. So, yeah. That's where I'm at. Did I drop out?
Nope.
Oh.
No, I was just thinking about what to say next.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, your sentence, we could see too far, is actually begging the question that yields them ammo.
You're right. That's why I added that at the
It
end.
assumes a limit that you can see beyond, which is begging the question that there's something stopping you from seeing. So you might want to phrase that in a more positive assertion towards your claim. For example, you might say, I never see a hump of Earth curve in the way, or something. I don't know. It's just a thought.
Sorry, as opposed to how did I phrase it?
That you see too far.
Yeah. Well, we do, don't we?
Well, that you only see too far if there's something.
Actually, we see as far as we're supposed to see, but yeah, I mean, I guess when you look at it that way, you have to change
No. But you have to come at it from their point of view. They're trying to explain to a baller, and that's all I seem to do these days.
I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, trying to explain to them that you can see so far. They get stuck in the loop. But if you tell them that we see too far, then they will spend a lot of their time questioning what is too far. And too far is their curve. So now they have to prove their curve because we see further than their curve. They can't prove their curve.
But I think what he's trying to say is
the
that
argument
it doesn't
moot.
necessarily mean that that makes the Earth a ball or not a ball, right?
But it does. We're using their maths.
But their
So
math
on
is
a-
faulty,
on a-
remember? That are you starting to get what we mean?
Well, no, their Earth is what is it? 25,901 miles or something. 24,901 miles.
39.59 miles or whatever. Yeah.
That's 3,000 odd, whatever it is, radius. So
3959.
technically, yeah. So what? It's three point something miles that we should be able to see only before things start disappearing
At 1
behind the
foot
curve.
height, you should be able to see about 1.12 miles. And the surface, everything
Right.
else
So,
beyond
sorry,
that should be
from
gone,
six
right?
from 6 foot.
Technically.
Yeah. So using.
So yeah, 6 feet you'd have to.
Yeah.
I think that people need to clarify just a little bit more to these globers that when you say, oh, we should only be able to see 1.22 miles or 3 miles, whatever it happens to be due to the math, due to the confinement that we're within the globe model, you see, of course we can see further than that. And I think it confuses them saying we see too far. What we're seeing too far is we're seeing the horizon is at too far of a distance away. It should only be 1 mile, 1.22 miles away at 1 foot observer height because that's where the first 8 inches of drop would be. So you shouldn't see any more water past that. You can see past that. It's not like you can't see. When you say, oh, we see too far. I think they get confused. Well, what do you mean too far? You're seeing a boat that's way out there, way past 1.22 miles. Well, of course,
yeah,
because they're not being explained that it's where the cutoff is supposed to be, where the first 8 inches of drop is supposed to be at 1.22 miles, and the water at that point should no longer be able to be seen. Of course, if there was a ship or a building sticking up out of the water or an oil rig that, was sticking way up high, of course you'd see it. You can see islands 30 miles away. It's so I think this 1.22 mile thing confuses a lot of them. And I think that you need to be a little more specific about what you're saying when you say we see too far. We're seeing the horizon too far. It's too far out there. It shouldn't be that far because it should have dropped off behind the hump at 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer height.
Well, yeah, the actual horizon. I mean, the physical horizon. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's got if either it's a globe or it's not.
That's right.
Either it's going to drop or it's not. I mean, if it's a globe, it has to drop. Period. Has to. If it's a globe, it has to drop.
And I've yet to have anyone show me proof of the physical horizon. So
no, neither have I. But
yeah, that's why I'm kind of staying in this area. I mean, I don't even need to go beyond Earth.
Hey, I got a question here. What's a good response to somebody? I said that gravity is just a theory, and they said, if gravity is just a theory, even though a theory in terms of science means well understood and accepted facts supported by several scientific laws, what is the force that we know exists that pulls matter together? Every other force a flat earther has given me breaks the laws of both physics and basic logic, or they avoid the question.
Sorry, you broke up there. What are the forces holding things together?
Yeah, he said, what is the force that we know exists that pulls matter together?
That's electromagnetism. Yeah, there are only two forces: magnetism and electricity.
Yeah, it's electromagnetism. You're right, because when you magnify a piece of matter under an electron microscope, you should get down to where you're actually seeing separate atoms or molecules of some sort. There's always a space between them. They're never touching each other. We've never seen another actually touching one another. So they're being held in place by some sort of an electromagnetic force.
Well, you've got the strong force and the weak force, and both of those are electromagnetic. You've got electricity, you've got magnetism, you've got gravity.
Stop.
Right now, and gravity is the odd one out.
Wait.
Sorry.
Well, you've got buoyancy, density, and then you've got.
Whoa! Everybody, stop! Do not buy into the burden of proof reversal fallacy. It's their claim. Make them prove it. And he got the scientific theory stuff. He got the scientific theory thing wrong. It's based on experiment, repeated and tested experiment.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I was looking for. That's what. How do I word that again? The burden of proof fallacy.
Yeah. He's trying to flip the burden of proof onto you. It's up to him to prove it. And a scientific theory.
I knew there was a term for this. I knew there was a term for what he was saying. But that's why I asked. Because I need like debate training or something. I don't know.
It's
he
also
got the scientific theory thing wrong. It's not what he said. What did he say it is? Based on a bunch of laws and known fact.
No, he said it was a theory.
Yeah,
he said if gravity is just a theory, even though a theory in terms of science means a well understood and accepted fact supported by several scientific laws.
No, it's scientific experiment. Scientific theory is based on scientific experiment, repeated and repeatable, testable,
demonstrable,
observable demonstration. Right.
Yeah.
I would also keep them separate so that you don't have a false dichotomy fallacy. You know, you don't pit something against gravity that bears no relation. I think electromagnetism and static electricity and all that there have separate qualities to what gravity is. Don't pit them against each other.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, gravity is the odd one out, obviously, because it doesn't exist. So, yeah, that's a good point.
Gravity's actually irrelevant to the argument about whether the Earth is flat or globe. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It only matters to the heliocentric creation story. That gravity somehow had a part to play in the formation of the globe. Okay, so since they can't validate that because they can't go back in time, they're talking out their butt in principle.
Well, it's all a theory.
Well, it depends on what you mean. Is it a theory in the sense that it's just a thought, or is it a theory in the sense that it's scientifically validated?
Well, no, it's a theory in that it's unprovable. You can't prove the Big Bang. You can't prove gravity. They are just theories.
Right, but in science, which comes first, a theory or a hypothesis?
Yeah, well, that's something that they need to understand as well.
Yeah, see, the theory comes at the end. That you do an observation, you do your hypothesis, you do your experimentation, and then you formulate your theory. You don't begin with your theory.
Yes.
Yeah, they confuse.
So let's be clear about gravity. Gravity's a word game. When they posit the idea of gravity, they're referring to a phenomenon which we all experience, which is things falling down or rising up. We all experience that everywhere we go. For example, I'm traveling 400 miles. When I get to my destination, when I drop things, they'll fall down or they'll rise up, one or the other. depending on the buoyancy of the medium that they're in, right? That's what we all experience. Now, if you wanted to call that gravity, I would let you call it gravity. However, when the Globers say gravity, they don't say, I'm dropping something down here, and then I go 400 miles away, and I'm dropping something down there. What they mean is I'm dropping it inward to the center of the ball. Those are entirely two different things. So if they ever let gravity come out of their mouth, you need to tell them, where's the validation for your belief that these things are falling inward to a floating space ball? Because things falling down is not sufficient to bear that claim to the end. Things falling down, therefore inward to falling space ball. No, that doesn't work.
Well, I want to know how these space balls form the very first two molecules where they bond together. Where's the gravity when there is none? When there's no mass yet to gather stuff together.
That's a good question. Where did the magnetism come from before there was dirt there in order to be a mass of something?
Right, before there's any mass there, it's all just particles.
Viscous.
Where does the mass and the gravity come from then?
Viscosity.
Millions of years, and we're not all stuck together yet.
Stuck together with what? Glue?
Stuck together just through.
With glue? What are you sticking them together with?
Like billions of years of being pulled towards each other, yet we're still seeing the same constellations every fucking night.
Well, the answer to that is easy because it's apparently the opposite to how everything started.
What's the
you had the Big Bang,
we die?
and then you have the big gravity.
Yeah, when nothing became.
So when it comes back together, it'll be full circle and we'll be done?
Apparently.
One big Earth and one big sun together.
I'd love to go into a debate and start it out with, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
These aren't the theories you're looking for.
That's another one.
Oh, I thought it was. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to destroy the whole.
No. If I can just start something, on a lot of videos that I watch regarding the buoyancy and density, I noticed that there's a fundamental aspect that is never brought up, and that is why is down down and up up. This is why I'm sort of
you live on a ball,
leaning to believe
because
of
the toroidal field.
Yeah,
look at the toroidal field. That's why.
And this is why I'm lending to believe the fact that it's electricity and magnetism. The Earth is a dielectric plane, got a negative charge. Moon, sun, yeah. That's one thing I see a lot.
Field, which has a flat plane through the center of it. That's what a toroidal field is. A magnetic field that goes up in a dome shaped or up and above you, a flat plane in the middle, and then another dome below you. It's called the toroidal field, and I think that's where we live, is in a toroidal field, and we live on the flat plane in the middle. That's what enables all material, I think, to actually bond together and become matter, is because we live within this toroidal field. If we weren't within this toroidal field, we wouldn't have even any dirt to walk on, because the properties, the physics behind it wouldn't be there to support the forming of any solid material. It's all because we live within this toroidal field. That's my opinion of it. And there's quite a few people that have come on board with that as of recently. So if you look into what a toroidal field is, and then the flat plane that's in the middle, that's where we're at.
So there could potentially be an upside down Earth on the underside of our Earth, where their up is our down and our down is their up. Heaven and hell, maybe?
I guess that is entirely possible with toroidal field.
Yeah,
the flat plane through the center. Yeah, that
absolutely. Because if
that would be possible, you're right.
Yeah, if our down is going towards the center
flat plane
of the flat, yeah, of the
disc,
yeah. So our down is going towards the center of the, let's say, a cutaway of the toroidal field. Then there should be, or there could be, a mirror image or a mirror world on the other side. Yeah, I like that. That's something to think about. As above, so below.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hoorah!
I never considered it. Now I'm considering it. Crazy.
Yeah, that's lovely food for thought. That is. As above, so below.
We need to
Heaven,
get down
hell.
there. Well, up there.
The answer.
It'll be down. It'll be down. Yeah. Well,
You guys are talking
it'll
about
be down until it's up.
Until it's not. Exactly.
Sure.
Yeah.
You
sorry?
guys are talking about mechanisms and nature and all of that, but you asked the question why. And the answer to why is very simple, and that's because if things were just going in every which direction, life would be retarded. Because we live in a coherent system that's designed for us to be our home, and it's intelligible and well-designed and stable for us. That's why.
Damn straight.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, it's intelligently designed. Well, to any normal person, that's without question. But yeah.
Yeah. The circle of life. Yeah, that's normal. That's natural. It's not something that happened randomly. That's why it works. That's why we're still here.
Oh God, I'm so sick of fighting against evolution. Oh my God.
Trees, evolution itself is bull.
Oh, it's
The
yeah.
weather
Let's not even let's not even go there. Oh.
Let rain fall and let it dry up and fall again. That you think that just happens on happenstance? No,
Yeah.
it's probably designed that way because it's a filtration system. It's beautiful.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Same reason we have the tides. Filtration system.
But no, it just happened to be where this spinning ball was. And that just happened to be how it worked perfectly. There's nobody with their hands in that.
Yeah. I
You
believe
sound so stupid to say out loud.
the sea is constantly being cleaned. Fresh water's coming back. Like a pump. Up and down, up and down. It's like the earth is breathing. Our plane is breathing.
It is alive.
Alive.
It is the heart of our reality. The thing we stand on. It's the mainframe.
Well,
Our freighter.
to be fair, a lot of people going down the rabbit hole of flat Earth have led themselves to the conclusion that the Earth itself is to be worshipped.
Yeah, when you give somebody a plant, you don't thank them for the plant because the plant's from Earth. Okay? We just help take care of the plant.
Yeah.
Say,
Although
plant.
I can understand why, native peoples could possibly have thought that because, Mother Nature, it provides, it gives as a mother would, gives life, feeds, nurtures. So, yeah, I can understand that to a point.
Grandmother told me that you don't thank people when they give you a plant. It's bad luck. It's not the right thing to say.
Do people actually give plants still?
Yeah, it's coming back. I feel like just in the last
Oh,
year.
really?
I've seen so many memes about it too. Like, well, I should get gas, but there's these 76 plants I want to buy, so I'm going to spend all my gas money on that. Can you come pick me up? No, I should be getting formula for my baby, but I just got half a can and about 6 plants. Is that okay with you? Called off today so I can go buy more plants.
Yeah. I don't know. We need more natural selection. Ooh, anyone have any ideas, theories, input regarding the cosmos, our beautiful stars in the sky?
The all natural calendar.
Yeah.
The weather indicator.
Well, I think they're sentient beings myself.
Absolutely. Ah, thank you. I was hoping for that. Ah.
Yeah, that would make sense to me that they're sentient and they have got a purpose just like we do.
They just don't have free will to move unless they're told
Their
to
own
go
little,
on the same track.
their own little ditty, you know, that they do, and they're part of this dynamic system, and they're self-aware.
Not to get all soppy and romantic and religious and all of that, but you know, I'm just standing outside now, having a look at these beautiful stars. Where I am in the industrial area, it's virtually no light pollution. I've got an absolutely gorgeous moon shining down on me. I can probably read by it, you know. I've got a shadow. Absolutely glorious.
Yeah, it is when you sit back and try and take it all in, isn't it? It is a glorious sight.
As I was doing earlier tonight, and you know, your comment of them being sentient kind of got me thinking back to my old church days. And they talk about the choir of angels. Now, there is such a thing as sonoluminescence.
Oh, sure enough is. Frequency created light.
Yep. The waters from the waters to the waters above.
Yep. Star in a
Who's
jar,
to
that's
say?
pretty amazing. I first seen that star in a jar. That
Absolutely.
I was pretty amazing to see that, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, I first saw that actually with the bloody hell, what's that shrimp? There's a shrimp, and it's got such a powerful and quick clamp of its claws that it actually generates heat, so much heat that it's got a little light in the pocket of air, the bubble that it generates when it's called the something shrimp. I forget the name now.
That's how sonoluminescence works, is the air bubble expands
That's right.
and contracts at thousands of times per second and creates the friction from the expansion and contraction and the collision of the air bubble is where the
That's
light
right.
and heat comes from.
And it generates light. Yeah.
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 I remember, I think they said tens of thousands of times per second, if you can imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Something expanding and contracting at that rate of speed. My goodness.
Yeah,
all because of sound.
It's, yeah, absolutely amazing. Glorious, even.
And not to get all religious and all that either, but he did say that he spoke these things into existence.
Yes, let there be light.
So when you speak, you are speaking a frequency wave, a sound wave, and it could be exactly like sonoluminescence, the frequencies of the voice of the creator.
That's right.
Actually be speaking these things into existence.
Yeah, and the angels, the choir of angels that are singing.
Yep.
If they're at their posts.
Yep, they're maintaining it. Probably.
Yep.
Maybe.
That's exactly the thought I had. Yeah.
I will see your voice making the world and raise you. Our voice is also manifesting.
Absolutely.
Also the intent behind it. You know,
Behind it, yeah.
Every little interaction is sending vibes, to put it simply.
I'd love to do that rice experiment.
Hell yeah.
Has anyone tried that?
No, I just decided to talk nicely to the plants, and they started growing.
What experiment are you talking about? Say that again.
That's the rice experiment.
There's been
where you
been
take
a lot of college students that have done that. Go ahead.
Or where you
Yeah.
take what? Explain it to me.
Sorry,
please.
you take some rice and you get 3 jars. I think it's 3.
And I
You
think
put
it's
rice, the same rice. You put 1 jar of rice. You write something like hate. Stick that on the jar.
Oh, okay, I got you. I know what you're talking
The second
about.
one, love, and then the third one, nothing. You don't do anything with it. And every day at the same time, you come down, you say something hateful to the one with hate. You say something loving and beautiful to the one that says something nice, love or beauty or whatever. And then you do nothing with the normal rice. And apparently, the one with hate will go bad very quickly. The one with love will stay fresh. And the one that has nothing will just naturally go bad. Yeah.
Deteriorate.
Yeah.
Those words. Age.
No, there's a lot to be said about words.
Mm-hmm.
So they did the same kind of thing with freezing snowflakes. They were like freezing water. They would say something like love and all that, and then this beautiful ice crystal would form. And then when they were talking hateful shit, and an ugly, weird-looking ice crystal would form. It was not all out of form and whatnot.
Yes, that was that Japanese guy.
Yep. Same sort of
Same
concept.
thing. Yeah. I remember that. Oh, I'd forgotten about that one.
I think it's just a general law of reality that we've all been not, privy to, ignored, because it's, metaphysical.
And it pretty much tells you right there. I mean, there's those 2 experiments alone, if that's what they really are, or if it's an observation or whatever. But those 2 things, when you observe that to happen, it pretty much tells you straight out that there's something to, the frequency, the intent behind the frequency that you are putting out. And it may not just even be words. It could be just intent in your mind and the feeling coming from your body and just this concentrated thought of, hatefulness or joy and love and all that kind of stuff. Who knows exactly where the stimuli is coming from, but there's certainly something stimulating these objects to do what they're doing, or otherwise it wouldn't happen like it does every time. So there's definitely some, I would say it's due to the stimuli that you are putting these rice and the water or whatever subject to, then it reveals the intent behind it, and so.
Well, I think you're right when you said frequency. I think everything is frequency.
Yeah.
Thoughts. Feelings.
Yeah. I think
Imagine
all of
what they
that
could
is,
use against you if they knew that. They could
well,
change the way
yeah,
you are frequencying at people.
everything's a perturbation of the. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, since we're talking about this, do you guys see anything when you close your eyes? Because I feel like when I close my eyes, depending on my thoughts, the thoughts in my head, the like patterns of my
Color.
closed eye vision, they change.
Do you by any
Has
chance see
anybody
color?
experienced that? I see color. I see color. Sometimes I see like
Yes.
like depictions of stuff. Not like
Yes.
super vivid, but like vague. It'll like morph, and if I really focus on it, it changes a lot.
Yes. It's kind of it's. I know exactly what you mean. I have experienced that before. It's kind of. I mean, seeing it is rather a simple way of saying it. It's like you see it, but in your mind, not like not you don't. It's like I'm not seeing it as in visually. I'm sort of seeing it in my mind's eye, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. In your mind's eye, yes. Of course it does.
Yes. I get the color. Yeah. Sorry, who said that? Do you see that?
I see color, and I see like vibrations. If that makes any sense.
Oh wow. Okay.
Like the vibrational pattern when you like put salt onto like a current through a pan with salt on it, a certain frequency, the salt changes into patterns. It's
Yeah,
similar
over a
to that.
speaker.
Not
Yeah.
exactly, but very, very.
Wow.
Yeah, you can do that with a stream of water as well. You stream water out of a tube, and as it's floating down through the air, you hit it with certain stimuli of like a speaker and sound waves, and it will change the pathway of the water, turn it into a spiral. It'll have it do several different things depending on the frequency wave that you stimulate the water with. I don't know if you've seen that where they have a tube of water down and they have a speaker and then they set a certain frequency wave coming out of the speaker and it hits this stream of water coming down through the air and it turns it into like a swirl or like a
wow.
like a corkscrew or whatever. And
well, again, frequency. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Sorry, to the guy that that sees the patterns. Is it for if you're experiencing a very strong emotion, or is it when you relax, or is it do you have to be in a certain
It gets
frame
very
of mind?
strong. It gets very strong when I pray. It gets very, very strong when I pray, but it's always there when I
Oh
close my
wow.
eyes.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna
See,
try and draw a picture of it one day. I'm gonna try and draw a picture of it one day because it gets like really vivid sometimes, but then it goes away. It's really weird,
Yeah.
and I haven't experienced this since like the past like 6 months. I'd say it started happening.
Oh, no. Don't say weird. That's awesome. That's amazing.
Yeah, and I just thought after listening to you guys talk, maybe it could be. Like I don't know, like my body, my body's putting off the frequency, and then when I close my eyes, I'm seeing like the liquid in my eyes or something, like take on those patterns. But I don't know. I have no idea how this stuff works.
You could just be in tune.
Yeah, well, I like that better.
Yeah, because I see the colors, but
I've made a lot of
it's only when
lifestyle
I'm
changes.
experiencing
I've
a
made lot of
strong
lifestyle
emotion.
changes the past 2 years. And
Right.
I've like made a lot of good choices and changes for the better. So I think that has a lot to do with it. I stopped using drugs.
Awesome.
That was I think a big part. I don't know.
Awesome. That's fascinating. Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about frequency and being in tune, so to speak. I suppose it's like when you're in the zone. You know, something as simple as playing a computer game or, you know, when you're at work and you're just having a good day, or you just feel like you're in tune. You just feel like everything's just flowing right. So just to change the subject a little bit, has anyone here ever debated any globers or anything like that?
I'm trying to. I put out a 45-minute live stream last night on the YouTube channel calling out 3 different separate videos I found of people either making fun of the flat earth or trying to say that it's not flat. And I called them
Right.
out. And now I got like 60 comments on the video, like different people trying to argue with me. And I'm like, come on live. You know, I'm like, do it live. Let's do it live. They don't want to. They just want to type.
Yeah, I get a lot of the keyboard warriors that, yeah.
We debate Glover's in here all the time. We've had specialty debates. There's also Nathan Oakley show that we debate on. So yeah, plenty of debate.
Awesome.
Early on, when I joined the server, I did a debate against Planer Walk. Was, if I'm not mistaken, it was about optics and refraction type stuff.
Yeah. I've got to brush up on that, that's for sure. But at least now I can.
I mean, evidence of the matter, it's like they're going to present you with a bunch of logical fallacies, right? And then try to slip them past you and claim that there's all this evidence, right? And then you say, okay, well, where's that body of evidence? And then they give it to you, but it's actually created in the framework of the conclusion that was gained from the previous logical fallacy. So it's all a big circle. Like it requires the next step to go back and input the first step.
Right.
So, like in a majority of the debates, it's just pointing out the fact that all their conclusions are based on fallacious reasoning, and therefore they have no solid conclusion. And what we're really wanting is proof of the globe in the first instance, not a big circle lattice work of logical fallacies that if you pull out the rug out from under them, they all fall down.
Yeah.
Because let's be clear, we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary, and down is down everywhere we go.
Yeah.
So the axiom for our experience is that the Earth is flat, stationary, and a horizontal plane. That's what we all experience commonly.
Yeah, and as that other gentleman said earlier, changing the burden of proof.
Exactly. Yeah, we
Am
all
I right?
experience a flat level plane that isn't moving.
Yeah.
Right? They claim otherwise. It's our burden to prove our common experience. It's like, dude, I don't need to prove common experience. If you can't experience common experience, there's something wrong with you.
Well, as far as I can tell, almost all of their arguments are an appeal to authority. I'm yet to actually see a debate where a glober can actually pull out scientifically, demonstrably, verifiably accurate proof. Whereas we can't, in some certain circumstances, we can. For example, we're able to see further than the limit of their ball Earth. We can prove that water lies flat, so on and so on. But yeah, it seems to be a majority. I'm thinking about it now since he said they moved the burden of proof, and that's exactly what it is. Shift the burden of proof. Yeah. I'm going to have to work on that as well.
I think another big one that they do all the time is begging the question. You know, like you were saying, they have their answer kind of built into the explanation, you know, but it's all just them assuming, begging the question.
Yeah.
At least that's what I've noticed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in logic, if you have proper form and it's a valid statement and the conclusion follows of a necessity from the form, then as long as the premises are true, then the conclusion is true.
Yeah. That's a
But their problem is that they use a formal logical fallacy to create their first premise to then put into a proper form of logic. So, for example, if the Earth was a globe, boats would disappear from the bottom up. Boats disappear from the bottom up, therefore Earth is a globe. Now that I've established Earth as a globe, I can take that globe and put it into a different equation. It's like, no, that thing you did in the first instance didn't prove the Earth was a globe. Now, at that stage, it might be a globe, but it's not proven.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The other problem we have with them is that science is right until it's wrong. In the past, the sun was 12 million miles away, 300 million miles away, and currently 93 million miles away. It's always right until it's wrong.
Yeah. And also, the whole consensus thing really irritates me. It's a flaw in science because peer reviewed doesn't make something true. Yet that's again something that they appeal to quite often.
Yeah, after I started getting interested in all this stuff, I looked up, stuff about the fallacies and everything because I'd never really heard of it before. I'd watched, some of like Nathan Oakley's show and stuff. Anyways, though, after I started looking into it and everything, I really think that those fallacies that should be kind of like a baseline of learning for people that want to get into science and the scientific method and everything. If you use it on yourself, you will come to where you're going to have issues with ideas and theories and experiments. You're gonna see the flaws and the errors in them before you commit to trying to put out something that ain't verifiable. Anyways, what I'm saying is I think those fallacies, like, they're a good tool to point out to people where they're thinking incorrectly, but it's also a really good tool if you can figure out how to use it on yourself.
Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yes. Almost like a self-correction.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I suppose that's what it was initially designed for. I mean, the argument could be made that that was a safety net. However, now that science has become more of a specified, everyone has their own niche, their own specific subject or specific topic or specific whatever. That it's
Yeah, but I mean, what do you mean by science has their own specific niche? Who
well,
what,
no,
what do you
see,
mean by
because
science? They have a
what
category that they can like hide in and then just
what I mean there is
utilize the information and put themselves in a category and then go into the news and shit and put that shit out in public and say, this is my niche and this is this is what we say. And it's really kind of, it's kind of like politics. It's like, you believe
precisely.
me? Do you believe me or don't you?
So what I mean about it being decompartmentalized is that you have your geologists, you have your astronomers, you have your biologists, and you have all these
They're all
different.
going into their own camp. They're not really collaborating.
You have all of these.
Let's start.
But
Let's
they
start
don't.
with each
They
category.
don't.
Since you're
They
going to
don't
start
talk
bringing
to
up
each other.
categories, listen. I know that you're already where I think you're kind of already where we are, but it's like, let's set up some of these categories, right? So we have these categories of thought that might or might disprove certain ideologies, or I guess it would always be ideologies, right? It can
He does
only
make a good
describe.
point. That
No. So my point. Let me make a
No.
specific. You've got, for example, you've got archaeologists, and then you have Egyptologists. So you have two people competing.
I actually think I'm understanding your premise, right? So we're like shotgunning. We have different barrels of a shotgun, right? It's like a 6 round shotgun. like this one's anthropology, this one's but they're all ideologies, right? So you're going to shotgun a premise from different ideologies, right? And hey, we're all functions of these different ideologies. Now we have to choose, as people that are subject to these different ideologies. Do you understand what I'm saying now? Or
Yes, I'm
waiting on.
I'm not advocating for science here, though.
You're gonna interrupt me again when I'm.
Well, you interrupted me the first
introducing.
time.
No, I interrupted you because I heard you talking bullshit. The
Well,
premise.
no, you actually didn't let me finish my train of thought, but that's all right.
Don't
Carry on.
Let's let Odin respond. We are kind of hogging
All
the
right.
mic a little bit.
All right, cool. So if you're going to introduce something, I'm going to give you about 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Well, what I was saying was that science is so decompartmentalized these days. You've got your peer reviewed. Everyone's fighting for funding. So every branch of science is trying to be the true, the correct, the right one. So you've got your physicists who are trying to be correct. You've got your archaeologists. You've got your geologists. They're all trying to prove, get funding, keep themselves employed, and they're missing the big picture. So it's so departmentalized, none of them have an idea of the overall picture, which is something that it just so happens most flat earthers do. So do you see now where I'm coming from, my train of thought?
Necessarily. I mean, you're going to have to be a little more concise because when you're talking about physiology and psychology, that's there is an aspect of that we can form to as far as that goes, but like as far as the physical aspects of that, I think you've attributed something to us that we don't necessarily claim. Just from
Which was?
that. Well, you were talking about.
What? Yeah, what was it?
No, you were talking about physical aspects of Earth that would prove whether or not we think Earth is what it might or might not be, whether or not we were told it was a certain way. This is our entire argument.
Well, you're talking
Yes,
about
and I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
not arguing
you're
against.
not doing. Don't act like you're not doing this as if you're not doing it. But dude, everybody on Earth experiences Earth as a level stationary plane. It's like, well, it's not a globe, or it's not flat because it's a globe because all these other arguments. It's freaking weird. Go ahead, Metal
Well,
Art.
you do talk about compartmentalization, as I would call it, or departmentalization, the way that you say it. But we're in a superior position in that regard because we can pull together so many different things from so many different disciplines to finally get a coherent whole, as opposed to being separated by different departments or different philosophies. So we're in a superior position because we can pull all this stuff together and see if there's a coherent whole here.
Precisely.
Plot-wise or whatever.
Yeah.
So
and that's evident whenever I watch flat Earth debates or when
hold on. I want to.
I'm sorry. Did I do something wrong? Why are you being so hostile?
You already did something wrong like 5 minutes ago. Anyway,
we don't mean to be hostile. Let's let him finish because he was in the middle of saying something.
Yeah. No, carry on.
Well, make it quick, and then I have an argument again. To say. So, go ahead.
No. Carry on. Yeah.
Man, well, just simple progress. Why do you think the Earth is a globe? After everything you've heard flat earthers say, what is your major argument against?
No. Wait, hang on. Sorry. Do you think I'm a glober?
I don't
No,
know.
no,
I
no,
don't
no, no.
know. I don't know you.
No,
I don't
no.
know you.
I'm not a glober. Okay, now I see why you're so hostile. No, 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 no. I'm. It's an observation I've made regarding science. It's a flaw in science, quote unquote. Something
Well,
that flat earthers
I
don't seem
think
to have, where we have a larger picture. We can see a bigger picture.
that's maybe where we have a difference because we don't. You don't have to use science to measure something. So maybe that's where we're having a difference.
No, no. Well, I don't know. I don't know
Maybe
how
we're
else to
talking
refer
past
to
each
them.
other when it comes to that.
Yeah, I think. Well, I'm referring to them as science because they always say that they are the science. You know,
Helio, I think he's
bullshit,
making a
yada
good
yada.
point, man.
All right, cool. My bad.
So no,
Yeah,
that's
man.
absolutely fine.
Hey,
It's
I mean,
absolutely fine.
I'm
No,
totally good.
I'm just
totally
spitballing
good
here.
with
You know?
everybody checking me and telling me to shut the fuck up. I'm good with that.
No, it wasn't like that. No, the disconnect was maybe you thought that I am a glober and all of that, but no, don't worry. I'm not that bad.
If I could, we was also partially talking about, like, using logical fallacies on yourself, and I was kind of trying, get a point out about, like, if scientific bodies would use the ideas behind the logical fallacies on themselves, and I'm talking like globers and stuff,
Yeah.
should exercise what these logical fallacies are and use them on themselves and make sure they're not committing these logical fallacies before they present their arguments.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and so my train of thought was going along the lines of, are they all coherent enough between themselves to be able to do that? All the different branches of quote unquote science.
Yeah, and I think part of the problem is they can't be honest enough with themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what I was bringing up at the beginning. But anyway,
right. Yes, I think we just completely went past each other. So yeah, no hard feelings. It's all good.
No, cool. I guess I misunderstood the argument from the beginning.
Yeah, that's all right.
It's all good.
I talk shit anyway, so don't worry.
Oh, me too, bro. Don't get don't get that mixed up.
Well, it's good to see that
I'm in the right place.
Well,
Hey, I got a similar reaction or a response from Helio when I first joined. He was coming at me a little bit, here and there, trying to figure out if I was just like trolling or something. So it happens around here.
Dude, I test every flat earther. I test every flat earther when they come in, bro. I promise you.
Oh, that's good. No, that's good. That's good. I like it.
Anyway, yeah, I'm sorry if you guys were on a different vein or whatever. I do, and I listen a little bit, and then I come in. And, you just kind of have to put up with it. But
that's absolutely fine.
Don't want to interrupt.
Coming in hot.
Yeah, I'm kind of.
I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking around, having a little goof time.
Bitch. No, but it's cool, and it's just like, hey, man, I heard you guys filter out a lot of weird ass Glovers earlier that just didn't have the guts enough. That if you want to get into this argument, you gotta have guts, and guts is enough, right?
Yeah, you need to have guts enough to just admit to yourself that you can be fooled, and possibly you have been, by the entire world. It's possible. Yeah. And that's okay. It's okay to admit you've been duped.
That's the bottom line, Gladflow. Exactly.
Yep. They're like, oh, all the scientists aren't lying. You're right. They're not. You don't know all the fucking scientists.
Hey, and sometimes I come in here and sound like a fool, but I'm willing to.
Trust me,
Well,
it's
yeah.
my first day, so I've got plenty of time.
Already sound fine, man. So you're good. At least
Oh,
5
yeah?
minutes I've been here.
No,
good.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think I'm the
So
only
I'm
one
not
that I
doing a good
sound
enough
like a
job.
fool to. Hey, do you guys ever go back and listen to yourself on live stream?
Hell
Think
no.
you sound?
No way.
Dude,
No, see,
every
Helio,
time I
you can
listen.
because you have a beautiful voice.
No, I
Yeah,
don't.
well,
I actually can't stand to listen to myself.
Right. I get it.
So it's just like, so you're willing to put yourself out there and sound like a fool, even though you're speaking your heart, in your mind. So that's fine. So that's the way it goes.
I've never done that before, but I'm definitely going to now.
What, Conrad? Go back and listen to yourself. All you have to do is go on the YouTube live stream and listen back to yourself.
I don't recommend it.
I actually just subscribed. I just subscribed to the live stream on YouTube today.
I
So
cannot stand to listen to myself. Even after like 4 or 5 years I've been doing this, and I still can't stand to listen to myself.
You'd probably rather listen to yourself sing then, huh?
Oh, I can listen to myself sing all day, but I guess.
Well, of course.
You fucking
That's
because I can sing really well, but I can't. I don't know. I mean, a lot of people are like, you can talk really well. Is like, no, I can't.
You go to YouTube and listen to yourself talking about that you don't like listening to yourself.
That's even the best part of it. It's like I can't. Hey, Jimsy, do you like listening to yourself?
I'd rather listen to you.
See, it's like I'd rather listen to Gladflow than Jimsy. To be honest, I ain't gonna lie.
Don't do that. Do not pit us against each
I'm
other.
just fucking with you guys because
I agree. No, I'm
that's
just
my
kidding, Jimsy.
job.
You know, Helio, you're such a nice asshole, and yeah. Just try not to interrupt when the other guy is speaking, okay, Helio? Just try. I know you're gonna try, but you're gonna forget 20 seconds late. So 20 seconds late.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, I actually just came into the joke around a little bit. I mean, yeah, I didn't want to run
That's
anybody
fine.
off. If I
Gladflow is
did
here.
run
You can
anybody
joke
off,
all you want.
That's right. We came to take a piss.
I'm taking a piss. Speaking of taking a piss,
hey,
NASA
Monday nights are always fun times, man. That's my experience. Like Monday nights, it's like the weekend got like really crazy, and then but Mondays like
crazy.
everybody's just kind of like has to go back to work, and then Monday night it's like
Got to cut
boom.
loose.
The Lemmings will do Monday Night Football while we do Monday Night
night
Flat
is
Earth.
always fun, man. It's always fun in my experience.
Monday night, flat Earth.
This summer.
Dude, I don't care what channel you're doing. I mean, Monday is always the funnest time. In my experience, I've been doing this shit for
I
a
don't
long
know
time.
if you're right, but I think you just want to say that right now.
Really?
I'm just
All
kidding.
right, well, I guess you haven't been here then.
You're just happy that it's, whatever. So you're going to say like, well, every Monday I feel real good about everything. I'm just fucking with you, dude.
Hey, Gladflow.
What?
Shut up if I needed to shut up.
No, don't shut up, dude. You're fine.
Apologize if I'm back.
Especially after Easter. Oh shit, that was too loud. I wasn't whispering anymore.
Wait, what's Easter? Did that happen or? Just kidding.
Yeah,
it happened.
Dude, I saw this this meme where it showed the a supposed place where Jesus resurrected in that cave or whatever, and the caption was, "Government lockdowns have never worked." I couldn't stop laughing.
But that's actually pretty funny.
Kinda. It's like they're like, I don't know. They're putting it on a pedestal. But anyway, I thought it was funny.
My Jesus is bigger and better than your Jesus.
Hell, I like my Jesus to party. Shit. No? Nobody? All right.
Yeah, well, we shouldn't.
I'm going to post that from Talladega Nights now.
We shouldn't do this.
No, I know. I won't post it. We can move on.
Yeah, let's.
Hey, NASA can send up. They can send up virtual doctors via teleportation, some kind of something like that. A doctor
Wow.
to the International Space Station.
Well, that makes sense because listen,
A hologram.
yeah. They can do surgery with robots, right? Like right now, tons of surgeries are being done with robots, which I guess I'm fine with because humans are controlling it, and I guess whatever. But the point is, they could do that space too, huh?
Yeah, they're doing it on ISS now. Check it out.
Cool, dude. Wow. So surgery's underwater then. I mean,
But they might as well be in space too, right? Underwater, in space. Like,
ooh, I got a new one too. I think this is real. Even if it's not, we can for sure laugh at it. Hang on a sec.
NASA plans more accessibility to all in space.
Yeah, I think I saw something.
Are they going to have handicap ramps inside the ISS?
That's hilarious.
No, they can't. It doesn't matter. Gravity, right? They'll just be floating around in their chairs.
Just grab those wires.
They won't need it.
Ceiling. Just hold on to those wires on the ceiling.
Yeah, just. Okay, so check it out. I just posted in the live stream voice text. NASA finds there are fewer galaxies than first thought, leaving the possibility we're alone in the universe.
Oh, we're back to dust in the wind instead
We're
of
back to
space.
dust in the
yeah, it's dust.
What the fuck?
I can't get enough of this shit. Okay, and it's apparently Fox News Air and Space News by Chris Kiakia. That's not a person. It's not a real name.
What about all the real estate that are bought in a far, far away galaxy?
What?
The real estate that are bought in a far, far away galaxy.
Far, far away.
What about that real estate?
All I know is that Luke, dude, should have had some therapy. You know what I mean? You can fix daddy issues.
No doubt.
Yep. So NASA. Here's what I'm thinking.
Therapy could help anybody in this place.
That's true. That's true.
Globe. Therapy can help you, bro.
I can help you. DM me. Okay. So what I'm saying about this NASA Fox News thing, though. So basically, what they're going to do, and this was January of last year, so they're 2 years in. Anyway, so what it is NASA finds there are fewer galaxies than first thought, leaving the possibility we're alone in the universe. This is what they're going to do. They're eventually going to say there's a lot less galaxies. In fact, we don't even know because we've never left, and we were wrong about it the whole time. Sorry.
Wait, if they have left, they actually did go to the moon, that's a very small distance compared to galaxy distances, right? So even if they did go to the moon, which they obviously didn't, these are very extreme distances, right? We're talking about 250,000 miles compared to multiple trillion miles.
KJ, that's perfect, by the way. Yeah. Trillions of billions.
Trillions and billions.
No, listen. Trillions of billions. Okay.
Trillions of billions. Yeah.
That's how far
because
it is.
It's just like hundreds and thousands of light years.
Right.
And they think they can measure that from this Earth that we're standing on, right?
Dude, I don't know what you're smoking, but they can measure anything as long as they assume it.
And NASA's having a town hall meeting tomorrow. If you guys want to call in.
Town hall? What, like in Florida?
Yeah.
Cape Canaveral, they're doing a town hall, huh?
And you can join online too as well.
Wow. Tell me you're not joking.
I am not joking.
Holy shit. Can you link it, please, in the voice text?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my godness. That's great.
The participants, if you want to, you can join right.
Do you have to pay?
I think it's free.
I mean, because I would. I'd give $10, $20, $30 for something like that.
Do they have a live chat? Like,
We'll find out.
What,
You guys will
what
find
time?
out.
What time is it going to be?
12:30 p.m. Eastern. 12:30 Eastern. 12:30 p.m. Yeah, 12:30 p.m. Eastern.
And they're buying it.
And they're buying it.
Oh, I have to have WebEx.
Oh, that'll be
You have to have
11:30
WebEx?
Central, right?
Oh, fuck.
oh, it's on.
No, that'll be 1:30 Central.
Do it anyway, guys. Dude, what if a bunch of flat earthers just flooded it and made it look like stupid shit?
That would be so
I'll
fun.
be there. I'll be there. No doubt. I'll be there.
Yeah.
That could be interesting.
Oh man. Did you guys see the Bart Sibrel thing today? Talking about the moon.
No. Was he on
Yeah.
a podcast?
He was doing an interview with some guy who's unknown in conspiracy circles, but
Is he
acts
still
like
on
he
the
knows.
moon mission stuff? I mean, he should be way past that by now.
No, because it's very important that if you can open your mind to the fact that they lied to you about the moon, you can start learning about some real shit.
I guess he has
still
his
bitching.
purpose. No,
He
I'm
does.
bitching about
He's the moon guy.
dude. I mean, I guess he's the moon guy, but I mean, he's done some other stuff, and he's actually kind of active. But at the same time, he won't talk to a single flat earther. He's a bitch.
Yeah, well, that's true. That is true. He is a bitch that won't talk to flat earthers, and he's really weird looking. But anyway, the point is, he's the moon guy, and he did all the work for us about the moon, and then some. They kept breaking down the scene today where Buzz Aldrin hit him in the face. I gotta say, I wouldn't fight Buzz. He's got a mean right hook.
Yeah,
Mean one.
I think he was a boxer in high school.
Was he? Because Bart's head just goes boosh. I'm serious. I didn't expect it to because he's an old man back then, 20 years ago, and he just clocks him good.
Did he sue him?
No, of course he didn't sue him. You gonna sue Buzz Aldrin for going up to him and saying, "Hey, touch the Bible"? No, really, I'm not gonna let you pass me until you fucking do this. Buzz had every right to hit him. Same time,
It's pretty cool. He owned that shit. He was like, "All right, cool."
He did, yeah.
NASA's
put
having a
this
lot of
shit on
problems.
internet.
NASA's having a lot of problems with their new moon rocket. Just saying.
What are the problems?
Leaks, a lot of leaks. They got to bring it back into the workshop there and fix it.
So let me get this straight. 2022, when you have a leak, but 1969, you don't have any leaks.
You got a leak.
Well, then you have a leak. No, but I'm serious. 69, we went. No problem. First try, by the way. 2022, we're getting some leaks, man. I don't know. Get the fuck out of here.
It was 50 years ago this week. They launched Apollo 16.
That's funny. They're like, hey, anniversary this week.
50
By the way,
years
we still
ago.
can't go back.
It went to the moon. Apollo 16.
Yeah, 16.
Where's Apollo 23?
It's
Rolling my boulder.
2028 now, I think. Dude, how many presidents said, "Oh, we're going back to the moon"? I think they all did. I think every fucking president said, "Yeah, we're going to go back to the moon."
You're right, Flat Earth dude. They all said that.
They all said it.
But they ain't done it yet.
Except Biden.
Hey guys, remember when they told our parents that they were going to have bases on the moon by 73? Remember when they told our parents that?
Yeah. By 1980, we're going to be.
No, it was 73 in the one news article.
Oh shit.
Hey, you know what's really strange about that too? Even though they've never done it, they make movies about it, like bases on the moon as a launch pad for Mars. Going to Mars. They make movies about it and TV shows, but they never actually do it. They make movies and TV shows.
Yep. I'm telling you guys, go see Moonfall. Oh, it's such a fucking funny.
I heard
funny
you
ride.
talking about it the other day. I gotta watch it.
It's pure comedy, dude. So I mean, I wish all of you had already seen it so we could laugh about.
Well, you've watched Space Force on Netflix, right?
Oh yeah, second season too, baby.
They had a whole episode about the flat earthers. Rick attacked him on a boat and shit. You remember that fucking episode?
Yep.
That was so freaking hilarious.
Like, I couldn't. Here's the thing. They're making fun of people who believe in space.
Yeah.
So those listening right now, you believe in outer space and planets and rockets going to the space, everything, okay?
Everything
That's
they
stupid.
show you about outer
Don't do
space,
that.
they're making fun of you.
Right.
You're making fun of us because we don't believe it. But when they make these TV shows and news articles about outer space, which they have no scientific or physical proof for, they're actually making fun of you for believing it.
Yep.
NASA's getting $26 billion next year.
Woo! For what?
They're gonna do stuff. You know,
Oh, okay, cool.
They're
Well,
gonna make cartoons.
as long as they deserve that money, then we're fine. Oh, wait. Hey, what have they found in space yet? Think they got a cure for cancer yet, or
nope.
Fucking anything useful?
And you know what's really interesting is like a lot of these people, like they'll watch, these shows like Space Force. Hundreds of millions of people watch that Space Force show.
Yeah.
They don't get it.
They don't get it. They're like, oh, Steve Carell did another show. Haha, that's so much fun.
It's like, dude, they're taking the piss out of you.
Yep.
Hey, Earth Day's coming up, huh? Far out.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Plant a tree.
April 22nd.
Plant a tree.
Flat Earth Day.
Well, every day's Flat Earth Day, but
Yeah, every day's Flat Earth Day, but this one is we're gonna have to do something about it. We're gonna have to make a big deal about it.
So the rocket, the Artemis rocket, that's like the new Apollo rocket.
Yep.
They had the wet dress rehearsal.
Wait, did they call it wet?
They call it a wet dress rehearsal. That is so tits, man.
Okay, so check this out. You know how anti-flat earthers
Why
call
are
us?
you guys ignoring my picture?
Dude, because I don't know what the fuck you're pointing at.
Is that your rat?
Okay.
What
Is that your fucking rat?
Do you see the two little white things? They're right there. I circled them.
Yeah, you have no idea what those
a pair
are.
of nuts with the
Oh, yeah.
WTF.
Oh, I can see what they aren't. They
What
weren't
aren't
there in the scene right before it. But whatever they are, they're moving around and wiggling around like they're actually floating on top of it. Like they're on, like they're sitting on top of it.
What does
and
that
they're
really
wiggling
tell
around.
you?
Tells me it's not real. That's all I'm saying.
Not real.
Okay, well, it doesn't
Fine.
say shit
If it
to
ain't
me.
important, that's okay.
Oh, Rookie,
I know some people don't care. I know.
You're gonna have to
Hey,
give us
that
the
roll my
base
boulder.
for the information.
I love you,
Tell
brother,
us-
but I just don't see what you're seeing.
Yeah, man, but you're gonna have to give us some background to actually explain the image that you're saying.
Okay, did you see my first post?
You could talk about the
Posted the video, and I
the,
told you right where to go to find it.
Rocket. Are you
Yeah,
talking
then
about
you can,
the mouse?
Whatever, that's okay. It's all good. Go on.
The mouse?
Here, put them next to each other. Do one of those comparison photos or gifs. You know what I mean?
Wait, I mean, you're going through the mouse thing? Is that what that is?
No, he's talking. It looks like pieces of paper. Am I right, rookie?
Yeah,
looks like two crumpled up pieces of paper.
Something vibrating around on the top of the engine.
Oh,
and the scene before it, there's nothing there, and then the scene after it, there's nothing there. But right that scene, there's two pieces of paper floating.
Okay, I don't know, man.
Well, I'm
Couldn't tell you.
assuming.
Dude,
I don't know
well,
whether
let
it's paper or
me ask you this, Rookie. If you did what you just did here to someone else, and you're talking to flat earthers right now, if you just posted those two images and we didn't get it, do you think anybody that's not into this info,
Right,
you
just
think
try to make
they would get it, bro?
See, listen.
at all?
He's trying to say that everybody listening, especially me, not very smart. So you got to spell it out for us laymen. Not everybody listening, just like me and two others.
All right.
All right, cool.
You know what I mean? Like get the comparison on the left and then the right. What is different?
Yeah, first picture, second picture. Explain what you're trying to describe.
You know what picture's dumb as hell compared to what Rookie posted is rolling my boulder right above it has a comparison picture of, on the left we have a soccer ball and tiny little sliver of moon, translucent daytime moon above it. And then to the right we have a baseball with a seemingly bigger appearing moon, but also during the day and translucent. Rolling my boulder. What the fuck, bro? Can you tell us what you mean by that? What this means?
I was trying
Please.
to decipher that too.
Yeah, I don't know what we're seeing here. It's just a picture of the moon, bro. Oh. Okay, well, thanks a lot.
He's clearly trying to show that the sun is casting its light on the moon the same way as it's casting its light on the balls in his hand.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I kind of see too, but I don't
There's
think
no
that
way
that's
other light
reality.
sources could be
It's
doing
also
that.
it's also a Freudian slip that he often has his balls in his hand.
Well, everyone has one larger ball than the other, don't they?
I don't know. I've never taken my balls out and looked at them.
In the open yard, they like to see if they have
Any man's balls are rarely exposed to the sun, so we shouldn't have to.
Also, this is not okay. So check this out. Rolling my boulder. I'm going to further embarrass you on this one. We're on Earth. Does that make sense to you? These two balls, the soccer ball and the baseball, they're on Earth, supposedly hundreds of thousands of miles away from the moon. So the moon's going to do different stuff than the stuff on Earth, isn't it?
As far
Clown
as
show.
any of this goes, I mean, like that. Rolled my boulder. I recommend you never show that on here again. To be honest, that's a shitty meme.
He's like, look, the same shit that happens on Earth happens to the moon. That means what? What does that mean to you, Roland?
I mean, there's plenty of other ways.
Oh, he's trying to say the sun is lighting up the moon. I got it.
No,
and
there's
it's not its
plenty
own
of-
light source.
There's
I
plenty
see.
of other ways to show what he's trying to say, but not that one.
I think he's trying to say that some nights the moon is a soccer ball, and some nights the moon is a baseball.
Maybe so. No, I actually kind of get what he's saying, but I would never use that meme and
Okay,
ever.
Why'd you post it then, Mr. Roland the Boulder? If you said it's just some pictures you took yourself and you're just trying to play it off, they are what they are. So why'd you post it?
Didn't he come in as a Glober when he first?
He is a
joined?
Glober. And look at his roles. I'm going to read his roles. He's a valued Globe Earther, Cogdis VIP. He plays chess. He's a reality denier. Yet another junker. He's got space crabs. He's an original thinker, which I don't think so at all. He's a complicated rock, and he's a used Glober salesman.
And to be honest, hey, in deference to, hey, we're calling your ass out here at Roll 'em Up Boulder, and we're also calling Rookie on his bullshit thing that he put in there too. So we're equal opportunity, freaking bullshit callers outers.
Hey, it matches perfect. It definitely does the shadow thing on the ball. I'll agree with him, 100%.
Yeah, but that's not with a baseball.
Yeah, it does. Look at the shadow. And look at the shadow. It's on the lower half.
But there's no way to.
Dude, I've done this experiment 100 times. It's usually pretty close.
God,
The laces throw it off. The laces. He used a fucking. Don't use a baseball. Use a round. Fuck.
All right, we're done with the jokes.
Fuck. But no, I've done that experiment. It works every time.
Are you serial?
Yeah, man. You go on my YouTube. I made videos about it and everything.
Well, show us your videos.
Fuck.
I think that one's fucked up, but show us your good ones.
All right, I'll show you my best shit. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me go dig him up. Go dig him up. Dig him up.
Don't do that. Do not do that. I was gonna say something about the globe. Oh yeah, we need proof.
We do.
Well, and I'll tell you what, even if you dig them up, you're not going to give us proof of a flat ore globe by showing us shadows from.
I just think it's weird. The anti-flat earthers think that their attitude is going to somehow change the Earth into a spinning ball. That's weird.
Seems like that I mean, just like when you heard Professor Dave and Dave Weiss talking, even though the
I actually
arguments
didn't hear that.
on both sides, it was kind of shitty. I mean, it was just like they were just like arguing instead of actually showing proofs or whatever. It was just like the attitude really just kind of threw the whole thing off. You know, it wasn't. But I mean, I think Dave Weiss did okay, and Professor Dave had the attitude just like, I can say whatever the fuck I want to say in front of anybody because everybody knows the Earth is obviously not flat, and so everybody knows the Earth isn't flat, so I can say whatever the fuck I want to say, and I'm going to repeat it. I'm going to repeat it as many times.
Don't do it a third time. Listen.
No, sure. That's their attitude. It's just
Got it.
It doesn't matter how bad my argument is. Everybody else knows that the Earth is flat. Our Earth is a globe. So why would they ever believe this flat earther? So I have everybody on my side, and so
right,
that's
they
more
feel
important.
like they can act like toddlers. I get it.
Yeah. And that's what Professor Dave did when he was talking to David Weiss.
Well, and the biggest mistake I think people keep making is debating.
It wasn't a debate, really.
Or fine, calling it a debate, but see, here's the thing. There's no debate. There's no argument. Earth measures flat. If you don't agree, go measure it. If you won't go measure it, bye-bye.
Bottom line.
The Globers and anti-flat earthers' bread and butter is distracting us from that very point, that it measures flat. Anything else to not address the lack of Earth curvature.
It's like you don't believe the scientists. I'm sorry, I was interrupting someone. Go ahead.
I was trying to do a mic check.
What's up, Dave? You sound like you're in the bathroom and your mic's in the bedroom.
All right, back on mute.
No. You sound great, Dave. Go ahead.
Yeah, you sound fine, man. Bring it.
Have you talked to 110 yet?
Nope.
Talk to him.
Okay. 110. What's up? 110.
Me and Glatt been bitching for a while. It's time.
I've been bitching like crazy. So let's change the subject.
I'll unmute 110.
Okay.
Hey, 110, can you open your microphone? You have access to your mic now. Come on, 110. Like when we unmute people here in the live stream, instead of verifying them first, we only give them a short amount of time, like 30 seconds, to open their microphone and talk to us. So if you want to talk here, 110, you found your way here. You can open your mic. You have access to your microphone. You can talk to us.
I guess we can try 111 next. Helio, go ahead.
111? I don't see 111, but well, we'll leave 110 muted for a little bit. That person is listening. Anybody else? Not. Oh, don't get me and Glad on another rant.
Nope. Okay, I don't want to type all this out, so Roland My Boulder asked, what's the difference between anti-flat earther and a glober? My initial response is, anti-flat earthers are genuinely bad people, which they show themselves to be. Now, let me explain. An anti-flat earther is somebody who will actively try to bully you, will try to get an emotional response out of you, doesn't mind if something like, say, what happened to Brian Mullen, right? His whole life and career were ruined because he was a flat earther due to anti-flat earther activity, okay? So anti-flat earthers don't care if your life is ruined. They want to ruin your life, especially because you're a flat earther, and how could you ever believe such a stupid thing? Globers are not that. Globers are just regular people who believe in the globe, and they're curious, and, you know, whatever. The glober's a human being, an anti-flat earther isn't, I guess.
Yeah, sure. It's a really strange thing, and I kind of agree with you on that. But at the same, the anti-flat earthers are the ones that like are looking for flat Earth videos to troll and give. You know, they'll just like
Nefarious evil. They're evil people.
Yeah, they're like these flat earthers are. For some reason, they're obsessed with flat Earth, and
Well, that's true too.
whether or not they're paid or whatever, they're just obsessed with it, and they want to try to prove us wrong, but they can't. But they're, you know, they have, and they'll bring the stupidest, freaking crazy, stupid arguments and make fools of themselves. It's just the weirdest thing. Why are you so obsessed with flat Earth, you anti-flat earthers?
Right.
Like regular globies, it's like, hey, okay, I disagree with you, but I can go on with my
Here's
day.
part of here's for the audience. An anti-flat earther is against flat earthers, not the information. They don't like us as people. A glober is just somebody who's still a glober. That's it.
Yeah, and it's also like, you know, even when they get it pointed out to them, you know, where they're basically lying about, you know, this or that or whatnot, you know, they'll spin back around and double down on it, triple down on it over and over.
It's almost like they have a second
Well,
motivation.
and they'll come in
you
and
know.
just make stuff up. They'll make stuff up just to make themselves look like fools. They don't even care if they look like an idiot.
Well, that's because they think they're making us look like idiots. The problem is the joke's on them because
deluded.
it measures flat.
Yeah, anyway.
That's the whole deal. That's why I'm so confident in my position. Like, you can spew all the slime and vitriol you want. Earth measures flat. Like, and get over it, by the way. Come on. We got way more important stuff to figure out as a race. Or as a...
And another one of their what they want to do is try to distract other people from talking to us. So that's one of their other methods. They want to get in the way of, you know, genuine conversation that we want to have with other people. So they intentionally try to distract new people that come into the conversation. And that's why we really get pissed off at them.
Right, yeah. And
They get mad because we're right.
Right. And they also kind of like he was saying, they'll also like scattergun, you know, just any random crazy, you know, quote unquote facts that they can conjure up, you know, hoping that, you know, just something random out of any of it will catch, you know, different people, you know, and lead them back away.
Yeah, and when they come in here when they come in here and make asses of themselves in this chat or on YouTube chat or any other type of chats, and what they'll do is start accusing us of being, you know, censorship and all this kind of shit. You know, but it's just like, bro, you're just being a dick, and we're trying to talk to new people, and you're just being a dick trying to, you know,
You're
trying
crying
to make
censorship when it's like, you won't shut up. You're calling us names and acting like a fucking retard in here. What do you expect us to do? It's not censorship. You just need to take a break. Talking ban, 10 minutes, get in the corner.
Yeah, I saw somebody new, and I'm trying to talk to them, and you just try to freaking talk to them. You know, it's freaking asshole.
Here's what it is. Here's what I've described before. It's, I'm sitting at home with my friends and family having dinner. It's a nice, peaceful time. An anti-flat earther kicks the door down, starts calling everybody liars, and then expects us to explain ourselves. We were just sitting there having fucking dinner. And this thing came through the door. You fucking liars! Explain yourselves!
Yeah, it's pretty.
And by the way, don't have kids. Like, what the fuck?
No, but seriously, I mean, it's just like, well, I mean, even in in an open chat, an open discussion like this, which is not open, it's all regulated. This is our house. Every time that we go live, every time we have an open discussion, we have moderators. We want everyone to have a good time, have an open discussion, and for it to be intellectual and honest, as much as honest as it can be. But I mean, a lot of times we want to have fun too, so there's a lot of jokes. But
Sure.
anyway, but dude,
Okay.
some of these guys just like their sole purpose is to like find the flat earthers and disrupt their entire conversation with new people. It's really fucking weird. What is wrong with you guys?
So hopefully that answers your question, Roland My Boulder. Are you an anti-flat earther or are you a glober? Guess we'll see.
Go
ahead, guys. I gotta go get some food real quick.
put
What's
the
up,
link-
Kenny?
I put the links in the live stream for the video.
Oh, okay, cool. Everybody go to live stream. Flat Moon Shadow, April 23rd. Or no.
Yeah, that's one of them. I put a
Oh,
couple.
2018. Okay, cool. Day 4 Moon Globe Test. Yeah. Y'all check it out. Live stream voice text. Good shit.
I was just backing up fucking Mongo, roll my boulder.
Sure.
Syphilis. What is this? I forget. It's close to that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, listen, Roland My Boulder says, I don't know. When I asked him a question, are you anti-flat earth or glober? He says, I don't know. I don't want to disrupt or troll, but I can't see how I would argue anything other than the globe. Okay.
Right.
Well, let me help you real quick because I have to go do something, but Roland My Boulder really, really, really quick. It's all about whether or not you can admit to yourself that you've been wrong. Thanks.
And I ain't gonna lie, Roland Boulder has been here as a glober for longer than I would have expected him to be here. So,
Yeah, I think I checked him in, man. I told him, you'll be fine in there. Good luck with that. Go.
keep rolling on, and
maybe I didn't check him. I don't know.
When you start making more sense, and you compare it to our sensibilities, then maybe we could have a thing. Yeah, it's just like every time I hear like try to make sense, it's like
I can't believe these Mongos want to like come up with some bullshit on the sextant saying, well, it's 90 degrees, but it's curved. They're like, fuck off. Like, just fuck off with that, man. Not happening. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not even. I mean, they bring that up when we're not even talking about that.
Ridiculous, man. Get over it, you fucking Mongos.
You should
give
be
it up,
talking
man.
about that.
I wish they would just give it up already, man. Come on, it's stupid.
You should be talking about that.
Wow, I can't believe they're still talking about it. We should have moved on to fucking something else by now. I mean, they're still pounding the same fucking drum.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Helio. You should be talking about that.
Oh, I do.
It should be the first thing that comes out of your mouth. Anything else is, well, I guess you could bring up other stuff, but that's just whistling.
I respond.
Because I wasn't done yet.
My bad, brother.
My God. So, anything else is whistling past the graveyard, but I guess you could do that for a little while, but make sure you come back to it. It's the easiest quick kill.
Let's kill. Kill shot, man. Boom. You're dead.
Yep.
See
Just
ya.
end it. Unless you like to hear yourself talk.
Mm-hmm.
Which I certainly don't.
Not you, but the royal you. It's to everyone.
Yeah, I saw you in the chat, Kiwi. I mean, do you want to address what Roland My Boulder has been saying?
I've already friggin' pummeled him about 10 times. What else do you want me to do?
So there's a sail race happening this year. It's called the Golden Globe sail race, and they're only allowed to use sextant, QE. No digital, nothing.
Interesting.
And you get a compass and a sextant, and it's some kind of sail race that's going to be happening here shortly. Somebody was talking about it on here yesterday. I can't remember who, or day before. I can't remember. Anyway, I thought that was pretty interesting. I think we should all look into that sail race a little bit.
I'd like a link to that. Can you find a link?
Let me. I'll go search it up right now. I'll be back.
Hey, rolling my boulder. He said, I do not claim that the sextant proves the Earth to be a globe. Nobody said that. Nobody said that you claimed the sextant proves the Earth is a globe. And by the way, if you try to use a sextant, it wouldn't prove that the Earth is a globe anyway. You can't use that tool to prove Earth is a globe. It's not designed that way.
All right, Helio.
As soon as they pick it up, it's over. They've admitted it's flat Earth implicitly.
I put it in the live stream voice text for you, Helio. It's going to happen.
Oh, cool. Let me check it out. All right.
It's going to happen in September.
Oh, Platypus just jumped in. Oh, here we go.
Oh, shit.
I think Platypus just came in to talk to QE.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't even see he's in here.
You a damn lie! You a damn lie! You know he was.
Nah, he saw it.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna check that out, bro. Golden Globe race. I'm gonna check that one out.
Sextant only, compass, I guess, and a flat map, and a map that's flat, man. Make some circles on that map, dude. Go ahead.
No, I want to hear Platypus and QE.
No, they don't have a compass?
Well, they got a compass. They don't get a compass? No. Is that what it's saying?
I said they use.
No, they get a compass and a sextant, but they can't use GPS or any of that bullshit. Nothing.
Right, because the sextant. When you celestial navigate, there's a little misnomer here. I don't know if anyone's caught it. Probably not, because most people don't know their fucking name. You're not really navigating with the sextant. It's identifying your position. So identifying your position technically is not navigating. However, it falls under the umbrella of celestial navigation. You follow what I'm saying?
I guess it depends on what you. Well, I mean, if you infer your location, you can infer
Shut
the direction
the
that you
fuck
need to
up.
go.
Shut up. I ain't fucking talking to your dumb ass. Goodness gracious, if you inferred. You don't even know what fucking inference is. Shut the fuck up. Goodness gracious.
What's inference?
Ask him. I bet he doesn't know. Go ahead. No, don't give him too much time. He's Googling it right now. What's inference right now, G Platypus? Come on. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What is it? Yeah. Shut the fuck up. I'll just put you on mute. Tired of your dumb ass. So everyone got what I said there? Is anything confusing? Hope not.
Yeah, we don't navigate with the stars. We use this stars for our location. Then we go to the
Yeah,
map.
because navigate has the connotation of moving from one position to another.
Right. Then you go to the map. That's where you make your navigation. Right.
I'm not saying that it's not an integral part of.
Yeah.
You have to know where you are
Exactly.
to know where the fuck you're going.
That needs to go on a T-shirt, man. Right? With a nice big picture of the flat Earth on there.
So
I don't know. I don't know any way.
Even that,
holy shit.
even that requires one step removed because the sextant really only gives you an angle. And then once you get your angles, then you do a little calculation type things. Which, by the way, the Globers already conceded because they gave us the sextant challenge without a requirement of actually using a sextant.
Yeah.
Well, they're definitely conceded.
Fucking Mongos.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with what you said. Yes.
Okay,
That's a
so
little bit.
I want to clarify.
That's a little bit. Hold on, Joshua. That's a little bit finer detail, but I like the attention to detail. Go ahead, Joshua.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, you're good.
You're basically using it though to triangulate your position.
You use it eventually, but we kill them with the first step because the moment you pick up a sextant, you are implicitly stating that you can get a 90-degree angle. I don't even want to go there.
Right. No, I'm with you on it. Yeah, yeah.
That's the second step. It's implicitly invoking a curved baseline angle, which is nonsensical bullshittery. So there you go. That's where the grassroots is right there.
That and gas pressure without a container, man. And here's your shovel, man. Dig your own grave. Have a nice day.
We had a new guy today. He wanted to know about refraction.
Refraction.
So we gave him Bullbuster 66. No, he wasn't a baller. He was a long-time flat earther, which it seems like he wasn't really involved in the internet much until he came across Witsid's channel, and from there he found his way here.
Oh, so he's a flat earther. Ballers haven't known what refraction was or is since 2015. Not a single baller has defined it. Not in my presence. If they have, it's fucked up. It's they just make it up. Never any citation. I have yet to see one citation of refraction spotted by a baller. Not one in 7 years. They don't know what it is.
Would you accept a hyperlink to the slider on Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator as a citation?
No, it's not a citation. Now, if they explained it and then posted Walter Bislin, that's a different story.
I was alluding to a perhaps claim someone might gambit that refraction is essentially just a sliding scale on an Earth curve calculator until you get the results you want.
They don't know what it goes. You're not paying attention to detail enough. It's dead long before that. Walter Bislin. This is a name back in the day, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I ran into that crayon munching numpty dipshit. I just popped on one of Who was making a video? I see his name. Some bitch. Doesn't matter. It was a new video, just popped up, right? Now I just happened to be on there and watching the video, and I hit refresh and I looked down at the comments. There's Walter Bislin. I said, okay. I said, can you tell me what a hypothesis is? Provide an example. Give both parts of the hypothesis, please. That's it. It was very short, very succinct. I didn't drone on. Then I went to fucking dinner. Oh, Taboo Conspiracy. It was a Taboo Conspiracy video. And something, I guess, got under his skin. He posted a remark. I said to myself, this fucking guy. What a numpty dipshit. So I just asked him three simple questions, right? So no answer. I go to dinner. I come back and I go back to the video. Guess what? I have responses from other people.
Right. You get
but the comment thread is gone.
What?
Yeah. He was the OP. He as soon as he seen my questions, he deleted the whole fucking OP opening post. Walter fucking Bislin. You crayon munching nupty dipshit pretender clown fuckwit. You know better to get around me. I'll tear you a new asshole in less than 5 seconds. Clown. They're all fucking clowns. Every single last one of them. Pretender clowns. That's what they are. Frauds. They pretend like they're fucking intellectuals. Mr. Magoo's fucking blushing. That's how bad it is. Bring one of them in here. I'll show you.
All right, let's find one. Let's find some Mr. Magoo's out there, man. Nobody in the VC check-in. Did the other Magoo? He left. He left. All right, people. You got the link, man. Jump on in. Bring it. Bring some curvature. It'll be good. If you got that.
We restricted the YouTube chat. Maybe it'll tantalize some people who can't resist to come on in.
Yeah, come on in, man. You can chat with us and hang out. We can hear your voice. You can ask your questions. All right. That's all I can do is shout them out, man. I can't shout them out by name. I don't know who's watching, man. I have no idea.
Go find your best of the best Baltard and bring his dumb ass in here.
Matthew, where are you?
Oh, he's not the best. He's just he's just your regular skanking foul Baltard.
All right. Damn.
Get somebody with some damn initials behind their name. Let's make it interesting.
Yeah. Spheros Mikalakoulis. He's a professor. He's a quantum physicist.
I ran into that numpty dipshit one time.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I did. Bring his dumb ass in here. It'll be quick.
My friend of mine is going to go have coffee with him this week. So
coffee with him. Wait, well, is he providing coffee for his fleet of slobber nurses?
I don't know. Just
he should.
A flat Earth friend of ours has got to know him pretty good. We interviewed him years ago, man. Took him on. It was hilarious. And he just imagine. Just a lot of imagining in his vocabulary. Anyway.
If he's a quantum physicist, I'm outant.
Yeah, well, they gave him a degree. He's from Greece. He's a very likable guy, man. Good-looking
Yeah,
guy. He's kind of tall.
Yeah,
Got a
I
little
caught it.
swagger.
I caught the name. Thanks.
He drives a little sports car. Yeah.
What's his favorite color?
I think it was a red sports car, as I
Yeah,
recall.
there you go. Good. That's good to know.
Italian sports car, no less.
Where's that?
Yeah, I'll try to
Danny?
get him in here. I'll try to get him in here. I could text somebody and send him a
Holy
link.
shit. Where's that Danny fuckwit at?
Ah, shit. I think he's a morning guy, but I don't know.
Is he?
He came in here last week. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I've been chasing his dumb ass down. So he's a I popped in here a couple times in the morning. I haven't seen him since I issued the ass whooping beating that I'm going to give him.
He has no chance, man.
Nope.
He's none.
Last 4 times. The first time was that discussion with Paula. The second time was him getting an earful from me. The third time.
Fucking Miggy took him to fucking town, man.
No, that was the first time, but that was a year ago. I'm just talking about recently. He came in and talked to a few guys rather briefly.
Level Up took him to town too, man. Yeah, last week. Shout out to Level Up on that one. That was great.
Yeah, but 2 of the main times that he came back, he was only essentially lurking.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to essentially listen and recon or something, but not speak up or answer any questions that are actually pertinent to his field. You know, like how do you explain this type of eclipse? A young lady was asking, and that's a juicy steak for a guy like him. Yet he resisted and kept quiet. All while I explained to him that his rescuing device of refraction isn't sufficient to make up for all of the problems and all the observations. Now, I use that word specifically because that's the word that he used in the McToon debate. Not a debate, like an interview or presentation that he was on McToon a couple weeks ago, where he, throw around that word rescuing device because that's, a term people use. Like if you have a problem with your worldview, you just pull in a rescuing device that solves all the problems. Now, I can't even remember what he was accusing the Flat Earth side of using as their rescuing device. But obviously, the globe Earth rescuing device almost all the time is refraction.
Yeah, in his own words, he's like, I don't like to debate flat earthers. That's what he said.
Well, truth in plain sight, as they say.
Translation. If I open up my incoherent pie hole, I'm going to get my ass handed to me. That's what that means. You got that right. You don't want to debate. You're not as dumb as you look.
Hey, B. Carl said, I'd like to hear Danny and Miggy. There's a, let me find that video.
There's a video, yeah.
I'll post it real quick. Hold on. Give me a minute.
Did you grab the Level Up and Danny? Did you grab that one?
I did, yes, and I posted it.
Well, okay.
Let me
Cool,
find
man. It's
find
on
that
your
one
channel.
too.
It's on your
Yeah,
channel.
I mean, yeah, it's on there.
Oh,
Hold
okay,
on.
cool.
I'm trying to find 2 different videos. Hold on.
I'd like to hear that again, man. Just, I don't know if I got the whole thing. I kind of came in, they were already going at it. So go back and hear the rest of it.
Yeah, so let's just talk about something that was in that real quick. So one of his commentaries was that, because obviously, okay, nobody knows. Obviously, Danny works for Answers in Genesis, which is a Christian apologetic organization. So obviously, it's faith-based. So he has a belief in Christianity that's part of his endeavors there. That being the case, obviously Christianity has moral standards and behavior standards, whatever, however you want to look at it. So he impressed that idea that he's particularly offended, I suppose, that a lot of Christian flat earthers, in his view, use coarse language. Something he wanted to mention to Paula, right? So I guess it was in the sense that you're insulting people by using this language, but also just the use of the language itself is bad. But I want you to focus on that idea of insulting people. Now let's move on to him. When he was on the Toon debate, they were both mocking flat earthers in general for their level of intelligence, etc., with gleeful smiles. Okay. Same with the title of the book. The book itself is a put down. Okay, so the way he acts and the title of his book and the way he presents these arguments, and if you read his blog, he insinuates that flat earthers are essentially dishonest. Now, he does qualify it that some aren't, but in total, the impression that you get is that his opinion of people who hold to the flat earth concepts are that they're honest, unintelligent, and worthy of derision. So I would submit to you, the audience, if you tell somebody to F off, or you're a dumb knuckle-dragging retard, or you're an unintelligent person worthy of derision in my mockery, I mean, does anyone have a more moral position than the other? Just because you put someone down in nice words versus vulgar words? Okay, the heart is in the same place. You can put someone down with a vulgar word, and it just be a retort, rather than actually holding that person in derision.
Right.
You can hold someone in contempt and derision as a person much more palpably with nice words than just a flippant curse word. So I would submit to you, the audience, and to Danny, that maybe you guys ought to think the way you treat other people. You know, just because you're not swearing at people doesn't mean you're not treating them like human garbage. Let's be clear.
Right. Yeah. But, you know, sometimes you got to rattle their cage a little bit, right, Kiwi? Yeah.
Well articulated.
That was awesome. And a lot of name calling in Flat Earth, and just noticed that over the last 7 years. It's just my observation. Take it for what it's worth.
They all of a sudden become Sally Snowflakes.
Not me, man. Not you.
No, I said
It's
they.
not gonna happen. They? Oh yeah, they'll snowflake out. Not us, man.
Of course, that's all they got. That's all the appeals they got. Just like Danny, he's a PhD in astronomy, and he's worried about terse language. Really? You fucking clown.
Fucking Mongo.
So this is what he expects. He expects to come by with smooth language, piss down your back and tell you it's raining, and doesn't expect that when we turn around and see his pathetic little pecker, we're not going to rip it off. God dang it. Oh, God.
You're going to whack his pee-pee.
This is this wrong? No, it's not. Anyway, that's funny. Yeah, he was talking to Paula about, some of these flat earthers use
vulgar language.
Vulgar language, and what are we supposed to do about that? It's like, why don't we address the real argument here instead of talking about how flat earthers talk? It's really
fucking red flags should be coming up everywhere. That you're dealing with a pretender clown numpty dipshit who's going to try to Elmer Fudd sophist his way around the topic without bringing anything as a PhD astronomer. It's a fucking belly laugher. Get your dumb ass in here, Danny.
Hey, Kiwi, man, did you ever listen to that Wakey Wakey interview with that PhD astronomer out there in Switzerland or something? Did you ever listen to that?
Yeah, I did. I felt that he went too light on her.
Yeah, he kind of like was a little weak for about 3/4 of it, right?
I
But
can't remember exactly. I had some complaints
but
over
no,
it.
man. I mean, she was dancing around all that shit like fucking Fred Astaire, man. Come on.
Well, he originally went in as
a
he was
reporter, like a
as a
reporter.
reporter, or he was like doing an interview for his class or whatever. And
Right.
when she figured out what he was really doing, she just
Yeah, she
totally
kind of snapped
shut.
out. Yeah, she told him, "Fucking, give me the tape."
He was like, "Here's some questions that I have from my students." And that's what he was asking, as if there were questions from the class and shit.
Hey, man.
It was.
I'll hand
I
it to
thought
him, man. That's pretty clever to get the interview and tape it, and it was good. I would have loved to have had a video with her face going, freaking out, because
once she figured out what he was all about, it was like, oh shit.
I loved. She did mention it's like the movies quite a few times, and I was like, really? You're gonna reference a fucking movie? You're a fucking PhD astronomer. Come on, movies, please. Come on.
She's probably a big William Shatner fan because he said, when someone asked William Shatner, what's the difference between science and science fiction? He said, well, there is no difference.
I think I was more hypercritical. I can't remember exactly, but I know I had some hypercritical comments, not about her, but about Wakey Wakey. I put them out, but they didn't receive too many.
Yeah.
How would you say affirmations from anyone?
There are a lot of people critical about his methods of going in there, as a fake reporter asking these
that
questions.
wasn't one of them.
No,
Okay, my bad.
No, it was. I mean, it was kindergarten flat Earth stuff. A lot of it, right? To begin with,
I can't remember it. I just remember,
I remember,
generally.
just he was asking about orbits, and he was, some simple stuff. He was trying to get going there, but then it got into like level water, and it was like, uh-oh. And he did mention that there's a lot of people out there that have been looking into this, and is there.
Yeah, like I said, it wasn't very well received, so I think I went off.
It got deleted by YouTube, man.
Holy shit, dude. I can't even finish a fucking sentence, man.
My bad.
My God, man. You trying to get your 10,000 words out?
I am. I was quiet.
You and fucking Helio need to get together, dude.
We do. We're getting together.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, we do often, to be honest.
Yeah, I figured as much.
All right. So here's now that you mentioned that, I think they say it's like women have 17,000 words they have to put out a day, and men are like 8,000 to 10,000.
Should be 3.
When it comes to me and flat Earth, dude.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Earth is flat.
I wouldn't doubt that you probably put out 20,000 words.
Yeah,
Kiwi.
you wouldn't doubt. That's fucking strong evidence right there.
It might be redundant. And when you talk so much, then you might be redundant.
Talk so much. I try to put all my points as
I'm just
fucking
fucking
concise,
with you,
hyper concise.
I know you are. I respect you, brother.
Yeah, like I said, I can't get a fucking sentence out.
Your mama.
Yeah, your sister.
Anyway, let's continue.
Continue. Get Danny in here.
So we're talking about
Get that
No,
booger
we
eating
were-
McToon in
Talk about
here.
the wakey interview. We were talking about that.
Yeah, we're talking about Danny Faulkner with I already posted a video for Level Up, but Danny Faulkner with Miggy, that was a good one, and I watched it earlier today. I can't find that freaking video.
He comes in here when he knows it's all clear. That motherfucker will never show up when I'm in here. Never.
Yeah, I know.
I'll have to catch him. He's probably got it timed out where he knows I'm not going to be in here.
He's probably listening right now.
That's good. I hope he is. You fucking pretender clown numpty dipshit. I screwed your pooch in May 2016. Danny Faulkner. I wasn't. I was so green around the edges with Flat Earth, by the way. I was mainly dealing with science and scientific topics, right? A little bit of Flat Earth because, like I said, I think May 16th is when I officially became a Flat Earther, that day. So it was sometime in June when me and Danny got together. I had to force it through his secretary at AIG.
So you were
remember
already
that, Danny?
You were already like looking at AIG and those other like Flat Earth, or not Flat Earth. I mean the creation.
No,
stuff
I
like
never
that.
did too much with AIG on creation or anything like that.
I was following a
years
lot of that
before.
stuff back in the day.
I mean, I guess they got some good material. I ran across it a few times. I don't need them.
ICR and all that kind of stuff.
I don't.
You know,
I never needed them personally.
yeah, but but you knew about them. I mean,
I did.
You were on different forums. I wasn't like before, like the Google Hangout stuff. That I came across in 2015, 2016. Before that, I wasn't in text forums and stuff like that. But you were before that, right?
Many years.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't. So that's why I'm curious. And Flat Earth wasn't a topic then. It was just like creation versus evolution. And I was in those arguments in a different way. It was more personal kind of thing. And I was watching, like I was following, like some of that AIG stuff and Ken Hovind and stuff like that.
That's not how I got involved with Danny. That I told that story a couple days ago. I'm not going to do it again.
No, sure. I mean, and even though I was following AIG, I didn't even come across Danny's info.
Yeah,
until recently.
Danny some years back on some YouTube videos. He was back in the day with what's that fucking fossils on the moon dipshit.
On the moon.
Yeah. What's that? Yeah, Hugh Ross.
Oh yeah. That's where I mean. This is like I was following Ken Hovind's info, and then he had debates with Hugh Ross.
Yeah,
That's
it was on that famous. What the hell was his name? It was a big YouTube channel back in the day. I don't even know if he broadcasts anymore. What the hell was his name? Big. Oh God, that was so long ago. Sorry, I'm not good with names to begin with. So
there, like Hugh Ross and Kent Hovind used to debate on that guy, the guy with the white hair.
Yeah, that's who I'm talking about. The white-haired guy. No.
God, I can't remember his name either.
Let's see if I can get it.
You know what? I just seen an interview that guy had. I can't even tell you his name. It's not too long
I'll
ago.
find it. It's got to still be on here.
It's gonna come up within a minute now. One of us is gonna think of it. It starts with a D. His name starts with a D.
John Ackenberger.
John Ackenberger. Yep, that's it. That's him.
No, sorry. John, I gave him an extra burger on the end.
Yeah,
John Ackenberg.
Yep. Yeah, I used to watch all the debates on his stuff, with Hugh Ross and Kent Hovind and shit like that. Yeah. Ankerberg. No, it's Ankerberg.
Richard Hoagland.
That's what I fucking said.
No, it's John Ankerberg. No, you said Ackenberg or something. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Ankle biter.
John Ankle Biter. He's a fucking chihuahua. No, I used to watch those. Yeah. With Ken Hovind and Hugh Ross, that was freaking awesome.
Yeah. There were some good ones. I got a couple Snickers out of it.
Oh man, yeah, it was good stuff.
Hovind too. Out of his fucking. He'd have moments of clarity and then moments of complete dumb fuckery.
I know. Hey, we all have our good moments, don't we?
Speak for yourself.
Right. Yeah, well, you speak for yourself, don't you? Fucking love you, QE, man.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. I think
you don't.
I think you're the
what?
You're the shit. That's all I'm saying. Love you, brother.
Yeah, I bet.
I love you to the moon and back, brother.
Yeah, that's horse shit.
No, bro, man. No, I have a lot of respect for you, man. I've been listening to your content for a long time, man. I love what you do, bro.
Well, I thank you. I appreciate that, but I don't really give a shit.
Okay. You don't
to
have
be
to.
honest, I really don't. I used to a long time ago, and then I just I just don't care.
I just want to say, I mean, dude, when I first found some of your content when you were talking to Robert back in the day, bro. I used to listen to you guys go back and forth.
Robert Bassano.
Yeah, bro. It was so freaking awesome. I was just like, I couldn't stop listening, man. You guys were awesome.
That was back in the day, man.
That was some fucking epic days, man.
It was good. See, Flat Earth dude knows what I'm talking
I
about.
know. I listen to every fucking show, man. Yeah.
So I mean, it's just like, dude, I respect that shit, man.
I'm sorry for his losses.
Nah, man.
Who had losses?
Dude, I got everything. Every time I listened to every time you and Robert went back and forth, I gained something. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about his losses, Bassano's.
Yeah. He got his ass handed to him. He handed out some ass too, though, man. Believe me, fucking A.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Robert was a good guy, man. I liked hanging out, and I was just brand new, so I was a little bit.
Robert still exists, doesn't he?
Yeah, Robert's a good. Listen. I dog Robert out, but he's a good man. He's got a good heart on him.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he came back into, or he talked to us in the server a couple of years ago. And he's around every once in a while.
He's a lurker, man. I see him out there, man. Every once in a while, he'll drop something on a live stream or something.
Shout out to Robert Bassano.
He's still around.
Hey, Robert, Fat Floats. If you're listening, it's an inside joke.
Last I heard from him, he was trying to do an excursion to Antarctica.
That was a long time ago, dude.
That was like 2 years ago. That's not a long time ago. But
when you're 58, 2 years is a long fucking time ago.
No, it's not. When you're 58, 2 years is a short time. What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway. But anyway, I mean, he was talking about like putting some drones up and shit, going to Antarctica. I'm just like, every time somebody says they're trying to go to Antarctica, I'm just like, good freaking luck, man. That's a death trap.
right?
No, his best videos are the ones where he's getting the
It was-
NASA guys.
Oh,
on
he's
the-
calling up
Yeah.
the Hubble guy, and he's calling
Yeah.
up the Sophia guy, and he's
Yeah.
calling, and he's like just dialing for fucking trolls, man. He was,
Yeah.
Oh, it was just epic. I can't believe
Yeah.
he did. It was,
You should
I
see
was-
that. You should have seen him behind the scenes, man.
I saw
You
what-
want to? I was back here snickering, man. When he'd just pull up his Skype, and he'd go, "Let's go look for some people." It's not on the show. Just this is not doing the show. This is just me and him talking on Skype. So he'd share a screen. He'd go, "Okay, let's go. Who do you want to go find?"
Well, I remember like the precursors to that one that he had.
Dude.
I don't want to interrupt you.
It wasn't even done yet.
Go ahead, brother.
Go ahead.
So one time, because I brought up a couple topics from Freeman Dyson, and he goes, "Well, let's see if we can get him on the horn."
Yeah.
So he searched him out on Google, right? And he fucking got his phone number. And yeah, I'm telling you, right before Freeman died.
Holy shit.
Yeah. We didn't know, right. It was right before. When did Freeman die? Let me see.
Yeah. Check it out.
Yeah. I want to see his death, Freeman Dyson.
Bassano has balls of steel.
Yeah, man. Why don't we have more guys doing that, man? I mean, I guess NASA and all those, they're all like cucked up with their automatic phone systems and shit now. I mean, if you don't have the right extension, you just get a robot. I don't know, man.
That was 2020 when he died. So we were trying to get in touch with him right around
2016.
Yeah, it was late 2016, early 2017 when we were trying to get in touch with him. I think he got his secretary on the line. And that was it. We couldn't never get him.
Yeah.
We didn't want to dog him out. We wanted to, because we had a bunch of citations and stuff where he was essentially belly laughing at the theoretical physics. I don't know if he knew that, but he was doing it.
Mhm.
And I had a whole bunch of material ready, right, to confirm what he was saying, but we never got in touch with him. But that was just one. But he'd just pull up NASA directory.
Yeah.
And just okay, let's see if this guy knows anything.
I think he had a couple of shows where he just like went live. And he's like, "Hey, let's dial up NASA today."
Yeah, he would do that. Yes,
Like,
sir.
and he would just screen share, and he would be clicking his Skype and the phone number and calling. Well, yeah, this is Robert Bassano. I'm trying to get a hold of that was awesome, man.
Yeah,
Way
it
to
was.
go.
I agree. He did so much back then. Another thing he did was he really exposed the NASA balloon program.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they still use his videos. I see them all the time, even on new videos. They're still using his shit. Yeah. I saw one last week, man. It was Robert Bassano's video getting used for a new video. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, he's an OG. It's just unbelievable.
Yep. Sophia, he clobbered. Now that was Sophia, he clobbered the Hubble Space That was another one, the Hubble Space Telescope.
Yeah.
that friggin' train wreck. Although,
he goes, "Hey, man, I got this. I was just looking through the Hubble's picture tape, and I found this one picture and it was actually from the Sophia." And the guy goes, he confirmed it. He's like, "Oh, well, I was on that flight, but it's the same fucking picture." And I thought that was Hubble and Sophia took the same picture on the same day.
Yeah,
that was beautiful, man. I jumped up and down.
I'll tell you what's really strange. Tonight I've had a few people message me tonight and say that QE's like trying to take the piss out of me and treating me like shit.
Well, that might be
Really?
true.
Go ahead. Are you gonna keep
Most likely
laughing
not.
about it? Quantum Racer, you're gonna like laugh about it?
Yeah, I thought that was funny that you didn't
Oh,
catch on.
okay. I'll keep laughing.
Well, why don't you fucking interrupt me again?
Why don't you fucking do whatever?
Well, you didn't catch on to it yourself. You had to have other people tell you before you finally fucking realized it.
Realized
Is that what
what?
you're saying?
Realized what? That I was
Do
trying.
you
to
need other people to confirm things for you that you can't do standing on your feet? What the fuck,
my
man?
feet? Doing what? I'm standing on rabbit's feet.
Yeah, standing on
Why are
your
you being
own
such
feet.
a dick, bro? Why don't you fuck off? You're such an asshole, bro. I don't understand why you have to be such a prick to everybody.
Rabbit's feet.
Fuck you, QE. Kiss my.
Quantum Racer.
You're a
Hey,
fucking prick. I
everybody,
hate your guts.
let's do it. 1, 2, 3. Quantum Racer. Fuck off.
Quantum Racer. Fuck off.
I that's my anyway.
That really hurts me.
Hurt.
Good.
Hey,
Yeah. Well.
Helio is the first motherfucker to say, "Hey, offense is taken; it's not given."
Dude, I'm not. I told this motherfucker to fuck off 2 years ago, motherfucker. I was the first one that came in here and told this motherfucker off when he first came in here and offended everybody in this fucking server. I was the first motherfucker that said it. Quantum Racer, fuck off.
But you had to wait for people to tell you first.
No, I actually let them, dude. I promise. You remember when I told you to fuck off from the beginning?
I can't remember.
Dickhead, you remember when I told you from the beginning to fuck off?
I remember that.
Well, okay, because you're too old. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck off yourself, or you're just fucking gone by yourself. You know, we'll figure out a way to get rid of your fucking stupid fucking Twitch.
Boy, you lost your mind, brother.
Really?
No,
really?
wait. Yeah, really. Just wait for somebody else to tell you, though.
I like some of your content, but you're just a pompous prick, man. So who gives a fuck what you think?
Well, you know, somebody's got
Work it
to.
out.
That's the thing. I mean,
Flex it.
might as well own
Vent
it.
it.
Yeah.
We can do this without you, you fucking pompous prick asshole.
No, you can't.
Yes, we can, motherfucker.
Yeah, well, we could, but
No, you can't.
it's not going to be as good. I promise.
What the fuck? You barely here. What the fuck? We're already doing it. What the fuck are you talking about?
What are you doing?
We're doing this without you.
Well, I'm here. How can you do this without me?
That's a fucking scientific question, QE.
It's a scientific. It's already. It's the biggest question ever.
Get with it, man. We're fucking doing it, man. Whatever we're doing.
Dude, this is brilliant. I love this. I love this.
Dude, buddy. Did somebody tell you it was brilliant, or did you come up with it on your own?
Came up with it on my stupid retard note. All my
shit.
Absolutely. I absolutely came up with it on accident because of my stupid. Accidentally on purpose came up with this for all of you people. Anyway, I mean, hey, I to be honest, I love your content, Corner Racer, but you're a fucking dick, bro.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people probably agree with that, man. But there's a lot of people
All right, cool. Okay.
Hey, Julio, offense is taken, bitch. Come on, offense is taken. You taught me that. Don't give me that shit.
Not given, it's taken.
If you're offended, man, it's your problem.
That's the worst thing anyone ever called me.
See, and I learned that from someone else too, and it's there's no reason that you can't learn something from someone else, right?
From a dick.
What a fucking
What a dick!
That's true. Oh, you can learn stuff from dicks.
No doubt about it.
What this kind of reminds me of that Idiocracy. Not an Idiocracy. It's isn't it Idiocracy where it's like
QE. Have you ever seen the movie Idiocracy? Have you seen the movie Idiocracy? QE. I'm gonna bet 3-1 you haven't.
I don't think I have.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you gotta watch it, bro.
Dude,
You
gotta see it. It's the future of humanity. It's
I'll
pretty
show you.
good.
I'll show you a clip
It's
from
it's
it.
kind of funny.
If you don't understand this clip from Idiocracy, or no, it's not Idiocracy. Is it Idiocracy? No, it's
You have a
no, it's
conversation with yourself.
Team America World
Yes,
Police.
yeah, 100%.
Team America World Police. Where Matt Damon is given the speech in front of the UN. Dude, hold on.
No, I don't think that's Idiocracy. That was a recent movie, wasn't it?
No, it's Team America World Police, where
Team America World Police.
this is the ultimate speech in front of the UN. You have to hear this, and I might play it on here so that everyone can understand how dicks are for pussies and all that kind of shit.
Dicks are for pussies. Is that scientific? You gotta.
It's definitely scientific.
Do you have a citation for that?
Yeah, well, yeah,
What
I
is
do
the
have some
independent
science.
variable?
I do have some science for
What's the
that.
independent
What are you
variable?
talking about, bro? That's just what the hell? I got all kinds of science for dicks are for pussies.
They asked the Supreme Court judge nominee of the definition of a woman, and she's like, "Well, I don't know. I'm not a biologist. I don't know."
Oh no, I
I'm like,
got
"What?
this.
Really? Okay. Maybe we are heading for idiocracy. Maybe."
No, this isn't Idiocracy. This is Team America World Police.
All right.
Hold on. I'm gonna.
Well,
No.
I hope you
gotta
guys had
hear
a couple good laughs. I laughed, man. That was some funny shit, man.
What?
And
Because me and
you guys want to bring it back down to reality. I'm okay with that, man. Good.
I don't have to have this beef with QE, but he's kind of pissed with you.
What's that? I heard QE. What'd you say?
Your mama. That's what I said.
That's really hurtful.
Hey, I'm sure your mother is a fine woman. I don't mean to actually offend your mother.
She's deceased.
Was she really nice when she was alive?
As far as you know.
Well, I didn't know her. I'm just asking you.
That's a deep question.
Well, if you don't want to talk about it, that's
no,
fine too.
Not really. I'll just go ahead and keep being a dick.
Well,
hey, don't ever change, QE, man.
Yeah, I don't think there's a chance for that.
I don't think so either.
Me either.
There's no fucking chance. But yeah, I'm not going to change either. So you guys.
Anyway, I still want to find it as fuck. Oh, here we go. I think I found it. Hold on, let me find this fucking. I think I can play this.
Oh boy, here we go.
This is from Team America World Police. It's they have the Film Actors Guild, which is you know the acronym is FAG. let me check it and make sure it's the right one.
All right, check it.
I gotta go. My feelings are hurt. So have a good evening.
Yo.
All right. Have a great night, Kiri. All right, man. Back to flat Earth, man. Fuck. Come on, man. I got to go to bed in like 20, man.
Okay. We can't hear it. Are you playing it?
No, he's testing it.
Oh, okay.
Make sure it's the right one. All right. Any of you Mongos, we got wood. What's up,
Actually,
Wad?
Did I cause Huey to jump out? Hey, if you guys want to tell me to shut up,
He's going to bed, man. He just said he's just going to go to bed, dude. It's like 12:15 for him. It's late. He's got to go to bed. He bounced out. He had a couple good laughs. You guys pissed it out. I love that, man. That was hilarious, bro.
It should be done.
Yeah, but
must be. But anyway, no, we can continue. I was about to play something, but that's okay. Go ahead.
Oh, whatever, man. I just gonna say hi to some people here. I see, man. I got Storm up in the house and Waz. Some people, they've been hanging out lately with me late night, kind of. Anyway, they're here. Nobody's in the VC check-in or anything. No new buddies.
Shit, I hung out in the VC check-in for like an hour earlier, waiting for people to come in. Nobody did. So.
What's up with FX dude, man? Here, he's server muted. What's his trip, man? Why is he server muted?
I invited him to VC check-in earlier, but he muted and deafened.
Oh, okay. He's muted and deafened. All
Well,
right.
he was deafened before, but he's muted, and I don't
All right,
know
well-
why he's actually. I invited him to VC check-in, but he didn't take up the offer, so I don't know.
And what's up with 111 we got up there, man? No rolls, no nothing. Who's that?
Yeah, he's been trolling in the lobby a little bit.
He's missing a 1 in his name. It should be 1111. But anyway, that's a different story. I see the 1111 a lot throughout my life. That's the time I see on the clock. I don't know what it means.
I'm always seeing significant numbers. It's weird.
A lot of people see different things. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Means you're on the right track.
2, 2, 2s, 1, 1, 1s. Yeah, there's numbers
Hey,
on the clock.
That 111 guy was actually 110, I believe.
Ah. All right.
So I don't know if he's changed his name or he, logged out and came back in with another name as 111 or what's up with that.
All right. Just checking. All right, man. That's no VC check-ins. I don't know. We can't see people in the chat, so I don't know. Shout out to the people in the chat. If you guys want to join the conversation, man, click the link, man. It's right there in the description. Discord. Check it in, man. We'll check you out. Check it in. Check it out, man. Check it in. Don't be shy. We're here 24/7. And you never know where the conversation is going to go. You just don't know. Sometimes, people yell at each other for an hour.
That's not necessarily true most of the time.
Sometimes,
Sometimes it does.
But that's all right, And no hard feelings, man, they say. No hard feelings. No hard feelings. Don't take
What's the opposite of hard feelings? It's like I still have feelings, but I don't have hard feelings. What would you call something opposite of hard feelings?
I got soft feelings, Helio, and you're offending me. Stop it.
Just stop it. It's so embarrassing. I
Stop it.
mean, why would you put me in this situation? This is so
You're
embarrassing. It's
you're
so
making my
amazing.
feelings soft. Stop it.
I can do a gay voice way better than you can.
I don't know about that, man. I live in California, man.
Oh shit! Oh shit! You kind of stuck. No. Sure. Hey, but we're not. No, nothing against that. Anyway, but this. Hey, man, we're jokers and we're smokers and we're midnight tokers.
Man.
Yeah, all the time.
Midnight tokers.
So if you can't take a joke, then get the fuck out.
Yeah, you got to go. Dude, I've been doxxed. I've been called this, that, everything. It's like,
Dude,
okay.
I heard you talking about that earlier today. It's just like,
don't worry.
Yeah, other people are, dude, it's very easy to find me, so it's not like it's just like, motherfucker, give it a try, find me.
You'll find me.
But it's just like, if you have a problem with me talking about what flat Earth,
oh my
God damn, you're gonna freaking come after me about flat Earth? What the fuck?
I'm gonna call your boss and tell him you're a flat earther.
It's like all my bosses already know.
What?
You fucking dumbass.
Kidding me? No, dude,
all my bosses, all my family, everybody knows I'm a flat earther. What the fuck?
My boss every day. I'm like,
You're gonna expose me, motherfucker? I mean, my name is Dennis Cash. I live in Fayetteville, Arkansas. It's not even that hard to find me.
You want my email address?
Yeah, I have my email address on the fucking YouTube channel.
Yeah, I've heard stories, man. People like, I was working at this, place, and some Glober called up and told my boss I was a flat earther, man. I was like, really? He goes, yeah, man. And I just flat smack, I laughed at my boss. And
is it a crime to believe the Earth is?
Oh my God! You got to get fired. You have a flat earther working for you. Oh my God!
Even though he's really good at his job, he's a flat earther.
Shows up every day and kicks ass. But fuck him, man. He's a flat earther. That piece of shit. Yeah, fuck him. You guys chime in, man. I got to take a pee and grab a beer. Hold on.
All right, cool.
Chime in, somebody.
I'll try to hold it down, but can someone else? Because I have to take a break too.
Man. We got Stormfire in the house, man. He'll take it.
Stormfire, Joshua.
We got Waz.
Hey, dovetailing off what you was just talking about. Yeah, me and this other guy that I work with. I just work at a gas station. But anyways, me and this other guy that I work with, we actually got into talking about flat Earth the other day. And I've talked to this guy about some other stuff, and he's smart and everything. But I was curious where he was at on the flat Earth thing, and he actually brought it up to me. But anyways, yeah, it's funny, because you was saying, oh yeah, he's the guy that always shows up and always does his job right and everything. But we're gonna fire him because he believes in the flat Earth or whatever. Yeah. Anyways, though, yeah, that's like us. We're mainly, the two ones that show up, every day. Don't ever call in sick. Get everything done.
Well, let me ask you something about what you're saying, Joshua, Mr. Joshua. You're VC verified. Is this your first time here in the server? I haven't talked to you before.
It is for real, yeah. Like I tried to figure out how to get on it and join it, like, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 days ago.
Well, how did you find the server?
Oh, from the Nathan Oakley's show on YouTube.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah, and I logged on to his server, while he was doing like one of his live shows or whatever, and I just couldn't quite figure out how to do it all. And then I played around with it last night,
So you're
and
brand new to
I found
Discord.
this one.
Gosh,
Yeah.
dude, I heard you today. I was at my shop listening.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, I
yeah.
didn't
I've
know he
pretty
was
much
on.
been
I
on here
wasn't
all
listening
day.
to Nathan's
Today's
show
my off
today.
day.
I
So.
wasn't listening to Nathan's. So you went on Nathan's
Hold
show
on, man.
today?
I know I could tell his story. Fuck that. That's how much I was paying attention today. Dude, he fucking watched Ewarnon, the lost history of flat Earth. That's
Yeah.
what
You watched it? You watched that shit, Josh?
Yes, he did.
Oh yeah. I've watched a ton of that stuff. Yeah, the Tartaria stuff, mud flood stuff.
All right, cool.
No,
I'll shut up now. I'm gonna go smoke. You guys.
He was flat Earth, the lost history of flat Earth. Okay, he's done 3 parts, man. I don't know if you know this, Josh, but he did the lost history of flat Earth, and then he did another one called what in the world happened. And then he's done.
Okay, I think I've seen that one.
And now he's done. Now he's got like 4 parts of lost history. The lost history of flat Earth 2.0. And he's got like 4 parts of that, like already.
I don't think I've seen none of that yet.
Yeah, it's hard to find, man. It's not like something that shows up on YouTube.
Yeah, I've tried to find like where he has a YouTube channel or a BitChute channel, or I can't find it.
His channel kind of got deleted, and he's gone. You can find him on BitChute. If you type in on BitChute, man, just search "Lost History Flat Earth," you'll find it straight away.
I want to say, just for the record, just because you see some videos and you follow, I've watched a lot of videos.
No.
All of us have. These aren't something for you to. It's not an indoctrination into you.
No, dude.
Every bit of information you come across, it introduces you to another concept.
Right.
Your spirit, your mind it's just a concept that you could consider because there's a lot more information out there for you to consider. And a lot of people might misconstrue if we just go, oh, you watch this video, and then you're down this. That's not the rabbit hole. I just want to make sure everyone understands that.
Right. Yeah, this is I've been into, all kinds of conspiracy theory stuff and everything though for I don't know 20 years too on top of all that.
Helio, Josh has a friend that
I'm just talking about it for the sake of the viewers. I'm not saying Josh is doing that. I'm just saying, just like, hey, watch this video. Then you'll be in this part of the rabbit hole.
No, I totally agree with what you're saying, Helio.
Totally, right?
You're right.
But I gotta say this, Helio. Josh has a friend, man. And I had a friend too. The same goddamn thing happened to me, Josh, where they literally wanted to fucking almost fight me. And these are people
and this was like a best
people,
friend of mine.
These are people who we fucking known our whole lives or most of our lives, right? And I could tell them anything, man. I could tell them, what I did, whatever. But you bring up flat Earth to them, man, and it's like they fucking go completely fucking retard on you.
Yeah, like the eyes change and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. They go fucking complete fucking breakdown, man. It's like you're deprogramming a robot that's it's fucked up, and it's like you don't know what to do, man, right, Josh? I mean, you can't bring up flat Earth to that dude that you've known most of your life that you can talk up to about anything. But if you bring up flat Earth, you're fucking toast, man. You are absolutely almost going, like you said, man, you're going to get in a physical altercation with your friend, man, if you bring it up,
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Man. If he would have, I don't know, if he would have probably been more receptive to it, I might have got into all this, a lot more back then.
Yeah.
But, Yeah, basically, I didn't have very many people, to talk to about it, and there wasn't
No.
really much, information out about it. See,
No.
what brought me to this server was, like
The
you
Nathan
were saying,
Oakley.
I've
It was
watched,
Nathan Oakley.
right, exactly. Like
Yeah.
I've watched at least 100 to 150 hours of it,
Right.
within a month or so, because I wanted
That's
to figure
amazing.
out, I wanted to figure out what exactly was going on with the whole conversation, like
Yeah.
why is this debate exactly going on, after, I realized all that. Yeah, that's why I kind of branched out, to figure out, what other people are talking about out there too.
Well, dude, I'm so glad you found this place. And to do 150 hours of Nathan Oakley is, you get some kind of like pass on that one, man. Come on, Haley. I mean, you got to give him like a fucking, at least a
But
researcher role
I
or something.
also like binge watched all of the stuff that QE put out, like on the scientific method and all that. Like I've watched all those multiple times too in this past month.
Oh, well, there you go, man. You had a chance to talk to QE tonight. He was here for a little minute.
I talked a little bit, but I was kind of busy with family and stuff
Yeah.
too.
But no, man, QE, yeah, you're going to learn about the scientific method, and you're going to get real citations and real links to real published papers, man. And you're going to get a lot of it. And it's probably more than most people can handle.
Yeah, but even just, like the housekeeping questions on Nathan Oakley's show, like that right there is,
There you go.
all you really got to start with.
Housekeeping
And
questions.
you can't get it anywhere past that either,
Well, we do a very similar thing around here. If somebody new comes in, we're like, hey, man, we got like quick 3 questions for you. What do you got? And what we do,
Yeah. Someone talked to me like that when I came here. Yeah.
Yeah, we just kind of interview you and see where your head's at as far as what you know about the globe and what you can verify. And yeah, it's real simple, man. We keep it simple around here. Some amazing minds around here that are very scientific, and we're fun too, man. Damn, that sucks. We're fun.
Yeah. No, it's been pretty decent though so far. Yeah.
Hilo, you're just an asshole. You know that. I think he went out to have a smoke, but anyway, yeah, him and QE fucking calling each other assholes tonight was pretty funny, man. I was laughing. But now we got some great people here, man. Welcome to the server, Josh. Stick around. Dude, I'd give you a roll straight away, man. If you watched Ewar, we call him Ewar in the biz.
Yeah.
Anyway, big dude, I don't know where the Ewar dude came from. There's some skeptics around here. I get it, man. There's some serious. It's like, dude, this stuff's really well produced. He's got that voice where he's like, look again. Like, whoa, man.
Yeah, he's got a compelling narrative.
Yeah.
Let's go on a journey.
I'm gonna go on a
Going
journey.
to get your feet muddy.
Makes sense. We know we're not spinning, and we know we're not ripping and shooting. So what are we doing?
I don't know. It's one of the greatest production flat Earth guys I've seen, at least this century or this decade. He's one of the best, probably this century too, man. It's so well done, man. So many things that makes you think about, and whether if it's the Sidereal calendar, or if it's the fucking moon or Earth or silicon life forms rather than carbon-based life forms. I'm like, I never thought about silicon life forms. Oh, that's interesting.
Are we letting trees grow to their full potential these days?
Not these days, no. No. I don't think so.
It was only 100 years ago or so they were cutting down trees.
Oh yeah,
to fit a choir inside of, hollowed out. Like incredibly large trees.
So
cutting down like 100 years ago.
Somebody brought up the fact that if there's giant trees, there's giant people. And I was like, well, that would make sense. Okay, maybe I can go along with that, but I mean, at least think about it and laugh about it, or go, okay. Same with Flat Earth, man. When somebody guy brought to me Flat Earth, I was like, dude, I'm gonna go check this out. I'll be back. It wasn't like, oh, you're an idiot and you're fucking stupid. And no. That shit never crossed my mind. I was like, well, I'm gonna go check that out. And
yeah, and I would say, the Giants thing could have some credibility. Unfortunately, I think the problem is, there's no way to really verify either way,
Yeah.
But I think there is, some little, remnant things of stuff that, there could be something to it.
Well,
hold up. People believe in giant lizards. Every day they believe in those.
Right. Yeah, giant lizard bird things.
There you go. And I got a tooth that I extracted from the dirt here in Utah, and it totally proves a Tyrannosaurus Rex for sure, guaranteed. What?
I believe it.
I got a tooth out of a desert. I got a fucking tooth. And you made this whole thing, and people go to museums every day, man, looking at those big giant skeleton dinosaurs.
Yeah, and just the convenient factor of how fast they assembled all those bones, and it was like the gold rush kind of.
It was, yeah. It was there was a couple of guys that were competing, and
yeah, exactly. Yeah, there was no one ever even thought of this dinosaur thing, and then all of a sudden find all the dinosaur bones.
Well, I'm pretty sure woolly mammoths were like a real thing, but
sure, yeah, some of that stuff could be real, yeah, but I think a lot of it is really fantastical.
They have found some pretty good skeletons for the mammoths, and I was like, damn, that's cool. But who knows, man? I wasn't there to dig it up. I have to keep my guard up, man. Like, wait a minute, I wasn't there. I don't know for sure, man. I guarantee. And that's the one thing, man. If I could pass on to anybody, man, just you got to know things for sure, man. And it's like, hey, man, if I'm gonna cut this guitar neck at this angle or whatever, it's gonna fit in the slot. I want to know before I cut it that I got everything lined up real good. And that's all, man. Just use your mind, figure it out. Don't make mistakes. And try not to make mistakes. You're going to make some mistakes, man. You're going to. Everybody does. I cut a neck one night, man. I was tired. I was in a hurry, man. Fucking, I was way off, man. I'm like, what the fuck happened? Like, really? How did I make that mistake? And I just was in a hurry. I was tired. It was late. And I fucked it up. And I've seen guys, man, fuck stuff up, man, and lose fingers. Dude, you just sawed your finger off. That's not good. This is not good, man. Anyway, so yeah, be careful. Measure twice, cut once. Measure twice, cut once. And you can use, 2 ears, 1 mouth. You do twice as much listening as you do talking. That's a good rule of thumb. Rule of thumb is with electricity, man. If you grab the wire, if you put your thumb up, it makes this like a little spiral, and it means the current's going that way. It's a rule of thumb. Anyway, it's a crazy world, man. Got a lot to deal with.
Wait, what now?
That only works with your right hand, though, doesn't it?
It only works with your right hand. I should specify that.
What is that though? I've never heard that before.
It's I guess it's an electrician trick. You know, the current's gonna go. It's going that way. If you're holding the wire straight up, it's gonna spiral.
It has to do with the induced magnetic field in that wire as current flows through it. Your thumb points in the direction of the current's flow, and your fingers, as they wrap around the wire, show radially around the wire where the electromagnetic field is conducting.
Pretty cool. Good shit. Right on, Ron. Iron Effie. Oh, dude. Awesome. Well, hope you guys had fun. I had fun, man. I got to crash out pretty quick.
Good hearing from you, bro.
No, it was always good talking to you guys late at night, trying to have a laugh at at things and people and whatever, but mostly the earth. It's laughable what they sold us, man. It's pretty funny. Yeah.
Till Kenny logins later.
Kenny Loggins? I'm Kenny 5G. Kenny 5G. I'm taking it to the next level.
Awesome. You know Kenny Loggins?
Kenny Loggins, man. What happened to him, man?
Danger zone.
What happened? He just disappeared, man. He must have saw the cuckery and said, I gotta get the fuck out of here, man.
Oh shit. Shout out to Kenny 5G. Dude, I think we should actually you were talking about the rule of thumb. That could be something to teach someone.
Yeah, it is. The rule of thumb is a good one.
Let's let me look that up really quick. Rule of thumb on Wikipedia.
Hey, check it out, man.
Rule of thumb.
The rule of thumb
of QMB. The rule of thumb.
Yeah.
On Wikipedia, it says, rule of thumb is an approximate method for doing something based on practical experience rather than a theory. The usage of the phrase can be traced back to the 17th century and has been associated with various trades where quantities were measured by comparison to the width or length of the thumb. Now, I have a big ass thumb. That's why I can barely type on my phone, because I have big ass thumbs. That's why I do a lot of when I try to type on my phone, it's just like I defer to autocomplete on my phone because my thumbs are really huge and I can't type on the phone.
You should amend your search to include electrical or electrician or something like that.
So a modern. Here's the next.
Hey, Helio, use electricity rule of thumb. Try or something like that.
Well, let's go to the etymology of it before we get into the. Okay, so the second paragraph says, a modern folk etymology holds that the phrase is derived from the maximum width of a stick allowed for wife beating under English common law.
Get the fuck.
Yeah, I was waiting for the Boondock Saints reference.
Get the fuck.
That's covered in the first minute of the movie Boondock Saints. Some lady at a fish factory freaks out and says, "How dare you?"
How dare you?
Might actually be the oldest sighting of a Karen.
So bad. Yeah, man. All right. Well.
All right. Well, let me.
Dude, please.
Let me look up the rule of thumb electricity.
Okay, so I found something about it.
All right, go.
And
Go
it's
ahead.
kind of like when you're holding this wire, you've got the magnetic field would be kind of like going around the wire and
Right.
going around your hand. And then
Yeah.
where your thumb, is going up, the current is like going through the wire in that direction.
Correct.
So I don't know exactly what it all means.
It's how you determine the clockwise versus counterclockwise rotation of the electromagnetic field induced in the wire by the current traveling through it. Your thumb points from negative towards positive, and therefore you can deduce the electromagnetic field's pathway, which way it's spinning around it.
And that would be
why
like
it's important in building a circuit, but I just remember being taught it.
And like your thumb would be pointing basically away from wherever the breaker box is. Basically, your thumb would be pointing towards an outlet or a light socket.
Switch or something. Yeah.
It always goes in a loop from and back to it. It's more of a anode and cathode situation.
Right.
Or essentially toward ground.
Positive, negative, man. You know.
Oh,
right?
positive, negative, not toward
Positive,
ground.
negative, bro. Come on.
Quit being so negative.
Okay, my bad.
Quit being so positive. Fuck off.
Well, I'm more grounded. I can't really.
Well,
it's interesting. I'm just kind of trying to think of how to actually apply it.
I found an article from Washington. It's a PDF from Washington. I mean, it's a pretty extensive document.
Yeah.
I just want to say really quick that all electricians are bipolar before we move on.
That's a fucking bumper sticker. Come on. For sure. Come on. Dude,
This shit always happens on a Monday night, doesn't it?
I need a fucking bumper sticker that says that, man. I don't have any bumper stickers, but I might put that one on there. All electricians are bipolar.
Oh yeah, that's
it might shock some people, but
all electricians.
Oh, you guys are awesome. It might shock people. This might shock you, but all electricians are bipolar.
That's perfect. Write that down, and then quote me.
I'm gonna quote you, the FE, bro. I won't.
Here's what I found about this that you guys are talking about, but I'm not an electrician, so I just reading it, I'm not going to blame a lot.
Yeah, Dad, don't go there, Helio. Helio and I gotta wind this up here pretty quick, man. We gotta wind.
We don't have to wind shit up. This shit's 24/7.
I know, but you and I gotta wind up. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I forgot. I have to work tomorrow. So.
All
right, cool. So I have one more beer to drink.
I got a half a beer, and let's finish this out like a pro. Hey, Glad, you're straight up, man. Straight up, man. Measurement for curvature. Find us the real world drop rate.
Yeah, this statistical rule of thumb in electricity, we can't.
It's the only thing you missed there, Glad, was he said or fuck off at the end. All right.
Is he actually here? You hear Philip?
He's muted.
I don't think he's here. But that's okay. But I just posted this article, which there's a shitload of math and electric stuff in there. I don't really have any idea what that shit is.
Yeah.
But the standard of the rule of thumb, you look up where the term came from. I already gave you that shit. So
It's
it has nothing to do with electronics.
It's about a wife beating stick.
There you go. Yeah.
What the fuck did that come from?
Have you not seen the Boondock Saints?
Yeah.
In the first 2 minutes of that, there's a speech that some woman gives while they're working at the fish processing factory.
I was trying to defer the mathematics and electronic stuff, but the original idea of the rule of thumb is
it took you home and made you beat your wife.
Well, nobody can make someone beat their wife, you know. Something else, but that's a choice.
Now you're making me feel like people might think I didn't agree with that statement. For the record,
trying to make you feel like anything. I'm just telling you what I found when I looked up rule of thumb. I said, hey, rule of thumb is an approximate method for doing something based on practical experience rather than theory. Okay, this is a different article I just found. Hey, check this out. Rule of thumb. This actually makes more sense. The one that I just found. Rule of thumb is an approximate method for doing something based on practical experience rather than theory. The usage of the phrase can be traced back to the 17th century, which is the other one we were talking about. They use a thumb-sized switch to beat their wife with their pockets. They don't bring this. I don't think they bring that up. And has been associated with various trades where quantities were measured by comparison to the width or length of a thumb. I have some big-ass thumbs, and I've seen some people with some little-ass thumbs, so I don't know how they could actually quantify that. A modern folk etymology holds that the phrase is derived from the maximum width of a stick allowed for wife beating under English common law, but no such law ever existed, which is true. I mean, it's a tale. It's folklore. This belief may have originated in a rumored statement by 18th century judge Sir Francis Buller that a man may beat his wife with a stick no wider than his thumb. The rumor, obviously, that's ridiculous. I mean, it doesn't matter what culture you grew up in or whatever ideology you might think is true. The rumor produced numerous jokes and satirical cartoons at Bueller's expense, and there is no record that he made such a statement. So, rule of thumb, it's really kind of innocuous, in my opinion. Here's something else. The phrase rule of thumb first became associated with domestic abuse in the 1970s. Still the same bullshit. No.
Oh, so it's second wave feminism that made that up.
It might as well be. Now it says folk etymology. Here's on the Wikipedia page. A modern folk etymology relates the phrase to domestic violence via an alleged rule under English common law which permitted wife beating which I don't think any English common law permitted wife beating. No, that was mostly a cultural thing, if it actually existed in that way, So, fuck them all. English jurist William Blackstone wrote in the late 1700s in his commentaries on the laws of England. You understand common law. Blackstone is respected. That by an old law, a husband had formerly been justified in using moderate correction against his wife, but was barred from inflicting serious violence. Blackstone did not mention either thumbs or sticks. According to Blackstone, this custom was in doubt by the late 1600s, and a woman was allowed security of the peace against abusive husband. I don't think it was. I don't think it was
all I
ever
hear is
really.
you can hit him with whatever you want.
I don't think it was ever really a thing. It's just like the assholes would freaking make up any kind of law they wanted. If like, hey, I beat the shit out of my wife with a stick, and I was legally justified in doing so. It's like, well, that just means you're an asshole.
And I doubt neighbors would have just been like, I measured the stick. It's fine. It's small enough.
Yeah, it's smaller than my thumb. What the fuck?
They would have been over there in a heartbeat when they heard the screams of help, help, man. Please stop. Especially back then compared to today. Today it's just like none of my business. But back then it was like that is my business. There's no such thing as 911.
The term rule of thumb comes from that, but it was far like measurements and stuff. This still shouldn't apply to anything. Rule of thumb. It's like, dude, I have a big ass thumb, so I can beat my wife with the biggest or a bigger stick than my friend can beat his wife with. Because my thumb is bigger than my neighbor's wife. Or my neighbor's thumb.
I carry all my grocery bags in from the car just on my thumbs, just to work them out, so I can get like an Arnold Schwarzenegger thumb and step up that stick size just a little bit. Obviously, I'm kidding. I'm not advocating spousal abuse.
No, nobody here is. We're making jokes.
Disclaimer. It's a disclaimer.
I know
If you
it's
thought
sad that we have to make that disclaimer, though, because obviously nobody here beats their fucking wife or girlfriend. Jesus
is this
Christ.
on YouTube though?
Yes, and that's even more important.
Then I'm saying it for YouTube.
We're making jokes. We're making jokes, man, and we want everybody to laugh. But there's nothing funny about beating your wife or girlfriend. But the fact that this thing about the rule of thumb is like you could beat your girlfriend or wife with a rod that is smaller than your thumb, and then it's okay. This is what some people probably used to think, but I don't think that was actually a rule. And so I think it's complete nonsense. Because
you'd be right.
There's a lot of women that would grab that rod out of your hand and freaking smack you in the face with it. As far as the women I know, like
shove it where the sun don't shine.
I'd be like, yeah, fucking shove it up your ass. It's like, bitch. Anyway. I mean, I'm not laughing at it. I mean, I'm sure. Surely there's abuse.
You're doing the same thing I was doing 30 seconds ago.
Dude, I ain't go. Yeah.
It's cool. We get it.
But it is, but that term is also applied in mathematics as well. Which why is it? Why is that a term that's still used in mathematics, where it doesn't actually apply to the original idea? It's really weird, and it's not the only one that's applied to these mathematical terms.
Well, in electrical engineering, it applies to windings of stator motors or transformers or speakers. There's a lot of different circuits and or apparatuses that you can construct that it is a very important factor in which direction the magnetic field is spiraling
So,
around the wire. And you need
rule,
to just put your hand on it and you figure it out.
all right. So, rule of thumb is a standard, right?
It is a constant in all electricity.
They borrow that term from someone abusing their spouse.
You just pointed out that didn't happen until 1970. The electrical rule of thumb predates that by at least 45 to 60 years.
So they just happened to come up with that term, didn't realize that it was associated with a man abusing their spouse.
No, it was a common and well-established term, and then when it became convenient, they reinvented it with a revisionist history version of an explanation for why. Later on, they said, this is how it started, even though electricity started before their definition of, you know what I mean? It's backwards.
I don't know what you mean, but I just don't think it thinks. I don't think it means what you think it means. But it is a standard. I mean, just like the word plum. The word plum, right? It's.
Well, this occurred to me earlier today. I don't think I'm allowed to say sold me down the river anymore. That might have a more modern I don't like that interpretation than it was when I learned it or when I was younger. To be sold down the river nowadays, that implies you were a slave. When all along it just meant that somebody betrayed you or took advantage of you for their own personal gain.
Sorry. So what does it mean now? What does it mean now?
Well, now it'd be that, oh yeah, escaped slaves that ran up north were captured and then sold back down the river to their owners.
I'm talking about in modern terms. Sold down
Yeah,
the river.
that is the modern understanding of sold down the river.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a general term now. It's like, it sold me down the river. That means I was utilized for a purpose and then just let go for
Discarded.
another purpose. Yeah. I don't think that's comparable, but anyway, but that's something.
Give it 6 months.
It's like I'm going to use some engineering ideas where I could use a term that meant beat my wife, and now I'm just going to use it for math. Either way. I mean, there's several other terms too. Let me think. Let me think of another one. I was thinking like.
I'll send you a miniature 3D printed ATST model if you can think of another one in the next 2 minutes. thought of a couple that are more like vulgar jokes than they are actual examples. I'm going to refrain from sharing them. But so you know, I'm trying to think of one too, and I'm still coming up short of a legitimate version of it. DC Texas going crazy right now.
What? Joe. Kind of distracted right now. Well, we've made some changes. We're live streaming on YouTube, but turn the chat off. So a lot of people will have to come here if they're listening on YouTube. Come into the live stream voice text or to the lobby.
See, now that's just good marketing.
Marketing.
Why let people talk all they want on YouTube and stay out of the fracas and fray?
Dude.
Get them to put some skin in the game. Or shut up.
Bro, you saw how much shit they were talking on YouTube, right?
I actually unsubscribed from the 24/7 YouTube like 2.5 months ago just because I couldn't handle it anymore.
Yeah, I can't fucking. I fucking run the channel. I couldn't handle it anymore, so I just turned it off. So if they want to talk shit, they have to come in here and do it.
I found myself getting so angry just listening to Johnny Come Latelys be like, okay, then why does the boat disappear? Be like, oh my God, have we not been through this 10,000 times?
That's the way it is.
I'd be angry for hours. So I've been a much happier person since I left.
Well, I mean, now you know, we're gonna get some freaking feedback from there. So
if they're legit, they'll end up here.
Stick it out, though, Iron Man. Don't leave or anything like you did.
Not gonna. I've been kicked out 5 times, and I keep coming back. I'm like a cockroach.
Like the cockroach. La cucaracha. La cucaracha.
Here comes Iron again.
Yeah, don't get discouraged, man. We're gonna be here. You know, we all get discouraged sometimes, but don't just let it fucking eat you up. You know, if you need to take a break, take a break. Come back. Always come back.
I'm happy as a clam.
Right.
I'm good as I can be.
Yeah, but the YouTube chat shut down, so now we're getting a lot of new people coming And that's what I hope would happen. They would actually come into the server instead of. Well, I mean, where else are they going to go when they want to vent? I guess. But
It's a reverse funnel system, not a pyramid scheme. Reverse funnel. That's an Always Sunny in Philadelphia reference.
There's a better mod team here and better chat conversation. Everything is better inside the server than what I could regulate on YouTube. I'm not out there all the time, so I can, and I could put 20 moderators, 2 moderators. I mean, I still got the
Wouldn't
same.
be enough.
It wouldn't be enough. So anyway, I just turned it off. So I want everybody that's listening, that's on the YouTube channel, that used to be in the YouTube chat. You want to chat? Get your ass in here.
Amen.
Click that Discord link. Get your ass in here. Hey, I'm gonna give you a secret. They don't like that. They don't want to come in here because there's heavier moderation in here. But that's okay because I don't give a fuck.
Well,
it's a weight up from my shoulders because I had to run the mod team and the YouTube chat and shit. It's just like, how about I just turn it off and everybody has to come in here? It's like, hey,
self-sorting is even better if they know that they're going to cause problems and they voluntarily don't in. I call that a win-win.
Yeah.
But if they actually genuinely have questions or something they want to bring up, I'm more than happy to hear them out and be exposed to their unique perspective. But if they're just going to talk shit, then if they don't have the balls to actually say it, then I don't feel like I'm losing out on any experience.
Well, as far as the conversation goes, I mean, they don't have to listen to the YouTube. We have the lobby chat, which a lot of us never visit, right? Because it's such a shit show, right? A lot of those guys can come from the YouTube chat and just go in the lobby and like talk shit all day. We're fair. We have fair moderation in here. We don't just ban anybody willy nilly for no reason. As long as you're fair, and you have decent arguments, you can be a Glober here all day. We have a lot of Globers in here. As long as you're fair and honest.
This channel has the highest standards as far as moderation being restrained, and not in a bad way, in a good way.
Yeah, nobody's
going to come in here and be kicked out right away because they said something that, oh my god, I'm so bored with hearing that. You're out. That doesn't happen here. There's a bunch of other servers where things are a lot more fast and loose, but at least this one has some objectivity built into it, and I think the YouTube live stream documentation has a lot to do with that. Because if somebody is an asshole, then there's a record of it forever. So I think that makes people on better behavior than other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, there's some of the people, when I shut the YouTube chat off, there's a couple of people that Globies that I want to actually join in to the chat discussion if they're listening, or get in the lobby, get in there, and because we get so many noobs. I mean, we get dozens of new people that join every day, and I'd like to have some of those people from the YouTube chat that are in the lobby and saying, "Hey," because they come in with the same dumb questions, all the time, or they're just trying to troll. But we have the people
That's
from the YouTube chat, Globies from the YouTube chat, just like sitting around going, "Hey man, and then we also have some flat earthers going, they go back and forth. I don't know. I think it could work out, but I don't know. It depends on who. I don't hang out in the lobby. I hate that fucking room, to be honest. I ain't gonna lie.
I've noticed the last couple of days there's been a lot of new people. So
Really?
maybe either their people are getting invites, or maybe without the chats, without any other way to communicate, they got to hop in.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. That's the way it works out. I'm hoping that's the way it works out. More people will join the server instead of hanging out in the YouTube chats. But the YouTube live streams will still be up, and if you actually want to chat here, you can listen, but also chat in the Discord while you're listening on YouTube or DLive or wherever you're listening.
Can I do a shout out real quick?
Yeah.
Glatflobe just used a conjugated version of a word that I've never seen before in my life. It's correct and it's above board and everything. He said, return without your troglodytic attitude.
Ooh,
I've never seen somebody conjugate troglodyte in that form before in my life.
That's pretty
I
fascinating.
think he deserves an Xbox Live achievement for that.
And I'm gonna give him a couple lemons on DLive.
I mean, if you're going to insult somebody, use really obscure grammar.
Troglodytic.
I like that. I like
That's
that
badass.
too.
What's up, Iron?
What's up, Godric? I know that voice anywhere. How you doing, buddy?
Let's talk about the troglodytic attitude over here. What's going on? Is that the globe attitude, troglodytic?
At 2:13 a.m., Flatflobe said, return without your troglodytic attitude and with evidence of the Earth as a globe. Thanks.
It's like saying trollish attitude, but better, right?
Yep. I'm just in awe of the fact that it's a new version of the word that I've known for a long time that somehow was delivered in a different package. It's kind of like if you're ordering pizza every week and then all of a sudden somebody delivers a calzone, you're like, this is basically a pizza, but it's folded. Maybe funnier to me than you because I'm hungry, but whatever.
Do you
I'm
have food
impressed with his grammatical skills.
Do you have fresh eggs to eat?
Only about 60.
I have a question. Are the fresh eggs from the farm, are they different tasting than from the grocery store?
Absolutely. And they also taste better because they're not just fed some kind of like cornmeal and sawdust mix. You know, they eat my leftovers. They eat all kinds of stuff. I give them treats, all kinds of seeds and grains and stuff. And you can even just see in the texture of the yolk, it's completely different. The color of the yolks are completely different.
So you got eggs?
Yeah, I have to figure out lots of ways to incorporate eggs into dishes just so I use them. Otherwise, I just give them away 18 every 2 days. I made French toast yesterday. That was yummy.
How many chickens do you have? Is that what you was talking about?
I hear eggs are very healthy, a very healthy food. Unlike, despite of what the nutritionists say.
I have 12 chickens and 1 turkey. And 2 of my chickens are roosters, so I really only have 11 egg-laying birds. But it's too much every day. Too much. I just give them away to people. And then come winter time, the people I gave my eggs away to drop off truckloads of firewood for me because they think they owe me. And I'm like, bitch, I owe you. That's not how they see it. So don't tell
That's a
them.
dope deal, man. Awesome stuff.
Hardly bought any firewood this winter. Would have frozen to death without the deals that have been made over the last couple of years. But informal deals. Sometimes you can trust people to be good people and do what's right and fair and honest. You don't have to put it in a contract. It's raining right now. I hope you guys can't hear in the background the rain. No, I don't got a green circle when I'm not talking. I'm good. Never mind. So sorry.
Did you say you were pooping right now and you don't want us to hear you farting? Is that
Pretty much, yeah. No. I live in a converted shipping container, so when it rains,
Sorry, I thought
there's
it
a
was
lot of
funny.
noise on my roof, and I'm worried that it'll just overcome the mic.
Nah, you can't hear it.
We'll accept your apology when we hear it.
Tell me when you do hear it, so I don't have to apologize. Just turn it off.
But by then you would have already broken the rule.
Catch 22. Shit.
Exactly.
Call me